What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, on YouTube, by the way. I'm about to go on to the TikTok and get the TikTok rolling because that's where we do our lives. Our life is on TikTok. Here we go. Give me just a second. I'm going to do another intro. Manly Monday. Actually, safe space for men. There we go. That'll trigger somebody. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again for another Manly Monday. Today is all about men's rights. We are going to be talking about how men often feel like we're being attacked for no reason. And I know the refrain is commonly, well, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. I mean, sure, that's great. But, you know, we could say that about literally everybody who says something offensive or racist. Well, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But we selectively in society have this double standard where we allow offense to be made for some and not for others. And for men, for whatever reason, it has been deemed acceptable to shit all over us no matter what. And you can't be upset about it if it doesn't apply to you, which is kind of weird. So give me a second. I'm going to go in with my main and I'm going to share this out to myself. Well, to my groups anyway, I should say. Let me libel out. Why is this not? There we go. Okay, I found my live, and guys, we just got started, so if you're just showing up, go ahead and start tapping that screen. Let's get those likes up. Let's do the damn thing. Hobie's forehead, you're gonna get one, you're gonna get one. You'll get one, you'll get one. You'll get one, you'll get one. I'll send one to Milk. He's a man. He might not sound like a man, but he's a man. Hawk, okay. Grunkle, Manly Monday is in full effect. All right. I'm just sharing the live out. So if you guys want to also, please share the live, hit the likes, start tapping the screen. Let's get all that going. There's that. And then I'm going to pull up my alt here in just a second. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hooligan. Good, sir. It is a pleasure to see that you made it in. Give me a second. Interesting. Sodium chloride drinker.
Oh, wow. Close.
It's sodium. Hold on. It's because I know there's an oxygen in there.
You're forgetting you're forgetting a prefix for the oxygen.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Fuck, I don't know how you would say it. What is it?
So with oxygen, depending on how many oxygen atoms there are, you can do hypo. Since there's only one oxygen or less than the other compounds, it's a hypo. So it's sodium hypochloride, and then the suffix depends on if it's an oxygen or not. So ite would be non-oxygen. Ide would be a compound with an oxygen.
Gotcha. So hyposodium chloride.
I think I mixed it. Ite. Sorry, I got that mixed up. It's ite. ITE.
ITE. Oh, chlorite. Yeah. Chlorite. Yeah.
So
see, I never took chemistry. I never took chemistry, so I don't know the nomenclature there and like how you do. You know how you name them based on the. Whatever. Yeah. No.
Millions of compounds. Chemists can't name them all either.
Right. It actually, that reminds me, because I did take a medical terminology class, and that was a very difficult class. Actually, it's one of the hardest classes I had taken, because all the little rules and shit that you do. But those classes are awesome because when you know what all the little bits and bobs mean, you can tell what a word is just based on the roots, the suffixes and prefixes.
Oh yeah,
pretty good shit.
Yep, absolutely.
Anyway, what's up, man? I don't think I've ever seen you before, unless this is an alt. Is this your main?
I changed my name so much. I've been up here a couple times in the past.
Okay,
So
okay. No worries, no worries. Well, on Monday, so I don't know if you're familiar. We do Manly Monday. It's for men's rights and such, from 9 to 11. So today it'll just be men only on the panel. It's going to be a sausage fest, y'all, and that's okay.
hey,
Now, Hooligan, it is so good to see that you made it. It sucked that you missed it last week, but it's good to see you. How are you?
Yeah, for sure, brother. For sure, man. It's good to see you, man. Good to be back this morning. It's nice. It's Memorial Day, so I don't have to work.
Nice.
So when you're like when we talked about the Monday show, I was like, right, I got to figure, because I'm trying to adjust the time for work, and I was like, oh shit, I'm still gonna be in my PJs on Monday.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, so well, since hyposodium chloride showed up, did you want to weigh in? Because I don't think you've been on the man panel before. Was there anything that, like, you as a man has gone on that you just want to bitch about, even, or things that happen socially that you're just like, man, this? Why am I always getting the shit into the stick? Because sometimes it can feel like
honestly,
that.
Sorry, I didn't cut you off.
No, please go ahead.
No, I'm only used to your political lives, so I didn't realize this is Monday. So
no, you're fine. So
I'm not ready for answering that.
Well, you're a man, and if there's any issues, brother, this is a spot for you to chat about it. I mean, if you have anything personal.
All right, I'll chat about it. I think society has too many expectations for the different sexes. For example, for me, I feel like I always have to justify why I'm part-time and my wife is full-time because she makes more money than me. I hate that I do that out of my own justification. No one asked me. I just try and justify it by saying, my wife's more intelligent. She definitely is the bread maker, and I feel like I have to because I don't want to feel like demasculated, but I don't think I should, but I feel like society makes me have to do that, which is weird.
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm in the same boat, and I actually have talked about this too because my wife makes far more money than I ever have. Well, actually, yeah, she makes more than I did when I was trucking, but I know that I shouldn't feel what you just said, like bad about it. And I feel bad about having an issue with it, like internally. And I know that that's stupid, right? So it is kind of a weird, I don't really know how to like let that go either,
That stems from where we're from, though, fellas. Like, that generational thing, right? The man takes care of, he's the breadwinner, right? He's the moneymaker. He takes care of the family, takes care of the house. So that's what, it kind of all stems from. Like maybe we saw our grandparents or, grandpa or our father or uncles or whatever do it. And we get stuck in it. You know what I mean? And so it can be not an ego blow, but, kind of an ego check.
And you feel, you feel like others will judge. Is that true for you? Yeah, it's like,
I think,
I think that may be the thing that bugs me. Not necessarily that I don't like it, because really, at the end of the day, I don't, look, it's all going to the same pot. But I know others judge. I know they will, even if they say they don't.
Oh yeah. I mean, I love that she's, able to successfully push up in her career and be the best that she can. Because honestly, I don't think anybody can top her within her field in this area that we're in. I think she's way above her game, and that's why she's in the position that she's in. It's just, and for me, I had to sacrifice my job and go part time, which I didn't want to do, but it's for my child, so I don't I'm not mad that I had to do it. It's just it just I don't know. It makes me feel a certain type of way, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense to me, man. But you do find yourself like doing things to make money, right? 'Cause, you know, because if I don't, then I really feel useless.
Well,
You know.
and if it, I mean, did
Well,
you
no,
say you're
I mean,
taking care
I'm
of
taking care of my
if you're
child. That makes me,
if you're taking care of your kid, dude? That's that's
yeah, it's number one.
like a save of mine. I mean, that's a job in itself.
That's true. I mean,
Oh my
hell,
gosh,
you know.
that's why when people
No, go
people
ahead.
say, "Oh, stay moms at home, they don't have to do nothing." Well, that's if that parent is neglecting. Tell you
Yeah.
what, it's harder for
That's
me
yeah.
to be a stay-at-home dad than it is to work my full-time job. 100%.
Yes. How old's your kid?
He's 2.5.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
man,
Fucking
I remember
for sure.
those days. God,
Fucking for
my
sure.
youngest is almost out now, so we're about to be empty nesters. Well, not really empty nesters,
Oh, wow.
because
Okay.
the kids, you know, this day and age, it's weird because I don't have the same mentality that my mom did, which is, you know, you're 18, get out or pay bills. Like, I really don't give a shit if my kids hang around until they're fucking 30s. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
because the world sucks. It really sucks.
So,
Well, that's
so
how the
I'm
rest of the
dealing with
world
that.
operates. Most of the, sorry,
No, go ahead, brother.
I was just saying the rest of the world operates like that. The USA is pretty rare when it comes to family and kicking out your family members when they turn a certain age. I've traveled South America, Central America. Most families stay together until the individual gets married and want to start their own family.
Yeah, and I feel like that's how it should be, you know?
Well, so I think a lot of things have changed between us and let's just say some of this next gen. I mean, and me as a parent, like I split custody with my teenagers, for my teenagers, and my son, he's 17. And so his mom told him, "Hey, when you're 18, you're out." And so he came to me and he's like, man, kind of bummed out and shit. And he's like, "Mom said that when I'm 18, I'm gone. Like, I gotta figure it out." And I was like, part of me was like, well, it's kind of how it, it's supposed to be, like in air quotes, right? But then I was like, "Hey, bro," I told him, I says, "You know what, dude? You can always come. My door will never be closed, bro. I don't care if you're 18 or 38, man. Like, you don't. If mom says you can't be there, just come over here, bro. We'll take care of that." But I think it's because the force factor, right? Like, some of us were forced out. Some of us chose to leave, right? And it may or may not have been the best choice, right? Some of us weren't ready to. I mean, 18, you're still pretty dumb. A young man. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't the best and brightest at 18.
No, that's self-claiming, right? I was not the smartest. You know what I mean? No, my situation was slightly
Impulsive.
different at
Horny.
that time. But yeah. But you're not really right of mind. You think you're all right. You think I'm an adult now and I can fucking do everything. But that's not always the case. You know what I mean? So I think for me as a parent, I have definitely kept that door open for him. Like, you're always welcome. You're not ever forced out. I mean, that's not really something that, as a parent, you know what I mean? Like, I need to keep, that's always going to be an option for him. So.
Hi.
I heard a hi. Who was that?
Sorry,
Okay,
I'm
I think.
gonna hop off. I gotta take a quick. I gotta get ready and leave. So, but hey, I'm glad that I aired that out. I'm glad you listened. You feel the same? And,
Yeah, man.
Hey, I'll be back some other time.
Yeah,
My name may
thanks, brother.
change, but I'll let you know.
All right, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you came up every Monday, 9 to 11 Central. You're welcome to
Okay,
come up
all right.
and just chill. All right, man. Take it easy.
Sounds good, man.
Happy
Yeah, you
Memorial
can drop
Day.
me. I don't know if that. Yeah, happy Memorial Day. I don't know if it drops anything, but you can drop me
Yeah, I'll drop
or
it down.
changes anything if I leave.
Sure. But it doesn't, for the record. If you're on the panel and you want to drop, you can just drop it. It doesn't hurt anything. Now we have Catalyst up here. What's up, Catalyst?
What's up, man? How you been?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just keeping it real, talking about men
Manly
stuff.
Monday.
Yeah,
Right.
did you catch that show I did the other day where we were talking about, men aren't punching bags? Did you see that one?
No, but that sounds like a really good one. Yeah, men aren't, your resident just take it out on, you know, as much as well, can you elaborate on what the show was about and
Was
what you
exactly
talked about?
what you were about to say, where, sometimes it feels like men are the punching bags of society. Like, if
Yeah,
all else fails, just, blame it on the dude, why not? They could take it.
right. I mean, we got to
Well,
figure something out, right?
To be real, I mean, we've brought it. We have brought
someone
it on
clearly-
ourselves.
I mean, that's not untrue. That's not untrue.
I mean, now that's not. I mean, like, I know I'm not perfect. You know what I mean? And a lot of the shit that men are hated for is not because of what I've done in my lifetime, right? You know what I'm saying? None of my actions
Right.
have been like that. But that's kind of the one of those weights we do have to bear from our four fuckers. You know what I'm saying? The men that so I think in a small way I try to make up for that in my daily actions to show that not what I mean, we aren't all like that chivalry isn't dead, that
Right.
emotions, what I mean, that talking. Now I still get angry, what I mean, I get loud, what I mean, but I think outside of that, I try to live my life, on the right, you know what I'm saying, or on that the right way, and
Right.
on a daily, I try to kind of try to
Well,
change that,
and
for the people around me, because we all know, like, we can all be like that, you know what I mean. My girlfriend now came from a terrible relationship, and she's still, her daughter, had to deal with that, and so they're still, it can be a touchy situation. So I just, on a day, like I said, on a day that just, do a reminder that I'm, like, I'm still a man, dude. I do get angry, but I got love, and I got care about, your feelings, and I am a
well, and you're
protector,
safe. You're a safe man.
So I think, I try to be, you know what I'm saying? I try to be.
Right.
And I think, for my small part in this fucking big place, I do what I can, because I know we are the cause of a lot of pain, right?
well, men are
the male race, and I know I'm like
right.
playing devil's advocate here on the man show, right? you know what
Right.
I'm saying? But
But so my point is that, like, yes, men have done a lot of fucked up shit and continue to do a lot of fucked up shit, but women do also. Okay, women do some fucking heinous, vicious, absolutely stealthy, stab you in your back type shit. I've watched it happen, and yet I don't collectively punish all women because of the behaviors I've seen in some women. I just don't like the bashing, I think, on either side. So I don't like when a dude is like bashing on a woman. I don't like when a woman or other dudes are bashing on men collectively. What I mean?
Lib, then a
Right.
question, I guess, would be, do you ever find yourself being cautious about things maybe you say or do around women, because, or if you befriend people because of, how women can be?
Yes.
I mean, I know I do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No,
Matter of fact, so let me tell you a quick story. And this was weird, and I actually have it recorded because I was recording the whole time. But remember, my internet was out, and the technician came, and he was a dude, the guy that, fixed the deal. It says lower. Is my mic volume too high or something? It's saying lower my mic volume, but let me, anyway. So the guy came over to fix the stuff. Well, a woman showed up in a car separately And I was like, well, what the fuck is this? This is weird. And so she just comes into the house, and I don't know what her purpose is still to this day. I don't know what her purpose is. But when he left, she was like still in the house, and it was just me and her in the house. And I told her, I said, for safety reasons, I will not be inside of this house with you by myself. So we need to take this outside. Yeah, and I was recording, and she got like all upset about it. She's like, oh, that's a little freaky, or that's a little scary. I don't remember exactly what she said, but I'm like, lady, I'm not going to do anything to you, but there needs to be zero questions at all. And so, yes, I absolutely do have problems with that. Not only that, but I'm married. I don't want to be in my house with a woman by myself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need that in my life. So yeah, it was both for just, accusation's sake and, because I'm married. So yeah, I absolutely, do that, watch myself around women. Yes.
So I can think what I was getting at is because I do it myself. You know what I mean? I still tell them, me and my girl have been together almost 3 years now. And, I still, make a joke like, when is the crazy coming out? When do I, where is it? Where's she at? You know what I mean?
You talk about the crazy side of your female partner. Oh, right.
And I find myself like I've slowed down on it because it's like a joke, but then it's not, it's not. So I think she does the same thing I do. I think that she knows that I've dealt with some craziness in my day, from the opposite sex, and actually some very crazy. I've had a broken picker. You know what I mean? And I guess the crazy ones are the sexiest to me. I don't know, and so I think she recognizes that and does the same. She, on a daily shows me that it's not all women. You know what I mean? That people do care and people aren't going to put hands on me. You know what I'm saying? So. Like that's kind of go back to my point is I try to do that not just for her but just in general. You know what I mean? Like
try to do what?
Just be a positive man. Just be.
Oh, I see.
To show that not all men are these raging fucking abuser fucking.
Violent, aggressive,
yes,
caricatures that we are often painted out as.
The Tates of the world, right?
Right.
We talked about that originally, right? All the Tates of the world have given us, have made a bad name, right? Just like the crazy women have left a bad, have made a bad name, right? So we both have to, So like
Amber Heard comes to mind. Would she shit on the bed? I mean, we don't know still. But yes, and this kind of goes back to my point. Women do fucked up shit, men do fucked up shit, and we're humans. Humans do fucked up shit, right? And so, blame somebody for their actions, not because of their gender. That's how I look at it.
Oh, yeah, but I'm always on edge. Well, I guess before I really met my old lady, I'm on edge. Is the next girlfriend, that I try to, the girl I see, is she going to be psycho? You know what I mean? Because
she could be.
Because of those Amber Heards, if you want to use that, right? Because of these Lorena Bobbitt's, if anybody's that old.
Now, I don't remember the backstory with Lorena. I just remember as a kid watching this, fascinated by these cops like doing ground search looking for this dude's dick.
For this dude looking for the dick. Yeah.
And thinking, what the fuck did this dude do? Even as a child, that was my first thought. And
Yes.
I probably should look up and see, because I don't remember exactly what happened. But even as a male child, my first thought was, what did he do to her to make her cut his shit off? Even though we know that she could have just been crazy and just cut his shit off for no reason. Right. I mean, just didn't want to, whatever the case is. I mean, but why isn't that interesting that as a male child, my mom hated men, even though she had 3 boys. And so here I am as a child and I'm thinking, what did he do? Is that healthy?
Yeah.
I feel like that's
the
not
natural-
healthy.
But that's our natural reaction to things is, who was he, he was cheating. He was
Right.
touching
Oh,
the
if he
kid,
was cheating, he deserved it. And then you'll hear that too. I'm sorry. We used to joke at school all the time that I used to do this impression of the officers, like, go pick it up whenever they found the dick. Like, just go get it.
Dude, that was a running joke all over for years. Anything and everything about fucking
Oh my
anything was
God.
about Bobbitt. dude.
Lorena Bobbitt, just Bobbitt. And the name, like, why does it have to be such a perfect name?
But does that? I mean, that's the
Seriously,
yeah, right,
I
right.
have to. Can I ask a question? That is
Yeah,
the
what's up,
funniest
Jim?
thing ever. Yeah,
Yeah.
You're telling me actually in your childhood with the Bobbitt thing was like a joke between you guys?
Yes. At
Oh
school.
my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The only reason why I'm saying that is because I can remember actually, believe it or not, and now I'm a little older than you apparently, so it's like, well, I can remember when, like, do you remember when, like, well, when the explosion of the shuttle? And do you remember do you remember they had the teacher on board? So the teacher on board was going to be a big thing, and I can remember being a little kid, and we all be like, "Do you remember where she went on
Watched it in
vacation?
class.
All over Florida."
I don't
Right.
remember that.
No, because like I said, this is the '80s. This is, I think, before you. I was like
That's
19
old.
or 20 when Bobbitt happened, so I looked at it differently than I think.
Right.
I'm just kind of going, that's comical. I never thought of that before. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, because it was in like early 90s when that, the Bobbitt thing happened. And us as
I
kids,
was like 20. I was 20 years old. I was a very young, fresh adult. So I was like, oh, the dude got his wanker belly. It didn't really, whatever. But I didn't realize that you guys were turning it into comedy.
Oh yeah, no, it was, dude. We used to
Oh, yeah.
roll over that, which is sad because, like, that's a serious fucking crime. I mean, come on, like, that's for real. Like,
It's serious, but on the other hand, it's like, you want to know, like I said, you look at me when I just said, what about when we had the shuttle blow up, and I can remember us as a whatever, we weren't mean about it, but we had so many jokes about the shuttle blowing up that was crazy that we would talk about with each other. But it wasn't mean, but it was real, Where'd she go on vacation? All over Florida.
She had
Crazy.
blue
Oh,
eyes.
that is so cool.
One blue this way.
It's
one blue that
horrible, but
way.
it's fucking
is
funny.
so
Does
cool.
that make any
But
sense?
that's exactly the kind of shit, dude.
wild. Now, I also remember she was found not guilty. You remember that? They said
Yeah.
that she had
Oh, yeah.
she had gone insane, and crazy. That's crazy. I don't even, what brought that up? I don't even remember what the hell it was.
Well,
I
you're not
was-
even.
I
You're
was-
talking about her, but you're
I
not
was
even
using
talking
it
about
as a
him. Didn't he do
reference
a
to,
porn?
like-
Dude, he did a porn thing, didn't he? Like Frankenstein
yeah,
or
I-
Franken
yes,
Dick
I
or
think he did.
Franken
Yep.
I think he did.
Franken Cock.
Talk
And then
about
he became a preacher.
yeah. Go ahead, Catalyst. Sorry, go ahead. I never watched it, but I now that you bring it up, I do remember that.
Yeah, no, I was going to watch it, but I'm aware of it. Yeah, he was a porn star for a little bit, and then he became a preacher.
Then he became
He
a preacher.
became a
Wow,
preacher.
that's yeah. With his Franken Cock, he probably whips that fucker out every day
Right.
in front of everybody.
Do you whip it or do you
Hallelujah.
fling
Thank
it
God.
or flick
Thank
it?
God I got my dingling.
I'm not sure if you whip it. You more like
Flippity
flick
slack.
it. You flick it out. I like,
Yeah, flick it.
and now that
Where are all
makes
the
me
little
wonder, like,
boys?
does it even work? Like, how does that
Is he
even
a
work?
Is he a Catholic priest?
Oh my God, I thought the same thing. Whenever you said that, my first thought was, so he
I'm
was,
sorry, but
so
that
he was
bad.
graping
That's
her.
you.
I was like, so
I
he
know.
was graping her. Yeah.
Right.
They're like, oh, this guy with grape allegations? Because I'm pretty sure that's what she had said had happened to her. It becomes a priest. So that fits. Like, geez.
Wasn't it in Long Island? I mean, the best place to happen is Long Island. That it's happened. This guy that's like a wannabe fucking like mobster gets
That's
his wanker
insane.
wanked.
Oh my God. And how many
I'm a
women,
tough guy.
I wonder how many women were like, yeah, to you know, believe the allegations, because I'm pretty sure he denied them. I wonder how many women were like, you know, approving of this action.
Fell in love with him.
Well, no,
completely.
it was probably a very. I mean, obviously I'm not a woman, so I wouldn't know, but I'd imagine there was some rally behind that, you know. And look, dude, if he was doing some wrong shit, I said I'm all for it. Okay, you know what I mean? If you're doing wrong shit, dude, like, you know what I'm saying? Like these pedos and shit like that, and these grapists, like, fuck that. Cut that motherfucking shit off, dog. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean?
Well, I've had women cheat on me, and I didn't fucking ever think about cutting their tits off.
I didn't.
You know what I mean? I never thought
I
about
didn't
cutting
say
their tits
cheat.
off.
No, I didn't.
He's
say
talking
cheat.
about grapists.
Yeah.
Yeah. That no.
Yeah, no,
I agree with you.
Cheating is not. That's too far. But you know what I mean. If it went to that other sexual nature, you know what I mean, or whatever, then, you know, I'm all for it. And I think that was one day. I don't remember the story. I was a kid, but I thought that was some of the accusations. So I mean, I think it was a fine line. Like, did he get what he deserved, or?
Well, whatever the story behind it, it didn't happen in a vacuum. You know, it's not the real, you know, one of the good ones that winds up in that situation is probably a realistic assessment, right? I mean,
Maybe.
I don't know.
There's some crazy stuff there, dog.
You know, like.
Well, let's take that logic and apply it to all situations, right? Because if something happens to somebody negatively, and the logic is, well, that doesn't happen in a vacuum, so something must have taken place.
That's true.
When a man beats a woman, do we ever ask, well, I wonder what she did to him? No,
right.
We never ask that.
Yeah. No, there is abuse, dude. And there is abuse, and there's abuse that happens within homes that you don't even realize that are next probably door to you sometimes, that actually people go through, and it is kind of messed up. But it's like, well, what do you do? You can't do anything. You know what I mean? You just look at it and you kind of go, okay, because it's fucking sad, but it's sick, but it's just prevalent.
Yeah, and in some cases, that can be the case where, you know, woman ends up with, you know, black eyes and shit. It could be the case that this dude lost his mind after years of her just beating the crap out of him, hitting him with stuff, you know what I mean? And he just lost his shit.
Or, you know,
or emotionally.
I think that's one of the...
That,
it
yes.
could be where the man is just abusive also.
And I wonder what percentage, because surely there's a percentage of those. It's probably a higher percentage where the guy just beat the fuck out of his woman. That's probably higher than he was responding to trauma. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think probably a little bit of both. I think sometimes actually people stay in relationships though when they shouldn't be. And
That's
then
true.
They just basically, you know, it morphs into something that it shouldn't be. You know, and
they drive each other crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, you're going to have an issue with that. You know, there's just batshit crazy people out there, dude, is what I've realized.
Yeah. Because I knew a married couple, and I'm not going to, it's somebody I, you know, not intimately, but very close. where the woman ended up jabbing him, I think in the arm with a kitchen sharp object. And, you know, one could look at that and think like, what the fuck? How does that happen? Well, he's a dick too. Right. So I don't know who was at fault there, because she was certainly driven to a point, but she's also a CUNT as well. So it was a matter of two toxic people coming at each other constantly.
Right.
And not really one fault over the other. One just happened to grab a sharp object and impale it into the other person.
Well, my first
Oh dear.
Yeah.
child's mom was pretty she had some shit going on in her head, you know what I mean? And we all got past trauma, so that, you know, doesn't help any mental situation, right? But you know, I was young, 19 years old, 18, fresh out the joint, dude. I didn't really know, you know, I was just ready to live, and I was raised, you don't hit women, you know, so I had never gotten physical with a woman, been in plenty of fights, okay, but never had any, I mean, my mom, right, shit from a kid, you know, is different, but like, never, you know, so when I had one that was wanting to get physical, I didn't know what to do. You know, it puts you in a corner where you're like, okay, I'm supposed to defend myself, but I'm not supposed to hit women. So I did a lot of running, because she got pregnant and I was kind of stuck in this situation, you know what I mean? So I would run. And then there came a point to where I didn't run anymore.
T-beats.
And, yeah. And
She said sleeper hold them.
yeah. She
No,
would've
dude,
if-
women
she
can
would've
be
if she
very
could've,
aggressive,
dude.
dude.
She
Women
would've
can
if
be
she
very
could've,
aggressive.
dog. Yeah.
It is
and,
true.
Like I remember ducking and like dodging 3 like swings at my head. Like she swung at me, and I remember ducking it and just reacted, and I punched her. And after, like as soon as I did, I was like, oh fuck, like what?
What just happened?
You know, like what the fuck? You know what I mean? And I
Well,
had to
put
get
it
away
in
from
perspective, because and see, and I was gonna get to this as you were
See,
talking, like as you were talking, and hear me out on this. So if we run from women that are abusive, and thank God I don't have that problem, but if men are to just not hit and to run from women, at some point it becomes a Lorena Bobbitt situation on the male's part, where years of running and being, you know, abused and doing nothing about it is going to explode at some point. So is it not better to find a way to deal with this situation as it's happening, or leave,
No.
than to allow it to explode after years of it? But yes, please go ahead.
Okay, dude. When I'm sorry, but I kind of had an issue with. I was listening to everything and agreeing with the guy until he said, "Punch the girl." I've been in horrible relationships before in my life, and I mean I've had. But you want to know what? I'm a man. I'm big enough where I could grab the girl and I could just hold her. You know what I mean? I didn't have to punch her. I didn't have whatever. I even had her to where she would scratch me, and then she would actually scratch herself to be like, oh, well, I'm going to show the cops that basically scratching is going. And I'm like going, I'm not going to fall for this. You know what I mean? And the cops would show up and they'd completely see the fact that there's me and there's her. She doesn't have anything on her, and I haven't done anything wrong. The fact that you would even punch a freaking woman, even if you're saying, dude, I'm a mama's boy, I would never punch a woman.
Well, and see that I think stems from old times, bro. You got to realize that we are all equals. And I have the right to my personal space just as much as she or they or
whoa.
he.
You're saying we're
hold on,
equals, right?
Can I?
Right, but
hold on a second.
I mean,
Okay,
when
so
someone
you're saying we're
runs
equals
against
Okay,
when
well,
we're not.
guys. Okay, hold on. I don't want everybody to get irritated at each other. Okay, we're gonna work through this. Try to listen to what somebody is saying. Let's not get too, upset. Hooligan, you were still talking. Go ahead and say your piece, and then we can respond to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I I stayed on I guess the righteous side of things for as long as I could. And if we're talk about, I mean, look at society of equal rights, you know what I mean? And I have just as, if you have rights, I have rights. And my personal bubble, nobody's allowed in it. I don't care what you have between your legs. And that day is when that rule came into place. Because before that, there was acceptance. There was a variance. A dude couldn't do it, but a chick could, right? And until I was getting hit and treated like that, did I realize that was not okay for me, for anybody to treat me like that. And I don't care who you are. So since that day, I've held that rule. Now, I don't walk around hitting women. I love women. I don't think, I mean, there's, all kinds of things you could say, but you keep to your space and I'll keep to mine. And everything will be just fine.
Okay. Now, Jim, if you want to respond, and then Catalyst, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll respond. I honestly think that if you're in a relationship like that, you should have just walked away. You should have left, because it's probably not a good relationship for you to be in, which is your choice. If you want to stay within that, and that's your toxic relationship, that's your choice. But I'm really not going to deal with that. But anybody that wants to put hands on somebody that they supposedly love within their household, I don't actually condone that, and I don't understand that. And if you think that's okay, good for you. That's all I got to say.
No, I agree.
Okay. In Catalyst, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was making note of when someone swings at you 3 times, that's committing, I mean, whatever your gender, when you actually are swinging at someone's face 3 times, that seems to me like a person has the right to defend themselves. And it looks like you did what you needed to do, and then it was done. You didn't, and this is my opinion. I don't know what the deal is, but yeah, it's always complicated when things ever get physical. I don't think I've ever been in a relationship-wise where there was any physical stuff going on, so I can't attest to that. But
Thank you, Crunchy.
I have heard that quite a few times, though, when you say, yeah, a lot of times it's the guy that's getting mistreated. And yes, it is treated like a joke when the guy's at a total disadvantage. What is he going to do? He's sitting there and he's taking it. And rather than being offered support or something like that, he's just kind of laughed at. Kind of wish it wasn't that way. Anyway, I'll land there.
Yeah, I mean, because if it's going to be that way, and to me, I think it's good to early on set the tone, like you're not going to physically assault me. And if that happens, and it's like there's not going to be any misunderstanding here, if you hit me, I'm going to hit back. And if this person knows it, then they may not hit you back later. Now, you could accept that and see if that fixes it. And if this person continues to hit you, then obviously you leave early. But if you allow it, then you're, kind of, it's just a toxic relationship at that point, and so you should just leave. But I feel like dealing with that early on, but a lot of guys are not going to be able to do that because society tells us to never hit a woman, even when we are under threat of physical attack. You know, and it's like, well, because they're so much smaller than you. It's like, well, not all women are smaller than me. There are women out there that can whoop my ass. I don't know if the woman that's across from me is going to be able to whoop my ass or not. She could, you know what I mean? Some lady with jujitsu skills could break my fucking arm or crack my, you know what I mean? You never know. You never know who's across from you.
It gets onto a personal level. When a woman knows you personally, there is no separation anymore. You guys are together. Does that make any sense? So it's like, well, you guys are together. You guys are a unit. It's easy to attack the other part of you, which is emotionally involved in you. Does that make any sense?
Expand on that for me a little bit, if you don't mind.
So what I'm saying is, dude, I'm like close to 200 pounds, but I mean, and I've dated women that are 90 pounds, dude. And believe it or not, if they decide to get pissed off at you, or you're in for a reckoning. They're going to, it's like they are bigger than they are. And I'll give it to them on that one. I will give it to them on that one, but it's like, holy shit, you don't realize that you're either dealing with their baggage or you're dealing with their other shit that doesn't have things to do with you, but you're dealing with the prior stuff. And you're getting everything at once.
Right. Which it's like, and I understand why a lot of women have a lot of sour attitudes towards men, certainly. But again, judge somebody by their actions, not by what other people that look like them have done. Because like if that was racism, we wouldn't accept it. You know what I mean? But for some reason, when it's a dude, like society has generally accepted this kind of like hate, and it's like if she's hitting him, what did he do? Is going to be what society is wondering. Well, what did he do to her to make her do that? But we know that women will engage in this. To me, if a man respects his body, he's not going to allow it. Not once, not ever. You don't let them. If they test you, in my opinion, you make sure that the person knows this isn't okay. And if they continue, it's time to get out, because there's no reason to stay with somebody who's going to hit you, whether you're man or woman. And you should get out early.
Bingo.
Well, and Jim, and you touched on it earlier, and I mean, it's known though. Like if you got to pick the right person, right? You know what I mean? And if you start seeing that shit, you need to get away. You need to walk.
Well, of course, that's what you do. I live by myself. I have my own home. I have whatever. I'm not worried about it. That's why I just walked away, or I do whatever. I got 2 dogs. Women come, women go. If they're a keeper, they're a keeper. And it's just at this current time in my life, there are just not very many that I can see that either want more than they can have, or they're just basically trying to fucking survive. It's a different of the two, you know? And I'm all for powerful women. I don't have a problem with that. Women in this industry, hey, they're as smart as men are. You know, I'm an electrician, and I'm going to tell you something. Women are good electricians too.
Hell yeah.
So I have no problem with that, you know? But, even with men, dude, we're just being so fucking basically, we don't talk to each other anymore.
Yep.
We all are so inclusive, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, now Serenity makes a decent comment here. As a woman, I believe if you raise your hand to a man, then you open a door. It goes both ways.
Yeah,
there's a saying that says if you put yourself in a man's position, get ready to defend yourself like a man.
Right.
Because really, if you're hitting a man, that's like a little guy, a little dude attacking some, 280 pound fucking 6'6" dude, all big muscles. This dude like punches him and then gets upset when he gets hit, even though like this massive individual knows this little guy isn't going to do anything. It's the same thing, right? Why is that any different? It's like, well, why did you hit him so hard? Well, to make sure he knew not to do that again, because this is, you know what I mean? Like, this is my body. You don't have a right to it. And
yeah, but for me, that happens on a daily level. When I go to my job, I deal with people that are bigger than you, and they try to tell you they do this or they do that, and you're like, I've done more shit than you've ever seen, and they're like, they think just because they're larger that they can actually, and you like looking at them like, and you don't care. I mean, I'm 56. I'm 53 now, so I really don't care. I mean, literally, I'm like, dude, you've never worked on a 500 kVA line. You've never worked on things that have scared the shit out of you. You've never worked on things where I've known people that have died. And you're going to tell me this, and you're going to talk to me like that? Nah, it don't work for me no more.
I love that we have 2 electricians on the panel, by the way.
Right.
Oh, who's my other fellow electrician?
Hooligan.
That's me, brother.
Oh, dude, you're the guy I was arguing with earlier. You're a fellow Sparky.
Yeah, bro.
That's funny.
Yeah, bro. I'm a commercial electrician, dog. 13 years in.
Yeah, I'm BAS.
I'm trying to get my master's actually. So.
Well, good for you. No, go get your master's, man. I don't care about getting my master's at my career. I'm kind of a master chief, dude. Is what I am. You know.
Yeah.
Dude,
What are you? Are you a lineman?
No, I've worked with linemen, dude. I've worked on the biggest shit you can see. I've taken transformers off the side of power plants. I've dropped.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, and now I'm doing building automation, which is low voltage. So it's like I'm funny because I show up on the job now, and the Sparkies are like, "Oh, look at you little bitch," and I'm like, "Oh, fuck
yeah, you got your table.
I put my time
table
in.
and chair. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now, no, I don't actually do that. Actually, it's pretty fucking rigorous. Actually, believe it or not, I've only been doing because I'm gonna be frank with you. I've only been doing this for a little over a year. That I've changed into this, so it's like I'm paying my dues still at 53. I got to pay my dues, but that's what you do.
Controls are different.
Well, how long does it take to get into the beginning stages of becoming an electrician? How long does that take? Is it like trade school,
brother? No. You could go into any town will have a local, either your union or a local like IEC, a local school, or really, you know what I did is I just went in and found an electrical company that was hiring. They hired me on as apprentice. When I got on as apprentice, they said, "Hey, dude, since you're doing this apprenticeship, we do this match for school." And they paid per grade. So like if you came out of there with an A, they paid 100% of school. If you came out with B, they paid, or whatever, at 90%, right? Then they paid like, or a B, they paid like 80 or 90% of the schooling, right? So there was a little incentive.
That's awesome.
To do incentive.
So you IBEW or are you IBEW?
No, sir. No,
okay.
Sir.
I don't have a problem with you not being IBEW. Was just asking because I don't do that BS of union non-union things. Right now I'm working on a shop where the electrical company is non-union and I'm IBEW.
Is IBEW is that a union? I guess.
Yes, union.
International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
Yeah,
we are basically And I'm not going to cut on him at all for being an electrician, but he knows we're dogs. We're dogs. We are fucking badass motherfuckers. We have to go through. You got to go through your 2-year school, then you got to go through their apprenticeship. Then we have work you can't get. They can't get. They know that we own basically that part.
Well,
we're pretty fucking cool.
Our pay, all of our pay across the U.S. is based on union journeyman's wages.
That's awesome, though. So they set the standard, basically.
He's a Sparky like me. He's a Sparky like me, so he's my brother. Do you understand how I feel? We speak the same language.
Hey,
and see, that's interesting.
My brother-in-law went through the union, did 20 years with the union, retired out, and now works with the local utility doing water pump controls and shit like that, dude. So like I got mad respect for the union, and I thought about going in.
Go in, dude. Go in, brother. Come on, man.
I thought about it, and when I went to talk to them, they were real slow, dude. They were real slow, dude, and I was like, you know what, I can't afford to do this changeover and then be sitting for a while. I saw my brother sit for a while.
Okay,
so
can I ask you a question though? So you're getting your master's, right? You said.
That's my goal. I would like to by the new year.
And then, do you want to start your own shop?
Well, so that's the fucking weird thing, bro. Is I already have my own. Like I started my own business, last year.
But then how can you legally do that if you're not a master? Because you got to have a master to actually do a shop.
Well, yeah.
Technically in the state, you should.
Okay, so I don't.
You have to or do you employ a master?
No, but I have. So that's where that's why I wanted to get my master, because here in town.
Because you're actually electrical work.
Because I'm
I'm telling you straight out, that's what you're doing then.
I can do.
You're legally doing electrical work then, my friend. If you don't have a
No.
master, you're not a legally
No.
contractor that's licensed. That's
No, if in a small project you don't have to pull permits for, or in a homeowner can pull a permit and I can work under that. I just did a full
Interesting.
I just did a full panel upgrade.
a full
just did a
panel
full-
upgrade, and you didn't pull a permit.
No, I did.
I actually
The
could use an
homeowner.
electrician.
I got you, dog.
I'm just saying you didn't pull a permit for putting in your electrical
Hold up, the homeowner
on a house.
the permit. Yeah.
So,
'cause
it's like a personal,
so
like,
you had
that's
the
cool.
homeowner do it as the homeowner did itself, and then you played the game. I got that. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Now
I know
now check
exactly
it out.
what he's talking
Now
about.
check it out. Now check it out.
Because a homeowner legally can
I
do the
found-
work on themselves. He did the
No.
work, but had the homeowner say they did the work.
No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah,
they pulled the
that's what you
permit.
did.
They pulled the
No,
permit,
you-
is what he's saying.
Here. Listen, Jim.
The homeowner pulled the permit.
Okay, this
Who
was
did
a
the
buddy
work?
of mine. I did the work.
This is a-
I was sitting there with the inspector the whole fucking time, bro.
Interesting.
I called in. I called
Not
in to
true.
shut
The
down.
Jews pulled the permit.
Ka-doom, ka-doom.
Okay. Azula, if you don't want to troll, if you want to come up and have a real conversation, please do. But that's not what this is about. Anyway, okay. So I think I understand. I'm not an electrician though, but I gotta say, as a dude, I like this conversation. I don't know why. I know
we're
nothing
dorks,
about
dude.
it. I know nothing about it, but it just sounds like I don't know, cool shit. So Hooligan, explain it again, real quick.
Okay, so in the state of Colorado, okay, I'm in Colorado Springs.
Will Jack.
A homeowner, this was my buddy. All right, and he came to me, and they were going to lose their insurance because they came to do like an inspection, and they had an old. And just this is a PSA. If everybody should look at their panel in their house. If it says a Federal Pacific, you need an upgrade. Those are fire starter house burners, dude.
I'm gonna
okay.
go look.
Yep, Federal Pacific. Okay, so anyway, the insurance came in, said that their panel was not acceptable, and they were going to cancel their insurance if they didn't do a panel upgrade. Well, a panel upgrade anymore, if you go to a company, you're talking about 10 grand. You know what I'm saying? Maybe more now. I heard some of these local fucking wire nut fly-by-night shops are doing closer to, more like 15 grand. Okay. Well, not everybody has $15,000, $10,000 just sitting around, right? So my buddy came to me. He's like, bro, can you do this? I said, yep. I said, but without me having my master's, you have to pull the permit. A homeowner can pull their own permit for a panel upgrade. You just have to have a licensed guy to do the work. Well, I'm licensed. So I did all the work. And I called in the shutdown. We had to have a new drop. We had it because the drop wasn't big enough. So
Okay.
we upgraded.
Okay,
They upgraded the drop.
You clarified. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get now. I get
mine
now
said
what
gold.
you're saying.
I don't know. Federal Pacific, is that like a brand?
Yeah.
Is it a? Yeah. It just said gold on the door. I don't know, like gold, like GOULD.
Okay, I haven't heard of that one, but that doesn't. I mean, I know Federal Pacific specifically.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't say that anywhere.
The breakers fry out inside of them, and they melt, and they lock open,
Interesting.
or
What, those
you know
are your
what I mean,
panels?
closed. I'm sorry.
That's your panels. Is Federal Pacific?
Those
No, not
are
mine.
the outlawed. And actually, I come to find they're not illegal, but they're the ones that they sell upgrade guts for. You know what I mean? You can get retro kits for them and shit.
I have no
It's a-
clue what you're talking about.
It's a terrible brand.
Yeah, I of course this house was built like a fucking tank, man. I mean that whoever built this house was fucking great. So I trust the electricity in it. Although I have a weird where an outlet went out and just out of nowhere, it didn't trip, it didn't do a breaker, it just stopped working on the wall.
It's
But-
probably your neutral.
but other outlets in that area all work, right? So I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
Put your-
generally, like
hand-
you said, generally it's a neutral break or it's just a bad outlet.
Yeah, it could be a bad outlet. You put your hand close to it and see if it's hot.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
physically.
no. Yeah, I already did that because I was freaking out a little bit. I'm like, well, that's weird. So I just don't use it, but I don't know what it would take. I did take a class at a like a Votech type school. They offered it for like $100. It would teach you how to do like home stuff, like wrapping the electrical outlets and stuff like that to do like home repairs. Pretty
Yeah,
Now,
neat.
dude. You could hit me up, dude. I'll walk you through it, bro. Like I just did. That's so funny. My parents called me. They're like, "Oh, we got this outlet, right next to Dad's chair that ain't working." And they're like, "It's really weird." And I was like, "Okay, well, show me the outlet. Like, what's plugged in?" Jesus, this motherfucker had like a power strip with every spot taken, and the other one had like a lamp in it, and you know what I mean. I was like, "Well, Jesus, you guys got to remember, you can't plug fucking 10 things into an outlet." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's gonna
it all
fuck
goes.
you.
It all goes down to the BC, the branch circuit.
Yeah.
So it's like,
and-
well, it's like I had an argument with a guy like a few years ago where he was like trying to tell me he's an electrician. He's like, oh, you have only 180 volts per fucking outlet, and I'm like going, you're looking at the code book incorrectly. It's 180 volts when you do a service calculation. Has nothing to do with the outlet itself. You could have on the branch circuit a whole room full of freaking outlets. It doesn't fucking matter. All that matters is the calculation, because that's what's meant to be in that space. And space is the definition of what you need to understand. You know what I mean?
Fucking TikTok and its jigsaw puzzles. Now I do have a question. Sometimes when I touch the chain on the ceiling fan, it'll like static
Zap it.
electricity zap,
not grounded.
and the light will then flicker.
Oh, yeah, the ground
That I
is
don't
bad,
know.
probably.
So like a ground in the
They
light
try-
itself, or
Yeah,
in,
they normally when you put a ceiling fan and lights up, they normally have a body ground that grounds from like the chassis, we call it a chassis, the box,
Correct.
to the like the external housing. You know what I mean? The fan cover. They try to run a ground to that for that, because you pick up static electricity as you walk, right?
right?
If you got carpets, right, you walk, and we all carry a little charge, so you reach up, and you ever notice it when you? Sorry, let me step inside.
Yeah. Well, there's no carpet, and it's like pretty regular, but also my
Oh,
monitor.
it's your-
If I touch
it's your
my
ground.
computer monitor, which is plugged in somewhere, the monitor will turn off and then come back on.
Oh, your monitor
Yeah. So
will turn off and when
yeah,
you
my
touch it?
computer monitor. Yes.
Damn, dog, sounds like you got a big grounding
Well,
issue.
Yeah. I don't.
Here's the deal. If I can explain this to you on layman's levels, like the easiest thing I can explain this to you is that, so you have your ground wire, right? In every part of your house, it's a green wire, right? Correct? Then you have a white wire. No, then you have a white wire, which is your neutral, right? And then you have your hot wire, which is either red, black, whatever. If you get into like three phase, you start getting into different colors, but generally it's your black wire. So your neutral and your freaking basically your ground wire, if you would believe this or not, this is the thing that actually I think people don't understand. It always goes back to your panel and is tied in together. So your neutral always carries the back length of the electricity. Do you understand? Don't ever fucking touch. Don't ever touch a neutral. Don't ever touch a neutral. But your ground wire is your protective wire.
Yeah.
And that will short you out like an instant to protect you, and it will blow it up, and which will blow up your circuit breaker, which is your branch circuit.
Which is expensive to fix.
Correct.
That's all I'm
not
worried
really,
about.
Actually, it really shouldn't be expensive to fix.
Oh, to swap out the little because you're talking about the thing that flips, right? It'll blow that
Within your panel, within your
Hopefully.
panel, yes, sir.
if
Yes,
it's
within your
working
panel,
as
sir. Yeah,
as it's
yeah,
supposed
yeah,
to,
yeah,
it will.
yeah. I mean, dude, you'd be surprised. I work at Mall of America. I go to wherever. I mean, I work in a lot of big businesses. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, yep. Good luck to you on that one. You know,
Yeah,
and then I look at what homeowners go through, and they just get ripped off.
That I do know.
Well,
Yeah,
and I
do
to
know.
be straight, when I started my company, it wasn't to come and like take over the town. We have a lot of electrical outfits, large and small, and I it's not that I don't want to be out here competing, but I just, I want to pick a few small jobs, get a few clients, and just kind of run with that. You know what I mean? And one of my things is to try not to gouge. You know what I mean? Because I only have I don't have this huge overhead. A lot of my clients, I tell them, hey, look, this is what the parts cost. This is our material. And then I'll figure out the hourly, like, it's going to take me 8 hours or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's going to cost you money. I agree with you. I mean, I think if you're being fair with them, that's then you're being really cool. Then you are actually building a business. Whether you're not IBEW, and I'm okay with it. If you're a non-union person, you're being honorable to your customers. That's great.
See how much they charge, dude.
Business.
And everybody I go to, they're like, man, nobody really has. I mean, I don't really deal with a lot of higher end clients, just yet. You know what I mean? But I also I'm not out here advertising. I'm a single father, so my time is very, it's a weird schedule. You know what I'm saying? So when I can go in, and that's how I get businesses, I can go in for, a couple $100 and sling you a couple new outlets, or.
Well, hey, dude, I'm telling you something.
I got a doctor client that he won't call anybody else. He tried to call somebody else, and they wanted to.
Will work for ganja. Just saying. That's all you have to say.
Oh, yeah.
You'll get all the good stuff.
Hey, moderator, can I give this guy a compliment, please? Can I please speak up for a second and give this guy a compliment?
Yeah.
As an IBEW electrician, I just wanted to say to you, hey, if you're doing the right thing and you're trying to help your community, I commend you. I really want to say that to you. Good for you. And there should be more people like you.
Yeah, because homeowners we're getting graped over the coals here. Like if we don't know how to do.
If you're trying to actually.
Yeah.
Well, first off, Jim, I appreciate that, sir. I do. I come from, poverty, right? And so to see how people do struggle, like I was going to tell you, one of the things about that panel upgrade that I did for my buddy that I did find out is he actually came to me. He didn't have thousands of dollars to pay me for that. And this is a buddy of mine. He said, look, I've got an engine. And I need an engine. I happen to need an engine for my race truck. He said he had a good running engine, a small block Chevy. And I said, I need a motor. Let's do it. If you look it up, you're talking $5,000 for that motor. Okay, that's a fair trade, dude. Like, you got the motor, I got the, but we worked it out. I said, you have to buy the parts. I will do the work. You buy the parts. And what's interesting is our rates are kind of based off of parts too, because it's my time.
There's a markup.
I have to spend, a little bit, right? So I come to my clients. I'm like, look, you want me to run this circuit? This is how much the wire costs. You're talking $350 for a roll of small wire, dude. And we want, that's what I have to have. And so my customers actually can see that I'm not
$350 for a fucking roll of wire.
Oh, fucking A, brother.
Yeah,
for how long?
Yeah,
250 foot.
Oh God!
Alumina is $250 fucking dollars for a fucking roll of fucking MC.
That's crazy.
250 feet.
It's fucking So when you look at what you
can I just take aluminum foil and just roll it up real tight and just cover it in plastic?
That. We could definitely try that.
Why do you think
in the garage?
Why do you think Sparkies are putting? We are boiling and we are making our own bricks of copper. We're
That's
idiots.
fucking funny. That you got a smelter in the back and you're out there rolling fucking wire.
They are doing that, dude. They are doing that. Bricks of fucking copper. When copper
That's
is like
crazy.
everywhere. But it's
Bro,
stupid.
it's because we recycle it and sell it to these other countries, and then they sell it back to us. And then when these tariffs went into place, dude, the prices went through the fucking roof for like pretty much all construction shit. But like I know electrically,
That's nuts.
my parts. And you know what is another fucking crazy thing, dude? I gotta say, as an electrician, dude, our tools, our fucking tools are so fucking expensive, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My tools were, I mean, thousands.
I probably got like
dollars.
$4,000 in tools.
Yes. Thousands
If not
dollars
more.
in
If not
fucking
more.
tools, dude. And we have to carry them into a job site, hope they don't get stolen, and then if they
Or
do,
lost.
if you or lo- you know,
I don't give
or-
a
or-
fuck anymore if anybody takes my tools. I'm like, you're a fucking loser, but good for you. I'm gonna fucking
But,
buy
you know,
another one at
but
my
it's-
shop. Buy one for me.
Well, yeah.
That's
union
funny.
Shit, yeah.
No.
But you know what I mean. So
I'm a dude. No, dude. You think you have seen a lot of shit? Hey, dude, I'm not really, like I said, talking down to you at all. And please understand this. I love what you're talking about, but
He's like, I'm not going to talk
bad
down
comments.
to you.
Yeah,
but
bad comments start with. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
right. It's like I'm not talking down to you,
All
but what
due
I'm about to
respect.
say is going to be
I know,
offensive as
but-
fuck. I
All
But
due
can you let me actually just say what I'm going to say for a second
Go
before you
ahead,
actually
Jim.
judge me?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, my friends. Dude, I did utility for 5 fucking years. And I'm talking like shit that basically is like straight off the power plant. You want to talk about big ass switches, big ass transformers, big ass fucking goddamn steel that we would have to land 60 feet in the air that weighed 20,000 pounds. We were fucking dogs, dude. We were
Crazy.
like, yeah, I don't know how I look back at myself and I'm like, how the fuck am I still alive? You know what I mean? And I'm like going, and that shit per like breaker is like at least $1 million. You know what I mean? Transformer is like this much, and we're sitting there
For the
dealing
actual
with this
like
shit.
substation is what you're talking about, like the plant
I'm
itself.
talking substation to power plant to I mean, dude, step up, step down. We're talking 100,000 pound transformers, dude.
That's
And
crazy.
you had to break them in separately.
That's
I mean, yeah, I'm talking 500 kVA. I ain't talking no bullshit. There's 345, there's 2 whatever, but you want to step up to the big dog shit, dude? I'm going to tell you something. When you're in the parameter, when you come into a substation, all you hear is popple, popple, crackle, crackle. And half the time you hear that when it's raining, it's because just the energy from the electricity and the fucking water vaporization. And it's like, you'll watch regular electricians walk on that fucking yard,
Well, I got you beat there,
and
though.
you can tell either they're going to last 1 or 2 days.
Every time I
If they
eat
last
Rice
2 days, they
Krispies,
stay.
every time I eat
Yeah,
Rice
the Rice
Krispies, it's
Krispies.
snapple, snapple, crack, crack, pop. Just
Bingo.
saying. I'm like an
Just
electrician
saying
already.
you're right. Just saying you're right. You're right. Snapple, snapple,
Just
pop,
saying.
pop.
It's like,
as
I'm
long as
sorry.
you're doing it safely.
I'm not trying to be a dick or like trying to pump myself up or anything. I'm just telling you guys, this is shit I've seen. It's cool as fuck. I love
That
it.
that is cool though. It's like I was starting an escort business. You can make jokes if you want, but actually, like
Well, now
escorting
I'm jealous. If you have an
oversized
escort
loads. You know, the escorts that you
God.
see for
Yeah.
oversized loads and
Yeah.
running those big ass fucking the windmill blades for the windmills, rolling that shit down. So I can only imagine the operation that is behind something as simple as taking that down a road. I can only imagine what that's like running, you know, those massive fucking transformers and stuff into a power station. That everybody's got to be, you know, rolling. But it, you know, when you break it down, isn't it kind of just the same thing? You've got your role, your job to do. I mean, isn't it kind of the same deal from an individualistic standpoint as opposed to the whole operation? You know, because you're not really working on all of it. So when you're
No,
you know what I
actually,
mean?
you are working on all of
Yeah.
it. When you're in a substation, actually, if you don't understand every part of it,
Yeah.
you're kind of like, well, you would have your people on the job that would show up and they only wanted to do so much, right? And then you would have your people that would want to learn everything.
I was that guy that could go, and I would actually go to jobs on substations. It would only be 2 electricians. We didn't even have linemen, because you want to know what? We were 2 electricians that were trained by linemen, and they actually fucking trusted us, and they actually showed us everything, and we could actually handle our stuff, handle things ourselves. And the thing is that we know that there's a difference between an electrician and lineman. But when
What's the
linemen give you the
difference?
the difference is linemen, dude, you don't want to fuck with a lineman, dude.
Linemen just pull.
I'm an electrician. I'm gonna tell you something.
I'm gonna talk.
Don't play with a lineman.
Big wire.
Say that again.
Don't.
Again.
You wait for a tree branch to take out your line, and you go pull a fucking wire in, dude. Hold up.
What you telling me you know about a lineman, brother?
That's funny. Thank you, Crunchy. Thank you, T Beans. That's funny.
It's all right. No, I'm just having fun, bro. I talk shit on resi guys too. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you have to.
Like to have fun. Yeah,
Now-
fuck yeah.
Now, let me get to Wheeljack. Welcome aboard. Did you want to jump in on this? I saw one of your comments earlier. I figured you might have something to say. Go ahead.
They were talking about the industry and how everything's gotten so expensive. I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, auto parts. I had a lady the other day, Mini Cooper. I was doing brakes. Her calipers had seized, and I was looking into getting some new ones for her. They were partially seized, so we just put it back together and told her, you drive it until I could find parts. $400 a side. $400 a side.
For
And
each
they have to-
caliper.
For each caliper, and they have to be special ordered in, and you're looking weeks out. And
Wow.
you can go. A lot of times you can go on Amazon and you can find it there. But now we're starting to see the trend where Amazon has figured out they're losing money, and so they're catching up to what the
Wow.
parts stores are charging. And so now, I used to be able to offer my customers really cheap parts through Amazon. And now they're starting to balance each other out, which means, they've stuck their hands in Amazon now, and now they're starting to for profit Amazon as well.
These motherfuckers, man. Yeah, because you said you were a mobile mechanic and you charge $60 an hour and you don't do markups on the parts.
Yeah, right on. Right. So I actually charge a job amount. I don't actually charge hourly. It's right around 60 an hour, but the dealerships out here charge $300. If you go to like Pep Boys, you're looking at $200. And I mean, the reason the prices are so high there is because they pay rent. I was actually talking to one of the Pep Boys owners. This about a year ago. They had an incident with my son-in-law, and I was calling to kind of figure out what had happened. And he basically told me that they are flagging so many hours to cover rent that they've got their customers backed up. And not only are they doing that, but you guys talk about like gouging. That's kind of gouging. That's taking all the work from the area just to give it to one guy who owns your building, while everybody else is working and putting money into the, like all that stuff is going on, and it's all to give to one guy.
So like
It's
the real
crazy.
estate cost is driving up, like making them say that they're doing extra hours on each job. Is that's what they're doing?
Think about it. If my overhead is my rent, my actual rent that where I live.
Sure.
I'm a mobile mechanic, so if I'm charging 60 an hour and my rent were to be cut in half, instead of just profiting that money, I could cut my prices in half, which would then bring me so much work. But in order for me to do that, I would have to get that one person to not be so greedy and to be willing to do it for the greater good. And I think at the end of the day, like I've worked all of my life in lots of different jobs, including an electrician actually. But at the end of the day, if I could work, because I enjoy working, I enjoy working with my hands, I enjoy the job I do. That's why I started the business I started. But if I could do it every day and I knew that my health care was covered, that there was going to be food in my belly, and that I had a place to rest my feet at night, I think I could be satisfied with that. And maybe a little extra spending money to go on a vacation every once in a while. Because that's what I used to have. And it's now where, in order to have that, especially as a business owner, like that doesn't exist. You're working 24/7. Even when you're off, you're working. You're receiving phone calls. And if you want to hire people, nowadays it feels like if you're going to hire someone, I mean, me personally, from a moral standpoint, knowing how I feel, I could not hire somebody unless I could pay them what I thought was a fair wage. And what I've thought about doing is finding other mechanics, which I've started to branch out in our area, and we just kind of share work. So if like one mechanic is down and can't find any work, he'll call around and he'll be like, hey, you got anything extra? I mean, I'm booked out till June 4th right now. And I got mechanics looking for work. I'll tell the customer, say, hey, this guy's looking for work right now. If you want to get this done, because you're looking all the way like next week, we could be getting you done today. So we're starting to branch out. We're starting to talk. And I think communication and communicating is the whole thing.
Yeah,
And
because
I heard
instead of competing, you guys could be, it could be mutual aid for everybody. Yeah.
And that's what I said, mutual aid, not what the gas stations have done, where they all talk to each other and they just keep the prices high. It's weird how you can drive all over town. It's a different price all over town. It's weird how the prices were low, and then the day the war started, the prices went high when the gas that was in the thing from before should not have been affected price-wise. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, now
it's the
real
fight
quick,
against the corporate America.
It's the man panel, but this is my wife, and I don't know. Did you accidentally request that, babe?
Yes, I did not. So
Okay.
Oh, we have to be nice.
Yeah, I didn't know if if you had like, you guys need to shut up.
Yeah.
No,
I know.
Anyway, I'll drop
She's
you down.
She's got 20 minutes.
punching in the face right now, is she?
I'll drop you down.
She's got
baby.
20 minutes before she can rip into us.
Yeah. But I love you, baby.
Can I have a question? Can I have a question for the mechanic?
Yes, sir.
Love you, baby.
So I'm just gonna I'm gonna ask you. It's very hard to find a good mechanic nowadays, and I went through that for I had a mechanic that was great for 30 years, and then he sold himself, and the guy that bought it was horrible. Then I had to go and change, and I'm in North Minneapolis. That's where I live. And I found this Chinese guy that actually has gone through every freaking thing. And this guy is like a master mechanic. And he is just the sweetest guy you'd ever meet. But he is fair with you. And it's it's very rare when you meet somebody that wants to be part of the community. And that's what mechanics are, is part of the community. We are electricians. We're kind of different, but you guys are the balls and nuts of everything. You know,
that's true.
You keep everything going.
That's true.
Yeah, and
they
all our
gouge
cars
too
are ticking
sometimes.
time bombs.
That's right.
Yeah,
It's inevitable. It's inevitable.
If you're the right one or the wrong one, does that make any sense? What I was trying to say. If you're the right one or the wrong one.
Some mechanics think because they can, or sorry, not mechanics. Some people think because they can change fucking brakes, they're a mechanic.
I'm a mechanic.
You know what I'm saying? They could change your fucking battery. They can change some simple shit that makes them a mechanic.
Yeah, but I wanted to hear from Wheeljack. Wheeljack is the man. Wheeljack is the one that actually knows, because he's the mechanic.
Yeah, Wheeljack.
So what exactly are you asking? I kind of understand.
I'm saying what I'm getting at is, why are some mechanics honorable and some mechanics are not? I don't get it. I've gone to different shops and I found my shop, which actually is the guy's got my back which it's a relationship. It's different. It's I walk in there and I feel like it's family. It's honorable. But then you'll walk into other ones and you're like, no, you're
Yeah.
just trying to take my money.
So it all depends. So I'm gonna put it from the perspective of, like, I was a police officer for a while too. I'm gonna put it from the perspective of this. If you want your police to be community oriented, then they need to be in debt to their community. So in order for them to be in debt to their community, you pay for their training, you pay for all of their education, and you keep them educated. That's what Kansas did where I was a police officer. And so I felt in debt to my community. I felt like they gave me all this training, they gave me all these things to help me do my job. Whereas out here in Colorado, they actually, post certification is for sale. You can go to college and get your peace officer certification. And what do we all consider college? We consider it an investment. So now this police officer doesn't think he's actually working for his community. He's working for himself, just trying to get his money back.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. I wonder if there's a, and of course we're getting away from like the topic of the show, really. Of course we've been away from the topic, but to that point, like, I wonder if there's a way to have communities, cities, have a program that says we need mechanics. We need, affordable mechanics. We will pay to train you. We will give you a building, and that you can go in there and do work on these, on these cars at an affordable rate. So it's like a community-based, like co-op or something like that. For that reason. Yeah, for that reason that you're talking about right there.
But we used to have that. We used to have civics classes. We used to have things that actually, we had schools used to teach the basic things. But then we're also putting out products now where we can't build on these cars anymore. They're all computerized. It's not like you can actually work on them like we used to work on them. It's just kind of boggles my mind.
Now you have to have permission because they found loopholes around, they made that right to repair laws that prevented companies from like making it so that you couldn't repair your cars or whatever. They found loopholes around that. So yeah, we definitely need to do something along those lines. That said, let me try and get us back to the purpose of the panel. Wheeljack, you're a guy. Is there something that you've wanted to get off your chest or something you wanted to talk about? Anything that bugged you? Societal complaints, what have you?
I heard you guys talking about something earlier, and you said something about women communicate. And, that's one thing when they're working together, they communicate, and they'll communicate with anybody. They don't just communicate within themselves. They are the communicating species. If we were to learn how to communicate and follow what they do, our male species would be just what they are. Because I can tell you this from experience as being a business owner, dealing with women and dealing with men. I'll send a text the day before I'm going to go work, and every woman will respond back, or at least give it a thumbs up or some kind of acknowledgement. The men, 50%. 50% will actually give me an acknowledgement or something. And then the day that I'm supposed to be driving out there, a lot of the men will ignore the text that I'm heading that way. And I'll end up calling them because I'm not wasting my gas. Again, resources, right? So if I go all the way out there and they're not there, I'm out the money unless they decide to use me again. And then I have a choice. Do I say, hey, last time you dumped on my door,
Right.
I think you need to pay me this fee for me using my resources, or do I just waive that and not worry about it that's at that point that's where I'm at, and it's like, so what do I do? But yeah, I mean, we need to learn to communicate. We have to learn to. We would be much better people. I've got this 21-year-old kid that is a customer of mine, and he has missed at least 4 appointments. He'll send me a text saying, "Hey, can you get me in today? I'll move stuff around." I mean, he's been a long time customer. I've done a lot of work for him. He's given me a lot of money. But at the same time, it's like, I got a business to run. I mean, I'm pushed out on work. I've got people that are dependent on me, and I'm moving stuff around to get you in because you're a great customer of mine, and you're turning out not to be that great customer I thought you were.
So, like, could you say you chalk it up to men aren't as dependable to like know what's going on? They don't communicate what's happening, issues, readiness, stuff like that. They just kind of nonchalant about it. Is that basically what you're saying?
I think a lot of it is acknowledgement. We don't acknowledge when other people are talking to us. Like especially in text. Texting is awful, but it's the easiest way to communicate, is the fastest way to communicate. You don't have to sit there and wait on the phone. Time is money. That's what we live in. We live in the capitalistic society, so time is money. So
interesting.
I send the text, and like I said, if I don't get the acknowledgement, then I got to take the time to make the phone call.
Right.
Well, you're not supposed to be driving while calling, and driving on the road, which really is a joke to me, because I was a police officer. We used to drive around talking on the radio. You know what I mean? When I was a race car driver when I was a kid, I had a radio in my helmet. Like I was doing 160 at Pikes Peak International Raceway while talking on the radio. So it was always a joke to me. But then I became a cop, and then I saw how awful people really did drive. It's like, no, you don't need to be on the phone while driving.
That's funny.
So
can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Yeah. Has anybody else noticed this pattern that women are more, responsive than men?
I think it just depends on the person.
I heard that.
Some people want to blame it on ADHD, on last minute response, last minute action. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if I'm waiting for, Wheeljack to come and fix my car, I would respond to him. But also, I guess if you text me and say, "Hey, I'm on my way," do I need to respond to that?
Right. Yeah, I guess it would matter. I guess it would matter if when Wheeljack gets there, dude's not there. But if dude was there and he just didn't respond, then was there a problem?
Right.
No.
So, I mean, but I think it depends on the person, though. I mean, like, I see kind of, what he's talking about. But I also, I mean, through the day, though, in average, I don't walk around with my phone in my hand. And sometimes I hear it, the notification, sometimes I don't. But, like, in specific, like, if I'm waiting for a mechanic to come fix my car, or, someone to work on the house.
I'm going to be on that phone like... Refresh. When are you coming, bro? Come on, bro.
Well, if we're set up for 8:00 fucking Monday morning,
right?
You know what I mean? I remember that you're supposed to be here 8:00. You know what I mean? And if you text me you're running late, cool. But like, I already expect you. So I don't know. I think that depends on the person. I forget a lot of shit too. So
yeah,
you may text me and be like, "Hey, I'm on my way," and I'm like, "What are you coming over for?"
I haven't really noticed that pattern, but I was talking to the wife yesterday, and I was like, I do think there's an issue where if a guy doesn't know something, he's less likely to admit it. I feel like. And if a woman doesn't know something, she's more likely to say, "I don't know," Whereas a dude's just going to sit there and be like, oh, I ain't going to say nothing. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but I'm not going to say anything because, is that like, have you guys noticed that too? Or is that just me?
No, that's you. That's actually the truth. I got my tires done on my truck like not too long ago, and the guy tried telling me at the same shop I had it done. He's like, "Oh, your spare tire is over 10 years old." I'm like, "Dude, I had it done during COVID. That's not 10 years ago." That's fine. I'll just pay for the whatever because it was actually cheaper anyways to get 4 new tires for whatever and keep the one. But I'm like, don't tell me that tire is less than 10 years old because you're trying to tell me it.
You mansplaining to you basically is that kind of how it felt like? Like,
I kind of felt like, yeah, you're trying to like. No, he was looking at me like I'm an idiot, and I'm like looking at him like, no effing way, dude. Because I was at your same shop when you told me that the tires I wanted that I have on my truck were in the middle of the ocean.
It's like, I notice your spare tires
5 years ago.
10 years old.
5 years ago. 5 years ago.
Yeah.
He's one of them. Just a good old boy. That's what that sounds like to me.
I gotta be a corporate boy. I gotta do what's good for the corporation.
That's funny.
Yeah, kiss my ass. Kiss my ass, you dipshit.
Well, damn it, Cypress Hill left. Cypress Hill, you can come back up if you want to. I don't know if anybody heard that, but...
oh, I thought you were actually talking Cypress Hill.
No. Uncensored Facts gets up here and I hear... I call him Cypress Hill.
That was me, brother.
Oh, was that you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Now you're Cypress Hill.
Come on, when can we party, my friend?
Now you're Cypress Hill.
Yeah, I'm Cypress Hill also. Who isn't 420?
You know, Lib, it's actually too bad it's this late in the show because I did have a topic I kind of wanted to bring up. Just about,
by all means.
It almost feeds into some of we've led up to a couple things, and I think part of it for me, Jim actually kind of brought it up about my master. You know, I said I'm trying to get it, and he's like, "Oh, you're gonna open your shop and shit." And you know what? No, I'm gonna do it for me, and I think that part of it is. I don't know if it's to feel like I've done something, you know what I mean? But like an accomplishment, you know what I mean? Just for myself. I don't think I'm going to use it. I actually am ready to step out of the electrical field because my body's hurting, dude. I got a bad some shit going on with my ankle, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if I'm digging it. I love the job, but just physically, I think I want to find something different. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I question where I'm going to get my master. It's like, you know what, just for accomplishment for me, so I can walk out of this and be like, you know what,
it's
I got my fucking master. It is, bro. It is, bro. It's because sometimes I don't feel good enough, like I've done enough, right? And I think by me doing that, it's self-proof, right?
Can I say something, man?
I'm good enough for some shit. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Dude, if you're good, you're good. If you don't have any, when I said to you, like I said, I consider myself a master chief, dude. I didn't get my masters. I don't need my masters. But yet, at the same point in time, man, you got to figure out what makes you happy. If you want to keep going down that road, keep going down that road. But you're obviously said in a way, you got to look at something different. So you got to figure that out. And I'm being straight and honest with you. I'm not a bullshit man. I'm just not that way. You know what I mean? I've been through too much where I have to go like streamline with shit. Does that make any sense?
Oh yeah. No, I'm thinking about looking into like project management or something. You know what I mean? Just changing it up. I've been a foreman. You know what I mean? Okay. And I've run crews. I've run big jobs, and I thought about just staying up at foreman, but you know what? It's a high stress fucking job. There's a lot of moving, a lot of hours involved, you know, and I'm a single parent. I don't have that time, and I'm honestly want to put my family first, you know what I'm saying? So but I need to find something else, you know,
Well,
like a 9 to 5.
let me
You know, I
offer a
need a 9 to
thought.
5.
Let me offer a thought.
But
Like a night.
So somebody in the comments said that the master will allow you to do less intensive activity, and maybe that's true. You could look into that. But
The what?
and I can't tell you what to do, but make
No,
sure that
he-
well, hold on, Jim. Make sure that the decision you make, you take into consideration, are you only doing it for pride? If that's what you're doing it for, you don't need to do it. Right? You don't want to make a decision. You're just doing this for the accolades to, you know, because it's almost like a status symbol. Don't do it for that
Yeah.
reason. Do it for that it'll move your life forward. If it's not going to and you don't intend to be in that space, make sure that the reasons for being a master are actual and not about your own pride as a man, because sometimes we do that. You know, we can do that. Our pride can get in our way and drive us in ways that maybe we don't want to. So just make sure that when you make that decision that you take that into consideration, that we do have that within us to, you know, have that make
Well-
our decision for us.
And for me as an electrician, dude, that's kind of top of the totem pole, if you will. You know what I mean? That's you know what I'm saying? That, like you called it, the accolade, right?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? So I do have the freedom to like pull my own permits and do my own work. And I got a buddy that's a master that he said a company called and wanted to pay him 6-figure right off the bat just so they could pull permits under his name. You know what I mean? Just so they, and so like it's not that there's not a perk or whatever to, you know, an advantage to having it, you know what I'm saying? But I think right now for me, it is a personal, you know what I mean? It is.
But think of it this way. If you become master, you can then do those jobs that other electricians are gouging the fuck out of people over. You could help your community with that, and you could do it legally. It would give you the ability to do these things, and I think you can have as a master somebody underneath you, right?
Oh yeah.
So
Correct.
you wouldn't even necessarily have to do the work. You could literally hire people underneath you and not charge out the ass. Depends on what you're trying to do.
Right.
So
Right.
that's
But
something
then
to,
again-
to take
but
into
then-
consideration.
But then again, let me be very, very clear with you guys, is that there is still a difference. And that's what you guys don't get, in a way. And I will commend him for getting his masters. I will commend him, and hopefully he gets his masters and does what it is. But I'll be honest with you, though, you don't got to be a master to be a master.
No.
You could be an asshole and be a master, and that's what I am.
Totally.
And when I said like, I'm a master chief, no, when I said I'm a master chief, dude, nobody's seen the shit I've done. I can guarantee you, you know what I mean? You can't play in my game. Very few people can. But yet, that's what the electrical field is about. It's not better or worse than who you are. It's realizing that we're all going on. I don't do what he does, and he is the best at what he does. Well, I can guarantee you I'm the best at what the fuck I do. It's just I don't know. I guess if people would have seen the things I've seen, you'd have no clue.
Well,
It's kind of scary.
So that sounds like a tough decision because how long will it take you once you go for a master's, Hooligan? How long will that take?
But a
dude,
master,
I really
a
just,
master's
I
a
just
bunch
really,
of bullshit.
I
dude.
really just need,
The
I really
test-
just need to refresh.
Should we
in
talk
the
about
book.
the master's test?
No, hold up a
From a
second.
journeyman test to a master's test, what's the difference?
For us here,
calculation.
nothing.
It's not much. It's house
Nothing.
calculations, dude.
Yeah,
It's really not. It's just calculations.
So they say that when you get your J-Dub, all right, which is your journeyman's
Yep.
license here in Colorado,
Yep.
It's a 100-question test, and I have heard that it's essentially the same test as they give for a master's license, but they have like a few different versions of it, right? So it may be a completely like different test, but it's all based on the code book. You know what? I passed it when I went the very first time. I'm the only person I know that fucking passed it on the very first try. But I walked in
No,
there, dude. I was
good for
look.
you.
I
Good
studied.
for
Look,
no.
thanks,
Hey,
bro. And
good,
that's not a brag,
that's
dog.
really
I'm
good.
just saying. So what I did, dude, I fucking studied.
That's
I fucking
rare.
put my
That's
nose.
rare.
I put my
You're
nose.
not,
I put my nose to the shit, dude, and I
dude.
fucking got
Dude,
down, bro. Right. So
dude.
then when I walked in, like I was nervous as fuck, thinking I wasn't gonna pass. And you know what? When you walk in, they hand you the answers. They hand
With
you
the
every
book.
fucking answer. With handing you the code book, yes, sir.
So you get it's an open book
hand
test.
you. So I was nervous the whole way. I was like, damn, dude,
What?
I don't know if I'm going to do this. And as soon as I walked in, they're like, you want a tabbed or untabbed fucking code book? I said, give me a tabbed code book.
Okay, you're about ready to piss me off now.
No, hold up.
Well,
Hold up. So I did it in my head.
You
in my head.
about ready to piss me off, dude.
I don't-
Right now,
I don't
you
care.
about ready.
When
you
I
about-
went to
well,
walk in,
I don't
He
really
said-
carry. You
I looked at
telling
it.
me
They
it's an
gave
open
me-
book test, right? You telling me it's
They
an open book
gave me
test as
the
a code
answers.
for whatever, dude. I have my medium voltage splicing fucking certification. I have so many certifications. I missed instrumentation by 4%. Do you know anything about that? No, you don't. I'm in the
Okay, I
electrical
got a
field.
9-inch. I got a 9-inch
what-
schlong, dude.
And you're
what?
talking about a J dub, dude. You're talking about a
Oh my
J
God.
dub.
I mean, I
You're
don't know
talking
what
about
we're
a
doing
J
here.
dub. I'm talking, dude. I am like
Jim,
way the fuck above you.
okay, Jim, why is this a pissing contest here?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
he's saying it's
This
easy.
is-
It's not easy.
I didn't.
That's not what he
those
said.
words
I didn't
those words
hear
didn't
him
come out
say
of my
that.
mouth.
Yeah, I didn't. That's not how I took what he said at all.
I said they handed me, they hand you, they hand anybody that goes in to do that test, they hand you the answers. They give
No,
you a
they
code
don't.
book.
The code book.
The fuck they don't. The code book.
So your state is dumb, is what you're saying to me.
oh
Because
my God.
my state doesn't. Dude, when I went in, it
Do they
was
give you a code
literally
book?
like. Well, of course they gave me a code book.
Okay, they gave
You
you the
have your
answers,
code
bro.
book.
So
Yeah,
then,
but you have to do your calculations
but-
too.
Hold
But
on.
that's the code
Did they
book.
give
That's what you go
everything's
on
in the
the
code
job.
book? Everything's in the
No.
code book, dude.
No, dude, no.
Okay.
Then you're a dipshit. You are.
okay,
You are an
whoa,
electrician. I do not
Jim,
respect.
Jim,
Okay.
okay.
Absolutely do not
Jim,
respect.
Jim, if you're going to disrespect the panelists, I don't want that here. That's not what this space is for, okay? If you're up in your feelings about something as simple as what he said, I can't help you with that. So if you need a moment to like relax or something, then that's
What I'm
fine.
get- no, no,
you
what
can
I'm
take
getting
that
at is
moment,
I make-
but don't disrespect the panelists
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, you're trying to compare,
yeah.
dude, your
There's-
job
look,
and your
it-
experience.
Compare my job
versus
to your job.
That's what
Your
you're
job
doing,
to my
bro.
job. Are you
That's
kidding me
what.
right now?
That's what you're doing.
Are you
dude.
kidding
Yeah,
me right
I wasn't
now?
doing that.
Okay.
Was I doing that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hooligan, real quick. Jim, please. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why that upset you, but you know, I don't know. Reflect for a minute.
Because he's
Let me-
he's disrespecting the electrical field because he doesn't know anything. He thinks he's an
Okay.
electrician and he's not an electrician.
Okay. Well,
he's
I know.
a fucking goddamn hack.
Okay. So I know for a
He's a
fact that he
hack.
is. I know for a fact that he
take
is.
that, bro.
Yeah, I know for a fact that he is. Again, if you disrespect Hooligan one more time, I'm just going to drop you, or you can leave if you don't like that. This is not a
Then I'll
place.
fucking get the fuck out of here because he's a
Okay.
hack and you're gonna allow that.
Yeah,
okay,
bounce,
Jim.
dude.
Okay, Jim, you're gone. Look, you're welcome back, but we're not gonna. That's not what this space is for. I don't think you get it. We're not here to. And you really are showcasing what some would consider toxic masculinity. That right there is the shit that makes us look like dipshits. Okay, what you just did showcases the reason why we as men are having such a hard time in society, because some of us act like that, and it's not okay. Stop. Go take a fucking breather. Go relax. Go, take a hit from a fucking bong or something. I don't care. Do you can, you're welcome to come back later, but not with that fucked up attitude. Hooligan, after you say something, I'm going to get to Grunkle. Go ahead, Hooligan.
Well, first off, I don't think. I mean, like we were talking a little shit earlier, just a little ha ha. But to be clear, I was not trying to bag anybody. I didn't
Yeah,
think I went that way. So,
I didn't take it that
I'm gonna
way.
throw. All right, cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't
I
take
think
it that way. And real quick, let me address Syrian Lulu said all male panel, that's what happens. Actually, that's the first time that I've ever had to boot a panelist off for that. And I've been doing this for what, 2 months now or so, Hooligan?
we don't really. I mean, most
We
of
don't
it,
deal with that. Yeah, we don't usually argue. We usually don't have any of those problems. So, Jim is an outlier, but that's okay. Hopefully Jim will reflect. I don't know that he will, but that's the goal. Anyway,
no,
let
he
me,
took that personal.
yeah, I'm sure that he did. I didn't want to be shitty, but he was, he's being very disrespectful to you. And I just don't like that. Grunkle, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Am I going to have to drop you for knowing and coming on my show?
For what?
For knowing me and coming onto my show?
You might, man. You might have
That's
a few more
crazy.
trying to go after you or something.
That's
but I
crazy.
just want to say something to Hooligan real quick. Hooligan, it's not your fault. But when you mentioned you had a 9-inch long, I felt triggered and called out. So just want to throw that out there. So a little bit. But I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
I'm sorry, brother. I was not out to break any hearts. Hey, when
That's
he started,
fucking
he
funny.
started jumping like that, dude. I was like, that's just how I felt. Like I was like, okay, and
it sounds like
what are
he's
we-
got an issue. It sounds to me like Jim. I mean, God bless him. He's got an issue that he might need to go seek therapy about, and talk about it and then let it go, But
and he may be dealing with his own shit too.
yeah, right. But I just wanted to say, bouncing off Jim and what just happened, man. One of the biggest problems I've noticed, and with men, it's like. And I thought, and I get a lot of time to think on the road, while I'm driving down the road. It's like, what is like men's quote unquote biggest problem? And I think, from my perspective, is like, you think about it. Why are so many men in jail? Why are so many men in prison? And I think it's because, we have a hard time regulating our emotions, I mean, when you act out of anger and you get all up in your feels and you make these snap decisions, and we saw kind of a microcosm of what just happened, fella gets all up in his feels, starts spouting off, I mean, you guys sounded like right before that you were having pretty good productive conversation about the electrical field, and much love and respect to my electricians, man. You guys are out there busting your ass, doing a great job. And
dangerous job.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, electricity ain't no joke, man. It ain't the lineman, the more you get paid, the more dangerous it is in that field, as far as I understand. If you're a lineman, if you're just like a regular working with house electricity, okay, you're probably getting paid pretty good. But if you're a lineman up there messing with the big, the big volts, it's like, oh shit, that dude's making a lot of money, because, it's the nature of the beast. So, man, and there's actually a song, and I'll wrap it up by saying this. It's this artist called Akira the Don, and what he does is he takes like these motivational speeches and things like that people have given, and he sets them to music, and he's got this one song called We Have to Control Our Emotions, and that's been, speaking personally, that's been my biggest problem throughout my life, just regulating and controlling my emotions, because, I get all up in my feels. My wife almost left me because I was such a fucking asshole, so, that's just a little personal aside, but it was all because I was letting chemicals, get in my head. Praise the Lord, I'm delivered from that addiction now, but it was screwing with my emotions. and it was affecting everybody and everything around me. But now that I'm free of that, I can better regulate my emotions. And it's like a lot of things that I used to think were a big deal. It's like water off a duck's back now. You know, I don't take things so
Yeah.
personally now. It's life is great. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
that, Grunkle. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well said, man. And
Absolutely.
really, and you know, with age, we do get better if we self-reflect. You know what I mean?
You almost took the words out of my mouth. As I think that the time, the experience, and not everybody has it, right? But most of us, dude, with time and experience, you learn a lot of fucking shit, and you don't really see it until you're after you're 30. You know what I mean? 35 to 40, you start going, okay, dude, like my anger, it's okay to cry or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can let your past go some. I think that experience, that age brings and experience brings a lot to how, like, where I'm at today, and just, how we have a man panel, we have a spot that we can all come in and be like, yeah, I fucked up. I don't respond right. I drink too much, or, this or that or the other, and I think that's where we need to be. We just late in the game doing it. You know what I mean? We're too
But now it's
proud. We
our
don't
role,
see it.
especially as parents, to teach our sons better. Because we were raised in this shit where, it's like, just shut up and take it. If a woman's hitting you, just take it. You know what I mean? Just take it. Like we really, as a child, like, we grew up undervalued and having less value than others, and we can teach them better. And we certainly don't want the Andrew Tates of the world being the ones that are shaping the minds of our youth. I mean, let's be honest about that. So we do need to take what we learn in our 30s and 40s and apply that to our children. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I definitely wish I would have learned it younger, and been able to express myself. Fuck, I probably would have saved myself a whole mess, a bunch of shit.
Absolutely.
But it does come from, I think, from positive. For me, it was positive male role models, right? Not that my father wasn't one, but he had moved out of state by the time I was, a young adult, and I winging it, right? Trying to find a positive male role model, and so it's kind of like I said earlier, that's something I try to focus on. All my nieces or all my nephews, you know what I mean? All the young ones, this next gen, they'll see Uncle cry. They'll see Uncle try to talk to him on a real level, because I didn't really get that a whole lot, right? And I think that's key, to be able to know it's okay to, cry to another man and tell me that you're upset that your girlfriend broke up with you. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever.
Right.
Versus, man up, get back to work and
take a couple shots
you'll find another one
and work through it.
Fish in the sea. There's plenty of fish in the sea, right? It's kind of the same.
There's only one fish in the sea that's for me, and she's in the comment section right now.
Yeah, I see that. Yes, sir.
Much love. But no,
so
well, in being able to, and I don't, how do you teach a hormonal, like, 18-year-old, once they become 18, how do you get them to stop themselves and regulate that? Because when I was that age, it almost felt like we weren't even in control fully of our faculties yet. Like, I mean, what drove me was, the need to get some. And I don't know if that's biological. I don't know what that is. I don't know if the experience is the same among men, but, like, it's a uphill battle. And I hate the fact that sometimes men takes to the mid 30s, early 40s before they really start to fucking get it. And how do you train that into young men? That's I guess we'll see with my son,
Can I chime in on that?
Please.
Name a movie where Smex is not mentioned, or that feeling or that emotion is not felt.
Man, all the time I'm fast forwarding through that shit. Like,
that's what I'm saying. We can't get away.
Shit.
We can't get away from it, so we wonder why we think about it all the time. It's everywhere.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was. I mean, you know, I did not like being 18. Looking back now in my 30s, of course, you know, the best thing since sliced bread when I was 18. Of course, that was back when I could fucking, you know, swim across a lake without dying halfway across. You know, back when you actually have stamina and can do all, you know what I mean? But I don't know. Because of course, the trauma that I had as a child, there was nobody that helped me deal with that. Nobody. Not one person.
Right.
And that is a fucking problem. We have to be better adults to other children too. You know what I mean? Not just our own, but to people that we see. Gone are the communities that help raise children. And now it's kind of turned into like, well, don't say anything to my kid. And I find myself doing this too, you know, like somebody else, you know, criticizing or chastising my child. Of course, I've gotten to where if it makes sense, then sure. But if it doesn't, then I'll, you know, get pissed off. But I don't know. I don't know, but we got to do a lot better, because Jim is really a showcase in kind of how we, and I feel like to Grunkle's point, I feel like he would have just gotten himself even more and more worked up as he went along. You know what I mean?
Okay,
like,
so
and it would have.
I'm going to speak on that real quick from that specific standpoint. That one specifically is like a hierarchy in our field. Okay, every trade, you know, like there's, I mean, not every trade, but there's a lot of trades that, you know, like there's a difference between a lineman and a residential electrician. You know what I mean? And we show it. You know, you see all these puns and all these things on any one of your apps, dude, about, well, maybe you don't. I see them. Like, you know, the joke is electricians don't know what brooms are. Right?
Brooms?
Yeah.
I've never seen that. So what does that mean? Because they don't clean up after themselves because they're like...
Yeah, because...
I don't have to fucking do that.
Yeah. That's you got somebody that can clean
That's
up.
what that $7 an hour janitor's for, motherfucker.
You know, well, a lot of the job sites, they got cleanup crews that clean up. Now, that's not everybody. I clean up after myself and shit. Like, you know, not all electricians like that, right? I know what a fucking broom is. You know, I've used one plenty, right? But it's just kind of a running joke because electricians can be pretty fucking picky, you know, pretty spoiled, right? But within the trade, you know, alignment. So that's all that was from him. That's why I said that, not that 9, you know what I mean? Now,
right, it's a pissing contest
you know,
that he was having with himself because nobody else was engaging in it.
And if he wanted to bet, dude, okay, but the thing is that's what it is. You know, he's like, oh, I'm a lineman. I build this big old shit. You know, this shit he's talking about, I've set 500 kVA transformers, dude. It didn't come in pieces. It was a fucking 6x6 or 8x8 fucking transformer. All right, I've set, you know what I mean? Like, but it's that mentality of the job, right? He walks around his job. He's a master, whatever he said, right? Without a license. So he's just a journeyman that's experienced in X amount of things, dude. And it's just the attitude that carries over, which is part of it's that, that patriarchy. Somebody said in the comments earlier, it's kind of like that patriarchy. You know what I mean? I'm a bigger man because I know more or I do bigger things. You know what I mean? And
right.
And it's to make up for something. Right? Why look, I'm a good fucking electrician, but I wasn't in here. Like, I only wanted to tell him that I passed on the first time because that's a self, like, I did good. Right? So to say that once in a while. Like I don't walk around bragging about it, but when we're on the subject, I will bring it up, right?
Well, that's
You know what I mean?
that's an accomplishment, I mean, even
Well,
what do they call it? They call it the win. You got to win. I mean, why not celebrate it a little bit?
Right.
right.
And
Right,
I'm
but
proud
did
of
you
it.
see how?
for,
But
for
did you see how fast he wanted to take it down? Like I
right.
wanted to get my
Yeah, yeah.
master's and
Minimize
just and I
minimize your
said for me.
accomplishment.
I
Right.
told him it was for me, dude. It's just for me. It's not to go out here and now. If someone offers me a 6-figure fucking position, I can't, I can't necessarily turn that down, dude. And that would be a
Right.
great fucking. That would be awesome. But I'm doing it for me,
For
So,
me,
and he did. And he didn't really like that. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
Well, don't shit on me because you have think something else. And I think that goes back to why men stay quiet. You work,
Right.
you work in silence, bro, because somebody's gonna want to shit in your fucking Wheaties, right? Someone's gonna want to try to knock you down. Look, that motherfucker don't got a master license. You ain't a master shit. And in my
Well,
eyes,
Right.
just real quick,
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead.
I'm driving along. I'm a new hire at my company, relatively new. Been here at this current company, less than a year. I mean, I've been driving a truck for a long time, and I'm just driving along. And my goal, I've got. I'm sorry about it. I'm in the yard, so I apologize for the background noise. Anyway, and I'm driving along, and I'm like, I just want to be the best. That's my goal. I want to be the best. Now, whatever form or shape that takes in, great. So I'm driving along, right? And I check in at the yard at HQ, and the safety guy, he's like, "Oh, you'll be glad to know that you're in the running for new hire of the quarter." And it's one of those times where somebody says that, and I'm like, "Oh, well, it's just nice to be nominated," because I'm thinking, man, all these drivers around here, somebody else is going to get that. Well, I wound up getting new hire of the quarter. I
good
got a
on
little
you,
bonus, got a recognition,
That's awesome.
and that's it's like, hey, I accomplished that, and it feels good. And so I know what you mean, man. When somebody comes in and they say, "Well, I got this, that, and that," it's like, fuck you, dude.
Right.
You can't just sit there and say, "Hey, that's great. Congratulations." You got to minimize my accomplishment. It's fucked up,
I
Well,
agree.
and what's funny is he actually did. Sorry, Sensei, if you wanted to say something, bro.
Yeah, Sensei hadn't been around in a while. Good to see you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. I don't know exactly what transpired. I was just listening for the past few minutes to what you guys are saying. I mean, this all stems from low self-esteem, right? If I need to shit on you in order to make myself more important, that's low self-esteem, right?
Yep.
But I remind people, as far as the C-19 just happened. We just lived through it, or some of us just lived through it, and it should have taught everybody who are the essential workers, who is required in our society to survive. All right, it's the average worker, whether it's the janitor, whether it's the farm worker, whether it's the electrician. We're all in the same boat. When you shit on each other, it does nothing for us.
Yep.
Right.
No, you're absolutely right. And in that case, like and I kind of try to tie this back into the man panel, like the space, because men do that, but they become, I don't know, hyper competitive in their own minds, as if they're like competing with somebody else, or to what Sensei is talking about, like the guy feels inferior in some way, and so how that gets expressed is bringing somebody else down, kind of like what Republicans are doing to Democrats. Like they can't compete with the Democratic states and how successful they are, so instead of getting better, they just drag them down to the level of the red states. So it's kind of a weird deal, but it makes men look bad, and then all of us get shit on because of assholes like that. Sucks.
Mhm. One thing I will say about my current company is, they are so good because one of their core values here is family, and like I'll say something like, and this is really how I think about myself. I'm just a driver. I'm just doing my part. I'm getting the load from. I'll say it like this. I don't get paid to have accidents. That's what I'll say. I get paid to get this load from point A to point B, and accidents, that's not on the schedule. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do everything we can to avoid that. So, and I tell them, I'm like, well, I'm just a driver. I said, I'm not, and I'll say, I'm nothing without the team back here at HQ, giving me my loads, safety checking in, my dispatcher checking in, making sure everything's cool. And they're quick to say, oh no, you're very important. You are the last line, we're nothing without you. So
That's
it's
true.
really it's really kind of cool that they really, prop people up and like, hey, you're really more than that. Even though I'm just trying to be humble and say, well, I'm just doing my part. So it's kind of a cool atmosphere here.
That's awesome. And let me say, as a truck driver, your dispatcher being able to do his or her job well makes all the fucking difference to your job. Absolutely. I mean, I've had shitty dispatchers and I've had great dispatchers, and it makes a big, big difference. It really does. It's a fucking team effort.
Right.
But to that point, like if you own a trucking company, the truckers are your company, They're the ones doing the job that you were created to do. Sadly, AI may, AI and self-driving vehicles may replace some of us, but yeah, crazy.
Wave of the future. Wave of the future. But, that's for another day, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, bouncing off what Hooligan was saying a little bit earlier, I grew up, single mom, and I went through a lot of trauma as a kid, and whether it was society or however it got into my brain, it's like, just work harder. Are you feeling some type of way? Just work harder. And next thing I know, I'm freaking having a damn mental breakdown because nobody ever said it's okay to take a break and focus on yourself. Nobody ever, somehow that message never got through to this tiny mind of mine, But the wild thing was when I did have a mental breakdown, I was forced to take a break and focus on myself because I had no other choice, So
Well, that wasn't promoted though. That was never promoted or never given, not even an option.
Right.
You aren't allowed to complain, motherfucker. Get back to work.
I'm not gonna say
No
society
complaints.
was like more open to women versus men, but definitely it wasn't there for they. We didn't feel pain. We shed no tears, and
Right.
we get up tomorrow and carry the fuck on, right?
It
And it
definitely
sucks.
So
It
a lot of
definitely
us,
would have
like,
been better if somebody would have said, of course, even if my father was around, he was nothing to brag about. Then that's putting it mildly. But even if he was around, I still don't think I would have got the message that, hey, it's okay to take a break and focus on yourself. But that would have been better. That would have been better if I would have had a male mentor to say, hey, because for years when I was younger, I never took a vacation, ever. I take them now, damn it, because it's important, It's important to get away and decompress from the world, and freaking eat a big-ass damn steak that you're not going to finish and you're going to overpay for, You're going to pay $90 for a $20 steak, but that's okay because you're at the freaking beach and it's nice, That shit's okay. It's okay to treat yourself every once in a while and get away and
That's true.
decompress. I never
Absolutely.
heard that message when I was a kid. I only heard that when I was older and got a little bit more maturity on me.
And I want to point something out here that to anybody that doesn't know, Grunkle is a conservative. I mean, I even might say far right. Would you say, Grunkle? And I only point that out because this, what Grunkle is talking about, this doesn't know boundaries for political boundaries. This is, this is something that we all feel, and we don't talk about it a lot. We just, collectively, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Libertarians, we just really don't talk about it.
One of the
Grunkle.
Sorry.
I was just going to say one of the things
Go
that
ahead.
cut across all, and I know I'm filibustering, but I really need to get this out.
No, you're
I was
good.
on a live where it was, the host had a son who had OD'd, right? I had a brother, and the host was far left liberal. I'm here rock hard conservative. We had people coming up on the panel, Christians, atheists, Buddhists, freaking rich, poor. Like, there were so many people from so many different walks of life that issue affected. And it's like, there are some things, and probably a lot more than we think, that cut across these political and whatever divides that we've created for ourselves. It's a shared humanity,
Absolutely. And that's why I made that point. Because I think it's important for people to realize that, especially people on the right, they deal with the same shit that we do, even though we are being forcibly divided in that way. That's kind of my point. Now, Sensei, you hadn't said much, so let me get to Sensei, although Hooligan, you can go after. Go ahead, Sensei.
Yeah, there's a pretty infamous phrase, "Man up."
Mm-hmm.
Fuck your mental health. Fuck your body. Right? I despise. It's generally conservative Republican talking point, or no, the ideology, rugged individualism. We're human beings, are we not? What is so wrong with helping or seeing your fellow human being, a truck driver like yourself, as a human being? Should I need to shit on you? No, you're part of our society, right? And what's wrong with helping your fellow human being, whether it is mentally or physically? Because guess what? We toil and we break down our minds and bodies throughout your ages, your youth, until you get old, and then you discard it. This is what our system does to us as human beings.
Yep.
So I'm going to tell you right now, I'm anti-capitalist because I advocate for human beings, not the 1%, but human beings.
Yeah, accomplishments should absolutely be celebrated, but when like the baseline for aspiration that we culturally teach, our kids, it's like, get everything that you can, and that's success. When success to me is like feeling good about yourself and not, worrying about food or your shelter or whatever, doing jobs, because we all have a role to play. Somebody might clean stuff. Another person might drive goods from one place to the other. Another person might farm. They are all roles in society, and they're all necessary. And so they shouldn't be like compared. You know what I mean? Because they all have to be done, like the garbage man. That shit's got to get done. You don't notice it when the garbage man is doing his job, but you fucking notice it when he doesn't, because it's all, it's all important. And, that together, I don't know. That's why I don't really care for the capitalist culture. I don't know that I'd want to get rid of it entirely, but the culture of individualism, of like getting everything that you can and take, like, you know what I mean? Like hoarding shit. I don't know. I don't really like that. And I do want to say the man panel is over. I mean, we can still talk about men's issues if we'd like, but women are now allowed to join if you want to. Anybody that's in the comments that's been wanting to join, you're welcome to. Now, Hooligan, did you want to jump in?
It was part of a response from earlier, before the started to start talking about the capitalist part of things. And I just want to say that I saw a clip that it said something about how, oh shit, I forget exactly how it went, but it was basically like we can't be mad at our dad for not teaching us emotions and teaching us certain things if they weren't taught,
Yeah.
And when we look at like my dad, my grandfather was World War II, man. He was the old school, man. They didn't talk about their fucking feelings. He said when his dad came back from the war, the WAR, that he was quiet, very reserved, didn't really talk a whole lot,
Right.
was very, pretty strict. So, as I sit here and talk about, I didn't learn and I was looking, for this and didn't know how to do my emotions and shit. Well, yeah, that's, part of my parents' fault, right? I'll say partially, right? But if they didn't know
Right.
how, then so here, and it goes and kind of even steps back further. Here I am, fucking 40 years old, thinking my, this and that about, my parents and how I was raised. And now I'm thinking, I see shit like that and I'm like, fuck, I've kind of been holding blame, if you will, you know what I mean, for someone who didn't know how to do it themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
holding on to
so,
those grudges. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
and I've totally, and for years now, I've backed off of that because I was a wild one. I'm not sure what I would have done with myself. I might have smacked myself around too. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have answers for that, but like, it just made me who I am, and this is who I have to deal with. But then when I see stuff, it reminds me that some of that blame that like you said, that blame that I've held and that we hold on to, maybe dad not around at all, is they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, right? Some
Right.
of them weren't taught to be good parents, right?
That's
or
right.
to be close or emotional parents.
There's
So,
no manual for this shit. I mean,
right.
and with the internet and communication the way that it is allowed us to figure it out. I think is really kind of how we've gotten to this
Right.
point.
Right.
We're figuring it out. They didn't really have all those tools,
Right.
and so that like I don't know. So thank God, 2-3 generations from now, we should be in a much better spot. We should be. Well, we'll see. But yeah, I think it's gives me hope for the future. I just don't want to go backwards and start like regressing either, which in my opinion we're doing. But now we have T-Beans. Welcome in. I don't know what happened to Rebecca, but T-Beans, welcome in. Did you want to
Hi.
bitch at
So
us for being men?
No. So I can't stay. Yeah, you guys suck. No. Anyway,
Oh,
I don't have
Already?
really.
I know I do.
have really long. I just wanted to say, I urge people to really look and consider at the propaganda that gets put out there for political views, because like my husband is a truck driver and he is a conservative and I am what I guess you would call a liberal, even though I don't really say that about myself. But and we have a lot more that we get along with than we disagree with. And the things that we disagree about are the things that are pushed into your face that we should be disagreeing about. So I really urge people to branch out and get to know the as people call them, libtards, because you're more alike than you are different, and you agree on a lot more than you think you do. And I think a lot of the up and coming political candidates will prove to you that not everybody thinks in a one-track lane. So, and also I really
That's right.
appreciate you guys coming up here and talking about man things, because like I said before, it really has helped in my marriage, listening to you guys and hearing your perspective on things. So I do appreciate you guys coming up and being so open and honest about it.
You're
I
welcome.
love that, and thank you for saying that. Like it really, I was actually just talking to my wife this morning about that comment that you made. Was it Friday or Thursday? One of those days, and I
Mhm.
really did appreciate it, and I'm glad that that helps.
Yeah, but I gotta hop down because I gotta go do my wifely duties of making food. Have a good
Uh-oh.
day. I appreciate you guys.
We'll see you, T Beans. Thanks for
Well,
coming
have a
up.
great day. Thanks for your comments.
Yeah, that's awesome. And because I get a lot of people that they'll look at the man panel and immediately make a assumption about it, and it's like, why are we accepting bashing of men when we don't and shouldn't accept bashing of women? You know what I mean?
Well, and I think you have made that clear. Like we as a panel, anybody bring it up, we for the most part we don't get like that. That's not what we're here for. And most of us can recognize and understand what, I mean, when you come in and you start listening, you don't allow people to bag on women or other races or, religions, you know what I mean? It's about your feelings because we don't have a lot of spots,
Yeah.
some of us, some do and some don't. Right. And maybe you got a spot, but you can't say everything. You know what I mean? And you know what? To be
Right.
straight, I like this panel because we allow men, and most of us are open and honest enough that I can ask an opinion, or we can actually get uh, a variety of opinions on any said situation or circumstance, right? Some people have been married for a long time, some never married.
That's right.
Some been in trouble with the law, some haven't, right? Like, you know what I mean? Some have been with crazy significant others, some have, right? So we get a good variation. I have a tendency to have a dip a toe in every situation, I think that's why I enjoyed this panel, but I, I was going to say when I first started talking is just this morning I was flipping through the old Tickety Talk and I saw a panel against men. It was like a women's panel, and I went to jump in and try to listen, but it was a bunch of they were all talking a bunch of shit, and they were slinging the N word around. Like they had brothers on the panel, black dudes on the panel, slanging the N word, and it was just like too much for me, dude. Like
Yeah.
but I just thought the title was like something about men. What was it? Men
Rage bait.
they're this lonely phase. Yeah, men in this lonely phase, and why should we, blah blah blah, right? And I was just thinking that the lonely phase, I think it's just a recognition of how situations have been. Like that dude Jim had said it. He's like, he's older and he's not really looking to date because, people change after 50, 40 and 50 years, it's not like you're 20 and you're at the bar and
You're like,
date, you jump in bed, you date for 6 or 8 months, and then you walk away,
or
whatever,
or you
know what
you
I'm
jump
saying?
in bed, you date for 2 to 3 minutes, and then you walk away.
Right.
I'm glad I never. See, that's the one thing. I'm glad I never had to deal with any of that. Thank God. Been with my wife since I was 17, so I don't know what that life
That's
was
great,
like.
man.
Yeah, I do.
I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that's like.
It sucks.
I can imagine. I can imagine. So, yeah.
Yeah. But I
Um,
mean, one thing that I've noticed on, like when I go up on opposition panels, and it's not like I'm trying to get up there or anything, I'm clamoring to hit the join button. Sometimes I do, but a lot of times I'll put some benign comment, in this comment section, and they'll invite me up. And I mean, pretty much the MO is always the same. you know, age, state, who you voted for, blah blah blah, and then okay, let's do it's like, okay, let's mute you and then do everything we can to dehumanize you and make up a story about your life, a narrative that we think fits our narrative about you, not let you speak, and call you every name in the book and kick you off. That's literally 90% of the time that's what happens. It's like, okay, I mean, but they'll lie in the beginning a lot of times. They say, come up here, we just want to have a conversation. Well, respectfully, muting me, not trying to understand my position, making up a narrative in your mind about me and not even asking me about my life, that's not a conversation. That is a freak. I don't know what the hell that is. That's not a conversation, though. You know?
You know, you're right. I mean, if if you've been around TikTok long enough and going on panels, quite a few lives they're basically I call it trauma dumping, right? They don't want to have a conversation. They just want to express their outrage towards you, right? And it's disingenuous. Do you really want to have a conversation? Because most of the time, they're profiling you. Right. But the thing is, like you said earlier, do they actually want to understand how you got to your position? Is it, obviously it differs from theirs, obviously, right? But it's like, how did you get to your position? And I'll explain how I got to my position too if people ask. Right. But for most part, people are just outraged, just want to take their anger out on you without understanding who you are.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're a good or bad person either. We'll figure that out, to be fair.
Well, and I joined into
That's
that.
fair.
I jumped into that lady's TikTok just to hear the opposition side, right? And this was actually like a male-female panel, right? Not a left-right political. You know what I mean? Because look, we got ladies in here that come to listen. You know, I thought, hey, let me get some. You know, and it was just a whole bunch of shit talking and piling up on people, and you know, like, you know, that's not what I'm looking for. If I, you know, jump into some of these like political, no, I want a solid conversation. I want you guys just jumping on the weakest person in the panel and fucking chewing him up, you know.
Right. And I never liked that. And sadly, TikTok and other social media really pushes stuff like that trash panel shit. You know, like the battles where they're just like calling each other names and like, you know what I mean? Talking over each other. It's so fucking weird. And all of this is designed to get us to like hate each other. But like when I talk to Grunkle as a human, you know, aside from politics, like we can talk about human shit, like American shit. It doesn't always have to be that way. Now, if Grunkle says something that, you know, I disagree with, obviously we have that discussion, but I don't know. There's so much anger, especially on the left, about what's happening. They don't know how to process it. A lot of them just don't know how to process it. And it comes out like that. Now, Republicans do it too. I've seen Republican shows do that, and I've had them do it to me as well, where they'll bring me up, mute me, and then end up dropping me, you know. And it's like, what's the point? What are we doing? Like, we're getting nowhere. So
I think a lot of it, personally, this is just I have no studies to back this up. This is just my opinion, you know. Entertainment purposes only, TikTok. I think a lot of it is just grifting, to be honest with you. You know, I couldn't put a percentage on it. If I had to, I would say probably 50% of it is just grifters who want to get you up there, excoriate you, and people in the comments are like, yeah, we're going to send gifts because he's really giving it to MAGA, you know. Got you,
right.
MAGA.
Look what I did.
And you earned like, I mean, there are literally people on this app, it's their job to get on here and do that shit every single fucking day. And if they can make a living doing it, I mean, hey, great, that's capitalism, right? But, you know, at the same time, it's like, what's the end goal? Are you really making as much progress as you think you are? Or are you just doing it just to get a few bucks? It's like, I guess both are good in a certain light, coming at it from a certain angle. But if the goal is just to make money, then hey, go for it. But if the goal is to really change hearts and minds, I don't think they're making. And to be fair, what you just said, liberal loudmouth, on the left and the right, it happens. So it's like if the end goal is to change people's hearts and minds, you're probably not making as much progress as you think you are.
Right. And honestly, like, there's a place for shit like that, for trash panels. It's entertaining, but don't put yourself out there. If you're going to engage in that, don't put it out there like your goal is to alter the public, right? To change opinions, to persuade people, because you're not going to do it that way. And that's what I find disingenuous. If you're putting it out there like this is just for entertainment, okay, fine. Kim Kardashian, whatever, that Jerry Springer shit.
Yeah,
but don't act like you're doing anything to help anybody, because you're not.
One positive I can bring out of it is that I have developed the fucking, my damn skin is like, what do they make Captain America's shield out of? It's like whatever that stuff is, that's how my skin is. Yeah. It's like, no, you cannot hurt my feelings. So if there's a silver lining to it, it's that.
Yeah, and I only know adamantium because I watched Big Bang Theory, and they were just commenting about Captain America's shield. So that's Big Bang Theory. I love that show. Yeah, no, it's in like in that shouldn't be taken personally, because those people don't know you. It's it's just stupid fucking. It's just fodder, like cannon fodder, just bullshit. Oh, Nix, I sent you the invite. I didn't think you would actually come up. Welcome aboard. Did you want to jump in? You were making some interesting comments. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I wasn't going to, because I thought it was just for you guys. So I was just going to not request up. So I was surprised you sent an invite out.
Yeah, so at 11 Central, the man panel is over. We just happened to continue talking about it. But yeah, you're welcome to go ahead.
Okay, cool. No, I have absolutely seen liberal panelists just completely bombard people. I am one of the ones that's constantly muting my mic. I try not to say anything till I get introduced. So I agree that they absolutely will get bombarded, and it is crazy, and they have to constantly be reminded, hey, let them speak their turn, let them land their plane, then come in and say what you got to say. However, these two specifically, Grunkle and Hooligan, I will call you out, because Grunkle, you have a bad habit of getting online and pretending that you're there to listen and to hear opposition, and then you don't listen at all. You completely blow everything off. You won't even respond, because usually you're driving, you're working, and then you'll just leave. And then you'll go and trash talk whatever panel that you were in, or not ever bring a point, or I don't think you're actually ever there to listen. So, people pick up on that pretty quickly. The phoniness. And Hooligan, I know for a fact you have come in before making some sideways comments on some panelists. So yeah, people can be overwhelming, but in my experience, 9 times out of 10, y'all said some sideways stuff, and that's why things got out of hand.
Okay. Well, I'll allow Grunkle and Hooligan to respond. Grunkle?
Could you give me an example?
I was just in a live with you the other day, actually, where you came in and you said, well, I'm just here to listen, but the entire time we could hear your blinker, we could hear you driving. You would pop up once in a while to say you were there, but you were never actually listening. And then I don't remember the talking point at the end. I'm pretty sure it was in the topic of the files. That was the point that you wanted to argue, and then you dipped out. So yeah, it sent up some red flags. It was really weird. People picked up on the fact that you weren't actually there to listen from the beginning, and then you just left. And then you sit here and you go, oh, well, I'm just there to listen, and I'm usually just trying to be the nice guy, but you're not. And you don't ever actually come back and say if you've heard anything or if you understand any of our viewpoints or anything. You just leave.
So what you just pointed out was that I was on mute, I was staying quiet and listening and trying to understand your point of view, and then at the end I said something you disagreed with. That's what
No,
you're saying.
but you weren't listening because we kept having to ask you, like, do you understand? Do you understand? And you wouldn't say anything, but then you would pop in and be like, oh, I'm still here, or I'm still listening. And we could hear your blinker. We could hear the traffic the whole time. Like, we can hear you driving. You're not listening.
So you think I'm not listening, even though I actually am, and all of the things.
Okay. So then,
I
is
mean,
there
you're
any
literally
viewpoint that
pointing
you've
out
heard
that
then?
I'm listening. You're literally pointing out that I'm listening, though.
Yeah, I'm not really
No,
sure.
I'm not, because if
Can
you're
I make
driving
I don't get
and you're
this.
trying to
Is
listen to the
everybody
conversation, you
hearing?
are very
Is it?
distracted
Hold
as a
on.
I
driver.
I don't
It,
understand it either. I'm not really sure what the complaint necessarily is, but
Because we will ask if he's understanding anything, if he's heard anything, if there's any type of point that he wants to counter make, if he's listening, and he will have nothing to say and then just leave.
Yeah, generally speaking, what NYX
okay.
just said, when you're continually asking the other person, do you understand, or if they can repeat what you just said, that's what I generally do. It leads to down the line. It's a pretty safe assumption there's something going on. Whether you're busy working, that's hey, you're a driver. I shouldn't said that. If you're busy working, I understand. You can be distracted, right? But if you're going to be on a panel and if the panelists continue to ask, hey, do you understand? And you're not responsive, or you respond in a very awkward way, not pertaining to what was said.
What,
Yeah,
like saying, like, I hear you, I'm listening?
But
Okay.
that doesn't, but that you're not addressing any points that way. You're just saying that you're listening. You won't actually respond with anything.
So is that where you're saying that he's fake because he didn't
Yeah,
engage?
it doesn't seem genuine.
He just
and it
didn't.
never seems genuine.
I see. Or he just isn't. Maybe the way that it's being asked is in a dogpiling way, and I wasn't there, so I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate, and then he's like, well, I'm not going to win no matter what I say. It doesn't want to get into a confrontation.
I don't know in some cases, but in the specific instance I'm talking about, no, it was very, very civil. It was actually one of the things we told him too was that this was one of the things we told him too, that was one of the best conversations that we'd ever had with somebody who claimed to be an op. Like, it was very, very civil.
I see.
People were just taking turns. We were just wanting to, he claimed he was there to listen to the points that people had to make, especially since there were no ops at the time. Nobody was requesting up.
Okay, I think I understand. Yeah, I mean, I've had people do that to me as well. I try not to read into it, but Grunkle,
well, I'll tell you what.
Go ahead, and then I'm going to get to Hooligan because something was said about Hooligan as well. Go ahead, Grunkle.
Yeah. I am listening to you right now. I will try to understand your point of view. Is there a point of view that you wanted to share right at the moment?
No, I mean, if there's any type of topic that anybody wants to bring up,
Okay.
I'm more than happy to talk about it.
Well,
I don't want to sit here, and I will fully acknowledge the fact that liberals get out of hand with their feelings and stuff. I'm a highly emotional person. If you say something that triggers me, I'm probably going to be upset about it. I will fully admit that, but I'm pretty good about regulating myself on the panels and stuff like that. So I will call out the fact that I've seen them bombard everybody. It's crazy. I've seen it. But also, I don't like you. I don't want you guys sitting here crying victim, acting like this is everything that ever happens to you. When then sometimes you are being intentionally disingenuous, or you come in saying trigger words, or you leave, or you say something really bad, like, not you specifically, but the F word or the N word or whatever, and then you dip out, and then you want to sit there and cry about it later on. Even if you're getting overwhelmed, you don't say shit like that.
No, you're not saying that Grunkle did that. You're just using that as an example. Okay.
No,
I just want to make sure that, okay.
I've never heard Grunkle use that kind of
Before we
language
move
ever.
on to Hooligan, I was on a panel just the other day, and a guy accused me, because I had an old page called AI Trucker, and he accused me of saying the N-word, and I was like, I will give somebody $1,000. I will cash app you $1,000 if you can pull that video up and show it to me. And
I've never heard you say anything like
my
that.
God,
I've also
wait,
never
you're
I've
AI
never heard you
Trucker.
come in and say something about, like, I've never even heard you say some sideways comments about women. So I can say that it just feels disingenuous. That's all I'm saying.
I
Fair
didn't
enough.
know. I didn't, Grunkle. I didn't know you were AI Trucker. AI Trucker's been. He's been around for a while. Yeah, he's been up.
Yeah, that
Used to. There was like a long break where I didn't see you for a while, but yeah, he started coming on before. I've never had like a bad conversation with him.
well, you
Like,
have.
I mean,
You
like,
probably don't remember. You kicked me off, but I admitted on another live that yeah, I
th-
came in kind of hot talking over you, and I deserved it. So I'm not saying that what is your name? Nix.
Snicks,
I'm
but
not
it's
you.
whatever at this point.
Yeah, I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. And if I mean, okay, valid points. I'll try to work on that. Is that fair?
Absolutely. I think that's more than fair. And I really do like having conversations with you when they feel genuine. I think you're a really great person to talk to when it comes to, I don't even consider you an op at this point, because I do think there's some things you picked up on, and I don't think that you're angry and out there to get people. Some panelists are definitely more sensitive than I am, and they kind of pick up on the good guy play really quick, There's
yeah.
just too many people that have done it to us.
He's always been this way from what I remember. And I don't remember specifically dropping you, but maybe that's true. And I only do that if it's just getting out of hand. Like if, cause as a host, it's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes dealing with, somebody that's over talking or whatever. But, because I wouldn't do it just because I disagreed with you. That makes sense. Now, Hooligan, you some things were said about you. Please, you're welcome to respond.
I don't know. She's the one that brought some stuff up. I was just interested to hear what she had to say.
This isn't your first
No,
profile either, is it?
No, this is my first and only ever.
Really? Because it looks awfully familiar.
I've been
Profile picture and all.
Oh, okay. I've had TikTok for a while, but I haven't really started getting on any lives until I got with Lib. And we started doing the man panel, or me, not we. I'm sorry. Lib started doing the man panel, and it just really was kind of my vibe, I guess. You know what I mean? It gave me a little space to talk and open up, and I think I've been on some of his politicals, but I haven't really been on anybody else's live.
I
So,
could be
if
mistaken, but your name and your profile picture just look very, very,
Okay,
very,
so
very familiar.
Are you thinking of my fucking doppelganger, Hoodlum?
Oh no, I can't stand Hoodlum. I know
Okay.
Hoodlum.
Fucking Hoodlum.
I pick up on all
Yeah.
dozen of his profiles.
No, I've had it.
That
It's
dude.
like a running joke. It's a running
But
joke.
I remember
on this
it being
live,
spelled
but-
like I think the name was spelled differently. So it might not be you, and I'm sorry if it's that way. But yeah, I've
No,
had
ma'am.
a different hooligan jump up, and he'll come in and he'll be like, I just want to make some points, and then he'll say something really bad and sideways, and he'll dip out, and it's bad every time. And then I've caught him in other lives. I haven't seen his profile for a very, very long time. That's why I was like, I don't know if it's a new profile. I don't know if you're the same person, but he would pop up in other lives, like MAGA lives, and then be like, ooh, I just got attacked and I was this, and he wouldn't admit anything he just said.
Yeah, that doesn't
no,
sound
dude,
like
that's-
Hooligan at all.
That's
Hooligan's
not me,
like
dude.
chill
Okay,
as
good.
fuck.
I'm sorry. That was
Yeah.
totally my mistake.
Yeah, nah. And I try to, and look, when you come in, if you watch the man panel, I mean, you might hear some shit, you know what I mean? You might hear some real stuff. Like, I talk about real shit. But I also, I mean, I try to put it in the chat. Like, I do try to own up, and acknowledge all of my mistakes, you know what I mean? Like, as much as I can at this time or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I think most of us that do the man panel, that come to the man panel, it's not here to try to push it on anybody. We try to make it safe for us to be able to accept and fucking own up to our shit without being criticized for it, right? And without being held at a different standard, or be looked at, frowned upon for getting angry or not getting angry, or whatever the case. So But
I think
no,
that's really cool. Honestly, I'm never going to shame something like that. I'm also never going to shame a guy having any type of emotions, whether it's anger or sadness or whatever, because like you're human. In the same way, I think women should have panels. I think men should have panels. I think that's cool as shit.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yes.
sorry if I
appreciate
mistook you
that.
for somebody else. That is totally my bad.
No, and that's why I didn't come out like all shooting from the hip, because I was really interested to see, because I mean I'm not gonna say in my words. I mean I say fuck a lot. I cuss like a sailor. I have been through a bunch of shitty shit and have never not always reacted right. So I mean for someone and especially a female to come up here and try to call me on something, I'm open to it, you know, but
He's
but
sitting
I'm
there
also
racking
open.
his brain like, did I ever fuck? Did I get like shit
No,
faced
and you know
hammered
what's
on
crazy is
shrooms one night?
it was spelled almost the exact same way, which is why it was like it was all one word though, but it was HOOLUH, but I think he was spelling it GEN, if I remember correctly. But yeah, he was awful. Like he'd usually ended on saying some kind of slur or saying something about, women's placement or whatever, and then he would leave and go do something else, and it was just ugh. It was
Yeah,
awful.
that don't sound like hooligan at all. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look this up, see if we can't figure out who this joker is. Now, was it UH also, or
It was probably LIGAN.
Yeah, it was, or yeah, it might have been IH. I just remember the H being in there, and I think I remember the GEN.
let's see.
But I
I'll
haven't seen him pop up in lives for a while, so I don't know.
shit. He probably
I don't
got. It was probably somebody's.
Look,
Somebody's.
Big D, hey, Big D, you know what they say about us white boys, dude? We all look alike, man. We're all the same, bro. Right? 6
I'm
foot
just gonna
tall
wait.
white man with a beard named Johnny. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I blend in with half this motherfucking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, until I have a reason, Big D, I'm good, and I haven't been disrespected here so far. So
I found
Yeah.
him. I found him. And the
You find
profile
it?
picture does look similar. Yep, I
I'm
think.
telling you.
Hold on. Let's see.
No, you could go check out my profile. Like
Look,
it's
look
all
at the
about me
picture.
and my kid.
Look at the picture. You see how
Oh,
similar
shit.
that is?
Yeah.
Is this him? Maybe.
Hold on, I think my screen froze. I don't know if it's my internet or I'm not even connected to my Wi-Fi. Hold on.
Here's the guy. That's hooligan with an I, and it just looks similar to,
Yes,
the kind of theme of
I'm
your.
pretty sure.
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
He's a wannabe.
He's that's
And
funny.
the Christian shit is what he gets called out on. But yeah,
Right. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, no, dude,
different guy.
that's
Okay,
totally- yeah.
we figured it out.
Yeah.
The old
That's
song
funny.
goes, he's a wannabe player trying to be a pimp.
And you know what, hooligan?
it,
Back to
bro.
what you said when you said, sometimes you didn't handle things right. Again, we're all human. Like if you're sitting there on a panel and you're having feelings about something and you've got 12 people coming after you, yeah, you're probably going to have big feelings about it because that's crazy. Like, what is that? So, I'm a pretty level-headed person. I get it.
Yeah. Well,
That's
and
so funny
again,
though. Like the dude, I mean, the black and white picture, that's fucking hilarious. So,
Everything was so similar. It was, and I think there's more than one account. I know he's got to have more than one account, that guy. You guys don't even have the same face though, so that was definitely my mistake. But
I can see
right.
though why you would, if it's been a while, I can see why you would mistake,
Well,
hooligan
especially
for-
if someone's up here talking a bunch of shit and then like bailing on lives, leaving motherfuckers like angry and hanging, dude. Right? You be ready to fucking fire off. You see that motherfucker again,
Yeah.
But
So just for the record, Nix, this is my only account. The AI trucker account got, mass reported and blown off the internet.
oh
So
shit, I didn't know
one went
that
away.
because
Yeah.
I think I followed that one first.
Yeah.
and then I
pissed
found
off the
you.
right people apparently.
Wow, well, let me follow you so I don't lose you then, because I didn't know you were
Okay.
AI Trucker. But that I think I found AI Trucker like a year ago, back when I first started doing panels.
Well, people
Yep.
under that
That's
old
when I
account,
met him.
people thought people thought that I had like multiple accounts because I changed my username a few times. So they were like, "Oh, you got all these accounts." It's like, no, I really don't. This is the only one. It's just I changed my name a couple times, so, But for the record, now this is it. So if this one gets blown off, I'll just create a new one and come back under something else, I guess.
Well, and to be straight, I've thought about doing it because I come up here just as me, dude. Like, all my shit, like, it's just me and my kids, really, on my profile. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not out here. I post a lot of anti-Trump shit, just reposting shit, but as far as it goes, I should probably start a private, like something separate than my main private account.
It's funny. Hell, Grunkle got dropped from a liberal panel. It was a liberal, right? I think he's a liberal or Democrat, what have you. Got dropped because he comes on my show, which is fucking funny.
Yeah. That was hilarious. And then, well, never mind.
Yeah, no, that's the whole fucking,
he's like,
whole
where,
fucking
the
thing.
host The host
Now
said,
that's
"Where have I seen you before?"
that's a
And I
grifter.
said,
That's
"Well,"
weird.
I said, "Well, I've been on Pam's panel. I don't know her. Liberal loudmouth. Oh, I know that guy. Remind me to never go on his panel." And then he dropped me. I was like,
Yeah, well, he's the one that said my name first. If you watch that video, he said it first, and you're like, "Yeah, I go on
okay.
liberal loudmouths." Yeah, and like, it's fucking weird. These people are weird on TikTok, man. Now, Dangerfield, welcome aboard. What's up, man?
Oh, not much. I saw Grunkle over there, and I'm pretty sure this is the guy I got in a big to do with about him being a MAGA.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
You? Was that you, Grunkle?
Because from what I remember, he doesn't really claim the MAGA title anymore.
Or
And he's
he
genuinely trying
doesn't?
to learn things.
No, I do. No, that's
You
not
do
correct.
He
too?
does. No, he's MAGA.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
he is.
he does.
Yikes.
I think he said that. It just didn't come up when we were talking. Hey, when we were talking, it was the man panel, so that shit doesn't come in. Sorry.
It was on Occam's Live, Occam's Razor.
Occam's Razor.
Okay.
I think I know that name.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was you.
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, I mean, I've been on there a few times, but I haven't been on his panel in a long time, like months now. So if you're thinking of an incident, it can't be recent.
Yeah, no, this was recent. This was like last week. And I tried to have a conversation with the guy who I thought was you. Meaning, for sake's purposes that, our Congress is one lopsided now. And unfortunately, they don't want to deal with each other. And that's why we have to stop making it lopsided. We have to go in the other direction. I grew up Republican, believe me. I voted for Reagan. I voted for Bush. I voted for all these guys. But now, believe it or not, I'm a Democrat because you know what? They're doing nothing. They've worked 35 days. That's it. And they get lifetime, health insurance and everything else. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying, we got to equalize it again. It used to be they would reach across the aisle, and they don't do that anymore. They don't come to conclusions together. They just fight each other based on party, which is ridiculous. So we got to equalize the parties, and that was my argument. And you disagreed. Now I'm listening to you.
Okay, cool. I want to make an observation and then ask you a question. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay. And you tell me if my observation is way off base. You stop me at any time. I'm not above being corrected. From what I hear from the Democrat leadership, I'm Republican all the way down the line. That's what I'm planning on doing in November. Okay. I I hear all over the place from opposition panels like fuel prices, they're through the roof. Grocery prices through the roof. Inflation, it's out of control. All of these things. And the question I always get to is, okay, what I'm hearing from the Democrat leadership is impeach and get rid of the whole administration. Well, I'm not sure that's really going to help grocery prices, fuel prices, or inflation. So what is their plan to help the average American like me?
Oh, okay. So I'm the average American too. As a matter of fact, I'm below average. So the first thing it's going to do is going to get us out of the Middle East. It's going to stop us from having 1 million bases all over the world. It's going to stop us from having $1.5 trillion military, which we need like a hole in the head. Okay. In this day and age, it only takes 80 nukes to go off. 80, not 4,000, for it to create nuclear winter and the end of mankind. So this is all wasted money. This is all stuff that all we need is technology. That's it, for self-defense. Remember Trump said he was going to build a giant dome over the United States so that it's impenetrable to foreign attack? Foreign attack from who? Who the hell is going to attack who in this day and age? Nobody. The only people who are idiotic enough to attack anybody was the United States and Israel.
So which one of the persons in the Democrat leadership have put forth this plan?
To put forth this plan, they've been talking about it all this time. They just keep getting voted down.
Let me.
That's the problem.
I want to jump in because the Democratic leaders suck. They suck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
These people are. They've got hands inside of their rectums, controlling them, and they've sucked for a long time. So what we need to do is stop voting for the establishment party, really, and start voting for people who are outside of the establishment and are pushing against it. Because really what they've done is kick the fucking can down the road, and we're all getting fucked, whether it's really on the left or the right. It feels better, like they use lube on the left, and it feels nicer the way they get fucked. But on the right, they're like, nah, we're going to raw dog that shit. You ain't getting nothing, just ramming it, right? So, but therein lies the difference. Like, I'd rather at least feel somewhat good, but I'd rather not get fucked. So we got to vote for people who are not going to continue this Democrat Republican shit. That's really what we have to do. I don't know who that is yet, but we're still a ways out from the election.
We know who that is.
Well, look, I mean, you know, in your congressional seats and stuff, we've got to replace all of these establishment Democrats with actual, like, progressives who will do the shit that Danger was just talking about. Because I don't trust.
You want to laugh?
Yeah,
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just got my my thing to vote in the primaries, and it gave me a selection, One Democrat was on there for the Senate, and one Democrat was on there for the House. No opposition. I says, wait a minute. What the hell did you send me a primary thing for? Showing me that there's no opposition. A write-in? Nobody's going to do a write-in. Nobody has ever won on a write-in. It's a nonsense. And you're right. You're absolutely right. The leadership, I'll tell you, if Bernie Sanders was 20 years younger, I would vote for him in 2 seconds.
Crazy.
But he's not.
It's one of the reasons why when people come in and they say things like, you liberals are a disease, liberalism was never a political party. It never was. It was an idea. And after so many years of political changes, so many years of bills, so many years of things aligning, it just so happened that many of the democratic principles lined up with many beliefs that liberals have. It was never a political party. Unfortunately, I can't vote in the primaries if I register that way. So it is what it is. But I agree. We have leadership that just hasn't done anything. And we can sit here and we can say things like, well, Okay, but in Texas, which is where I am, Tallarico isn't APEC funded. That's great, but do we really know that he doesn't have his finger in things? Like, we really do just need to start all over because our leadership is not doing what needs to be done. They're just not doing it.
Amen to
The
that.
FEC.
Yeah, I don't trust. I really don't. Something about Tallarico, I just don't really trust the guy, although he sounds great. But I don't know. Something about him I don't know. I feel like he's fucking lying to me.
Something's weird, yeah.
Yep. The whole choir boy fucking, no, I don't think so. Sensei, what's up? I saw your hand in the comments. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, thanks. I think, people need to know or can clearly define who their adversary is, right? We have this idea, this concept of a corporation, right? It's kind of a love-hate relationship. And then addressing what Trucker was talking about, affordability. Who's pushing up prices? Who's pushing down wages? Right? Like I said, it's a love-hate relationship, and the corporation definitely is not your friend. Remember, they're the ones driving wages down. They're the one pushing prices as high as it can be, so it makes your life more difficult. Our lives, for that matter. And there are winners and losers in our economy. The top 20% of Americans, they're doing fabulously. 60% supposedly live paycheck to paycheck. They're not doing so well. So there's this huge concentration of wealth going to a certain class, and it's very easy to see these things when you look at it from a class perspective. I am a member of the working class. I don't shit on the working class in general. If MAGA starts talking shit to me, we'll have it out, I guess. But anyways, this is a class divide of the haves and have-nots. And I don't advocate for the haves. The 1% affords their freedom, while the working class, us, I'm assuming we're all working class people, we fight for our freedom. It was never given to us. Right? Here's the biggest propaganda that's done to Americans. We celebrate this concept of Labor Day. Generally, I think it's September. But the world recognizes May 1st, just recently, right, as the International Day of the Worker. Why? They commemorated the Haymarket Massacre, where workers were striking for an 8-hour workday. Where? Not in Germany, not in China, not in Australia, but Chicago, Illinois, and we can't even fucking recognize us as Americans. This happened on our soil, to our people, and the world recognizes it, but we as a fucking Americans reject it. Why is that? This is pure propaganda against us. To whatever, the general term, I'm just going to say, to whitewash history. Because this is American history. Why aren't we acknowledging this? Why are we just saying, hey, let's just celebrate Labor Day, this infamous day, or not, whatever, this day in September, when it really should be like the world is doing, May 1st, because it reminds us who is doing the struggling, who are we fighting against, who paid for the 8-hour work week, the 40-hour child labor laws. It was communists, socialists, and trade unionists that fought and paid in blood, the unalive for what we have today. But because of McCarthyism, they're shit on.
Sure. The enemies are those that believe that they should have everything. And there are people that believe that they have some fucking right to it. And they're generally the, corporations that spend millions of dollars. Instead of paying their workers, they spend millions of dollars lobbying the government so that they can get more. Like, for example, it's a great example. The vape companies, or maybe it was the tobacco companies, I can't remember which, sent Trump $5 million. And then like 2 weeks later, they removed the prohibition of flavored vapes. They just paid $5 million to get something. Do you think that the people can get our government to work and operate that way? Never. So that is, in my opinion, the enemy, because without people, the country doesn't exist. And so we should be the ones celebrated, not these single entities that operate because of us. I don't know why it's, we're like a side, just a side conversation to that. Fucking capitalism, man.
I said it maybe nearly an hour ago. Remember who the essential worker were or are during C-19.
And they're some of the lowest paid people. Yep.
And how disrespected they are.
Yep. Absolutely.
How many states still have a minimum wage of about $7.25?
No state in Texas.
Oklahoma, Mississippi. There's a bunch of states that are still $7.25, and in fact, there's a referendum vote going, state question 832, I think it is, to increase the minimum wage and have it automatically increase as the cost of living goes up. And there is a massive push for people to vote no, and a bunch of Republicans are like, no. All the whole Republican, apparatus in Oklahoma is pushing against that. And it's like, what? What?
And then the corporations will lie and they'll tell
Can
you,
I ask Nick's a question?
we're going to have to. Oh, sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Grunkle.
Let's, you think if Trump gets his way, well, let me ask it this way. What do you see at the end of 2 years if Trump gets his way? What do you see with America? Give me your vision.
I see. Okay, so my position is that Trump is a puppet. I do understand he plays this role, but I don't think that he's the ultimate power behind everything that we need to be worried about. I'm worried about the lasting effects, like the people he's put in power, the Supreme Court. These people in these lasting positions that he has, quote unquote, filtered into exactly where he wanted them to be. Because he's gone in 2 years, they're not. So then we have to deal with them and their administration and be stuck with that. I see long-lasting, long-term, very damaging effects for people of color, for women, for the working class, and our relationships with foreign countries permanently damaged.
Okay.
Yeah, and he may.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to add, he may become the wealthiest person on earth by the end of his 2 years.
Okay. Do you think that maybe that would set up? That would set up a prime kind of perfect storm, as it were, for maybe a candidate that you guys are talking about to enter in and say, hey, we can go a different direction.
Honestly, I don't know, because what I'm seeing is history repeat itself. And it took an entire war to save people from the person they voted into power. Because people forget that man, whatever he was voted in by his people. And then it took, we all remember the H for what it was, the worst part of it, but never the years leading up to it. And that is just as important. And that is what we're seeing happening. So I don't know. Yes, I do think the platform would be there. Do I think that there's a leader strong enough to do it at the moment? I don't know. And I'm maybe it's because I am one. I am very reliant on women. We are getting louder and louder and louder, but I also don't know where some of the women in political positions stand either. Some of them have lived very, very privileged lives and have never really lived in the real world. So I don't know. What I am right now is scared, Grunkle, because I think I paid attention to the things that led to that man being in power, the things that led to other leaders like them being in power. And almost every time they were voted in by their people, it wasn't some crazy takeover. Like, it was slow, it was methodical, and it took years.
Yeah. Well, it just seems to me as if this is what I'm hearing. You correct me if I'm wrong. It's like things are going to, Donald Trump gets his way. Let's say, you know, the Senate and the House go red, you know, that's just for the shits and giggles, right? You know, Donald Trump gets everything he wants. It just sounds to me like that things, if that happens from your perspective, things are going to continue to degrade. Well, that, in my mind, that sets up a situation where a candidate can be talking about a different path forward, and then in 2028, you guys could, vote that candidate in and have a new direction for the country. Don't you think? Maybe that's a
I think
possibility.
so. And I hope
Okay.
I hope that happens. But remember, there's a bad habit of Trump supporters specifically, because they are so devoted, of blaming the person who has to come in and fix everything for the problems that they now have to fix, like the pandemic that our last president inherited. Somehow, all of the effects from that were his fault, despite him having nothing to do with it.
Right. And let me also offer this to you, Grunkle. I don't know if you're aware of what Ashley St. Clair came out and told the world. I'm not sure that even if the best candidate opposing Trump or one of Trump's kids or whatever shenanigans he's going to do in 2028, I'm not sure that it'll matter. I think that, and I'm very careful with my words because TikTok gave me a 3-day suspension the last time we brought this up. I think that they have figured out a way to do it, to just appoint their person, right? I think they found that way. And I think we watched it happen in the Massey race. So I'm hopeful that what you're saying is right, and that because it's going to be pretty bad by the time we get to that point, it almost certainly would go the other direction. But I think they've got that shit zipped up, tied, fucking sank in the concrete in the ocean. Just like he said, he said you'll vote one more time, you'll never have to vote again. That's what Trump said.
Old Fred G. from St. Louis said, "Pride died and laid to the side." Huh?
Right. I mean, you can call me crazy if you want, but if you haven't seen Ashley St. Clair's videos, go watch her videos. She even went on Hassan Piker's show, showed dude the text messages that she had with Elon, where he had unleashed this anomaly in the Matrix, his words. And he also used space lasers, and that this is a 3D, this is a piece on the chessboard that they won't see coming. This is what Elon said to his, IVF factory, Ashley St. Clair. Although I don't know if they did IVF with her, but he has been known to do that. I think he's got at least 14 kids now with that. He'll meet them on Twitter and then have them, impregnated with his stuff. And then he, I guess pays for them or whatever. So he's having this conversation with her during the erection, because I can't say the other word. You guys should go look it up. It's fucking, we thought about this. Like, these were things that Democrats had thought could happen. It's like, because we heard what the guy said and we heard what he said while it was happening, and then none of it made any sense. But now somebody is saying, yeah, they were talking about this while it was happening. Crazy. Sensei, I saw your hand up. I saw Sensei's hand up in the comments. Did you want to jump in there?
Yeah. You brought up Massey, right? I think I heard that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at things. Who is your enemy? Over $30 million was spent against Massey. Who was his enemy? AIPAC and MAGA people. MAGA donors. They spent over $30 million combined to defeat Massey. You don't see the problem here? You don't see clearly who Massey... You don't see who Massey's enemies are?
Right. And I don't even think it's the money. I don't think it was the money that did it. I think they've got it in the bag, y'all. I'm starting to believe that.
Yeah,
It's hard.
when I
It's
said they
hard.
filtered it to be exactly how they wanted it. That's exactly where we are. There was no draining of the swamp. He was filtering it to exactly how he wanted it to be.
Yep. In Grunkle, I know that maybe you still like Trump, but Trump to me he's a symptom of this system that we have. I don't think he is like the issue. Oh, and I just got a lot of live may contain AI generated content. The fuck? Anyway, I think he's just a symptom of this system. It was almost inevitable for somebody like him to be able to do what he did.
Right.
He's like the Caesar Flickerman. So people need to remember he lived through the satanic panic of the 80s, for example. He watched how easy it is to fearmonger, to sway people, to use people's panic against them. So he is the perfect tool for them to use, and that's all he is. He's a tool. He's a puppet.
Yeah, I mean,
tool is a good word.
Tool and puppet for whom?
Well,
evidently the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 and a couple
Yeah, I was gonna say
other
I don't
things.
know TikTok. I don't know TikTok appropriate language, but the
Zios.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
That's
Zios
because
are an issue.
Yeah, huge. And I think that's what all of this is. The Heritage Foundation, I'm pretty sure that is a Zio operation. I'm pretty certain of that.
Well, you remember, this all started in his first term. He wasn't really out of whack. He did some stupid things, yes, like make a deal with the T-Ban instead of the duly elected government, release 5,000 terrorists back to Afghanistan. Things like that. You sort of basically, okay, he did that stupid thing. Let's overlook it. He had him at Camp David. Let's overlook it. But then we had the Langford bill. He wasn't president at the time. And the Langford bill would have controlled the border completely. Had more judges, had more scientific equipment used to basically locate people crossing the border, whole bunch of stuff. And at first, it was introduced by Langford, who was a Republican. And then on the first vote, it was denied. On the second vote, he voted against his own bill. Why? Because Trump said he needed something to run on, the border. And this is when politics began to get a little bit uneasy. I was looking at it and saying, oh boy, what's going to be next? Are they going to stop this? They're going to stop that? Well, women are paying the price, that's for sure. That's just in our own country. People are paying the price. We're paying higher prices for everything. Why? Because there's no forethought. There's no thought, hey, if I go to WAR with Iran, what's going to happen? Oh, it's going to be over in a week. Yeah. This is what now, 75 days?
Well, look, the Iran thing, there was a lot of forethought there. That him saying, oh, it's going to be over, that's bullshit. They've been wanting to go in there for decades, my whole life. They've been trying to go in there.
Yeah, but don't forget, we're the ones that made enemies out of them. We're the ones that put in the Shah in 53. We're the ones that in 1980, in the Iran-Iraq war, we gave Iraq not only weapons and money, we gave them chemical weapons as well, which was what was left of our arsenal, because guess what? We weren't allowed to use them anymore, according to international law. So, hey, let's give them to the Iraqis to use against the Iranians.
And then use that later as a justification to go in there and hurt them. Yeah. No, it's all played out.
Why am I pissed? Well, guess what?
Anyway, so I did want to say, you watch the violations start coming because, like somebody said in the comments, I think April, she said, sounds kind of like H blaming Zios. Schindler didn't blame Zios, right? He blamed a certain type of person, right? Zionism is a political ideology, an ideology of supremacy. In fact, I would argue. But you watch the violations on TikTok start coming, and we're going to start seeing these, you're an anti-Semite people come in here now.
I tried so hard to avoid the language too.
It's fine because it's something that has to be talked about because this is, in my opinion, one of the greatest issues and threats to this country that we've ever seen.
And like
That's
what you were
my
saying,
view.
we've heard this our whole life, the excuses about why we need to go into the Middle East. The issue was we never quite had somebody with the follower devotion syndrome that this man seems to have with this group of people. And because of this, because they've created this person that now nobody can say no to him. That's a problem. So he did exactly what he wanted to do without permission, and he has the entire time. And
without permission.
Yes.
The last five administrations gave him permission to do what he's doing now.
That's true.
Hi.
Implicit, sure. Because I'm not the only one that's done it.
I hate the fact that we're over
Biden
in the Middle
did
East.
this.
We should have never went over to the Middle East 40 years ago. What are you talking about?
Well, real quick, my guy, Nix was talking. Nix, if you want to finish, and then we can get to my guy and T Unit. Oh, well, T Unit dropped. But go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, I'm a little thrown off now. No, we never should have been there, but that's what I'm saying is we didn't really have anybody that was going to be able to like push that way and to do that kind of damage and to cause this kind of a lasting effect until now.
I respectfully have to disagree with the notion that this is Trump's fault when really whoever came in. That. Well, I can tell you to solve a problem that someone created, someone has to come in to solve that problem. The problem was already created.
What problem was that?
You have a comprehension issue because that's not what I said.
She didn't. Yeah, my guy, she didn't say that. She wasn't. In fact, we said that Trump is just a symptom of this. He's being used like everybody else before him.
That's where I disagree.
So
He's not a symptom of something. He can't be the symptom of something that he didn't create.
No. Okay. Let me explain. Let me explain to you how he is a symptom of it. Because we had a system where no matter left or right, we generally got the same outcome. Where a small group of people, the wealthiest among us, get everything they want because they shovel money into politicians' hands. And because of this system, a charismatic person, which is weird when talking about Trump, is able to come along and lie to people and claim, I am not a politician. Look at me. I'm not a politician. And I see where you guys are hurting and I will fix it. And not only did he say he would fix it, he said it in such a way that it makes people relate to him. Like, oh, he's just an asshole. He's just wanting to fix stuff. He's seeing the problems. That system that we had created this ability for somebody to come in there and lie to everybody. That's why he's a symptom of this system.
If he was part of the system, though, he would have done what Israel and Great Britain wanted him to do and annihilate Iran. Instead, he's not annihilating Iran. And for the first time in 100 years, you're having straight negotiations with the U.S. and Iran. Great Britain's not involved.
That's not the first time.
We're talking about geopolitics here.
No.
You know what geopolitics are?
Hold on. That is not the first time that the U.S. has negotiated with Iran. Matter of fact, we had a deal. Yes, we had a deal signed.
Oh my God!
The JCPOA. The JCPOA was a deal that we signed with them.
For the first time in 100 years, Great Britain hasn't been involved in the negotiations with the U.S. and Iran. They have bypassed Great Britain. They're in straight negotiations.
Doesn't matter.
Britain was part of that.
It does matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't
You
matter.
might not matter 'cause you don't care about geopolitics. You care about American politics.
If
and
it
your
matters,
emotions in America.
Guy, if it matters, show
I don't care.
relevancy of the UK.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't know
Yeah,
why
you
you
don't
think
care-
that.
you don't
No,
care
no,
that
this is the
Great
first time
Britain
that
is a
Great
problem.
Britain,
Yeah, you don't
Great
care
Britain
that
is a
this is-
problem.
Yeah, and this is
they
a
are a
war
problem.
against Great Britain. Yes. Yeah,
No,
so
it
say for
isn't.
what it is.
No,
Yeah,
it isn't.
This
No,
is
it's
a straight
not.
conflict with Great
No,
Britain.
it's not.
This isn't with Iran. Yes,
No, it
is.
isn't. No, it
Well, I'm
isn't.
sorry you don't know geopolitics.
Because what's
That's your problem.
funny is that the problems that exist
What's
in
funny is
Great
you're
Britain.
stupid.
No.
You're stupid.
See, he doesn't want to act, he can't respond to it. The problem with Great
Hey.
Britain is that the problems that they have in Great Britain are the same problems that we're dealing with out of Israel. It's the same players with the same purpose.
Okay, remember the
His
nuclear
initial-
deal? Wait, can I just throw this in real quick? Part of the nuclear deal, guess who it was signed by? Not just the United States. It was Great Britain and a few other countries. And we had what's called boots on the ground. In other words, inspectors there to check their nuclear progress anywhere they wanted to go, any place they wanted to go until May 8th, 2018, when Donald J. Trump tore that up.
Right. Well, his point, my guy's point, and you don't understand geopolitics. Oh, here he is. Yeah, which is ridiculous. I mean, I follow this stuff all
Then
the
you
time.
would be aware of Great
I
Britain's
understand the
situation
talking
right now.
point that you're using. I
not
understand
a talking
what you're saying.
point.
Yes, because Hoodlum goes around and Hoodlum also preaches the same thing. That the banks out of London, they're doing all this, and we've got
Bank of
to
England is the problem.
We've got to take care of this problem.
The
They
Bank
are
of England
a
is the
problem,
problem.
but they are
What are
the
you
same.
talking about?
They're the same players that we're currently dealing with in fucking Israel.
I'd rather have J.P. Morgan than the Bank of England. Okay, I'd rather have
J.P.
an
Morgan
American. I'd
is-
rather have an American.
It's
banker
not an American
than
banker.
A fucking England banker.
It's not an American banker, sir. You are
I'm sorry, you
you're
don't know your
being
history.
misled.
Sorry.
I don't.
Did he say American banker?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. Look, banks and usury are a problem. Period. Full
I
stop.
might not disagree with that as far as the banks being a problem, but
They
Trump
are.
is not a problem.
Well, Trump
okay,
is.
but Trump's not a bank.
Trump
okay,
is
so
a
what
problem.
you're telling me is the banks run the world, not Trump, not Biden.
That's correct.
So what are you bitching
Yes, sir.
about Trump for then? So stop bitching about the president.
He's not
of
going
America.
after the bankers.
Yes, he is.
No, he
Oh
isn't.
my God.
No, he is
This
not.
guy.
No.
Okay, buddy.
No.
Good
This
luck.
is what you're delving in, my guy, is a, we'll call it conspiracy theory because there's nothing that you
petrodollar
can,
is
there's
dead
nothing
and
that
you're
you can,
unaware of that.
well, that's true. But this
And you're
also
not-
is
you're
a
upset
result
about that,
of,
or are you happy about it?
I mean, I guess it needed to go at some point anyway, and it was
Right,
inevitable.
Right. Thank Trump for that.
It was
Thank
inevitable.
Trump for that.
No.
Thank Trump for that.
That's not a good thing. Because you can
To me, it
exit.
is. I don't care about the dollars.
If you're inside of a convention center or whatever, somebody's giving a speech, and you don't like what's going on, you can walk out and say nothing, or you can throw a fucking huge fit, get everybody fighting with each other, shooting at each other, and then walk out. Which one do you think? And it has the same outcome. Which do you think is best? Because it was going down anyway.
You're good, brother. You're good, brother. You're freely allowed to express yourself in America, even if I think you're wrong. And that's just where we're going to be at.
Unfortunately, we are not free to express ourselves in America.
Oh yeah, we are. I just did it, you dumb fuck.
No, we're
I
not.
got a question for my guy.
I
no,
just
no, we're
expressed
not.
myself
Yeah.
freely, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
So if you
Tell
don't
that
think
to
we
the-
can freely express
Tell that,
ourselves,
tell that to the,
good
tell
luck.
that to our servicemen who make a statement about serving another country and then getting shit on. Tell that to the people who have
If
the
they can't serve
FBI
in
show
America
up,
without-
who
if
have
they
the
wanna sit on
FBI show
America,
up
they
for making a
shouldn't have
post
signed
on
up. They
Facebook.
shouldn't have signed up for the military.
Yeah, tell that to
What
the
did they fucking
guy.
sign
Tell
up
that to
for?
the guy who got arrested
signed
for a
up for free money?
Facebook post.
They
Yeah, tell
signed
that
up
to
for
the
free
guy.
money?
It is an illusion that you have
You sign
that
up
you
for the
believe that
military
we're
for free
free.
money. Oh, you sign up for
It
free
is an
money and then
illusion.
bitch about what you get sent off.
My
to?
guy, you
Yeah, good
are
luck.
you are living in a delusional world, sir, and I
You're
really
living
can't
in a
help you.
world that came from people that served in the military. Like
No.
you have what you have
Military-
right
And
now.
yet you
because
just
of the people
sat
that
here and
serve
shit
in
My
the
guy.
military.
My guy.
Fuck up.
Yeah,
Good luck.
my guy.
Fucking
Not
troglodyte.
no war has
Get a
served
dildo.
me.
Try cucumber.
Okay, so that's just weird. If you want to have
Your
a genuine conversation,
the girl's
that's
not
fine.
having a genuine conversation.
Yeah,
Big
get
dog.
your mouth straight, bro.
You're not having a genuine conversation. Was that to you? Was that to Nix or to me? I thought he was
Yeah.
directing that to me.
No, it was to
me.
Nick because he
Because
made an
for some
improper
reason,
comment. So I
when
made
he
an
thinks
improper
about
comment
girls,
with an
Yeah.
when
and-
he
and-
thinks about girls, he
Yeah.
thinks about penis. So if he wants to have a serious conversation, we
Yeah.
can talk about it.
So I dropped him that time. You're not going to come up here and be shitting on women like that. That's gross, fucking disgusting behavior. And the fact that you are now representing your views, you're making anybody who shares your views, my guy, look like a total dick. Okay? So you might think about that the next time you go around and spread your talking point to other people. You're representing other people that have that view. So fucking don't do that, man. Grow up, bro. Crazy.
Earlier, I asked people if they can clearly define who the enemy are. I specifically stated
Crazy.
the corporation. It concentrates wealth. Who does Donald J. Trump advocate for? Corporate interests. I'm not saying establishment Democrats don't. They do too. But look at his taxation policy and the austerity he imposed against what? Not corporations, but working class people. Right? Again, trucker, you're a working class person, and I don't bash on you for it. I'm part of the working class. Why would you support somebody that advocates against you?
Now, Texas Queen, I can't invite you. I guess you have a private account. You're welcome to come up here. Liberals are some of the worst, too. They do that shit, too. I've never said that wasn't true. But that guy, that's ridiculous. You call out shitty behavior when it happens, whether it's a liberal or a conservative. Because I have liberals that I've had to drop from my panel, too. Because they get all up in their fields and start acting like idiots.
And we just had a whole conversation. That's kind of what we started in on, was that,
That's right.
that they absolutely get attacked and out of control. Although I might call someone, an a-hole or something like that once in a while, but I definitely don't think about weird shit like that. So
Like, when he said get a cucumber, I thought he was talking about me, and which, I don't,
you want to hear something really funny about that, though? I work at an adult boutique. I can do better than a cucumber.
That's funny. That's funny. Now,
You can
Hooligan,
do
you've
way
been trying to get in there. Go ahead, man.
Well, first off, it was getting, he was a little fired up and shit. So I was gonna try to take it back a notch because he's like, oh, disrespecting our Trump, our president, or whatever the fuck, right? Well, one of my main questions, dude, is like, when we go back, like, if I'm supposed to see, look, hypothetically, if I'm supposed to see this good president, what do I have to look past? I have to look past what? The e-files, the terrible statements he made about underage, you know what I mean? People, I have to look at all the dirty money that he does and the insider trading that's going on. I have to overlook him trying to play games and suing everybody. I mean, so if I'm supposed to respect and fucking do whatever with this guy, I just have to look over all that. I mean, how do you? And this is to any conservative. I mean, Grunge, you happen to be the one up here now. How do you vote for a man that you just that's all you have to overlook, right? You have to look past all, and let's just assume they're all accusations. Bro, if you came to my house to do a job for me and I looked at your background, you've got all these accusations, I'm kind of gonna question if I want you in my house, right? I mean, but we're supposed to put all this faith into this person, you know what I mean? And like I said, I was to try to tone it back a little bit with Guy, to try to get a little deeper into just yelling and whatever, right? So explain to me that. How do you still be, I mean, because if Obama or Biden, or like if they were as corrupt as this man is, you guys would have fucking had a meltdown, right? So I just wonder where you know what I'm saying? Now that and I know how it goes. Like, I'm not really left or right? Like, I'm really in the middle. There's a bunch of shit, whatever. But I wouldn't have been okay with Biden doing that shit. You know what I mean? And not to say that presidents don't have their hand in some shit, or aren't lobbied, or aren't controlled in one way or another, because we know that to be true, all right? But to be so blatant and so egotistical, and just the way he is, like, how do we, and I'm saying that very openly, right? Like, how is that still supported? You know what I mean? Grunkle, if you could, because you're the only one up here right now, can you try to explain that to me? I don't know. Maybe everybody else. I don't know. Can you explain that at all? Like, how do you? Yeah, how do you look past like all of that?
I can explain it. You're probably not going to like the answer though, so just be prepared for that.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to mute.
Go ahead. No, if there's one thing anybody knows about me, I will give it to you straight. MAGA, I mean, depending on which MAGA you ask, it's the 1 or 2 or 3 issues they voted for. And they literally see that progress is being made on those 2 or 3 issues, and the rest of it they justify. There you go.
Yeah, the end.
What progress?
Means,
on what
basically.
issues? On what issues?
Well, it depends on who you ask.
Well,
Probably on
have we
all.
closed the border? No.
Okay, so
Has he deported more people than Obama did in the same time span? No. Okay, so let's forget the border for now. What else? The economy? No, we're in a shitstorm. Okay, let's go past that. The only thing that's doing great is the stock market. And who invests in the stock market? People with money. We don't have money. We don't have shit. So what do I put in the stock market? Nothing. Okay, so that's not me putting money in the stock market, and that's not me benefiting from the stock market. Let's go to healthcare. Oh, well, we keep trying to get universal healthcare. This is the only civilized country in the world that doesn't have healthcare.
Dangerfield. How are you? Can I stop you just real quick, Dangerfield? Just real quick. I want to throw something. What the fuck was that? Anyway.
I got him.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Grunkle.
Dangerfield. You're listing off, and I see this happen a lot. You're listing off a set of facts. And since when has MAGA ever been worried about facts? I'm not trying to be mean, but
No, but it's right in front of your face, and you sit there and you say,
danger.
Look.
Yeah, think about it from a MAGA's perspective.
Oh, no, I am. What
it was
I'm
always about.
Don't forget, I'm a Republican. Okay? I'm a Republican.
But you're not thinking it from a MAGA's perspective.
All right, but here we go from a MAGA's perspective. All right? The ACA was denied $350 billion to keep it alive for the next 10 years on the big, beautiful bill. But the billionaires got an additional $10 trillion over the next 8 years in deductions that they didn't have before.
Right, and they don't care. They don't care, right? They know that the country isn't working for them. This guy came in with a message that he would fix it. He wasn't your everyday average politician, and so he lied to them, but they believe it. So when he has this messaging apparatus that sends these talking points to explain all of this away, none of that matters to them because they feel, not that it's happening, but they feel that something is changing. And to
You said
them,
the key word, liberal loudmouth.
right,
Feel.
it's about how they feel. And see, Democrats sucked when it came to Biden in the last 2 years because things were getting better, but people didn't feel it because the messaging wasn't there. And so these MAGAs, they see all of this stuff and they're like, well, there's going to be turmoil because we're changing the system and America and culture. That's how they're able to ignore it, right? They think it's part of a transition that will then lead to something, a better outcome. That's likely why they're able to ignore all of this shit.
Yeah, but the dollar is worth 72 cents now as compared to January 20th of 2025.
Let me say this, liberal loudmouth. God damn it, you just summed up exactly what I've been saying for about a year. Kudos to you. Let's give nicely done, sir.
Well, he knows his shit.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. It's wrong, but I understand it because I also am looking at this system and I'm like, this shit is all fucked up. But I also see Trump for what he is. He's really, he's a con man. He's a great con man. He's been doing it his whole life. He's very successful at it. And so, I call a spade, but some people have latched their wagon, hitched their wagon to this train and they're running with it.
Well,
And
he's
some of the
being-
wagons are leaving, but a lot of them are staying. All I can say is keep an open mind, Grunkle, and just, you know what I mean? It's not going the way that you think or hope that it is. And I just hope that you see that at some point soon.
I love the emoluments clause. The emoluments clause, where is it?
People think I don't have an open mind. I actually really, really do. But I'm like I asked
So
for
can
the
I ask
Democrat plan earlier to help the middle, the average American earlier. Respectfully,
doesn't
I was giving a
exist.
lot of. I respectfully, I was given a lot of talking points, but I wasn't given a plan that was being put forward by the Democrat Party. So in my mind, I'm just saying, well, I might as well just continue to vote red because they don't seem to have. I mean, if Donald Trump doesn't have a plan, well, apparently the Democrats don't either. So,
Unfortunately, it's up to the states to raise people's wages. It's not up to the federal government. And the states, the red states, could give a shit about letting you make more money this year in order to keep up with what's going on. The Fed has nothing to do with it. The federal government has nothing to do with it. It's the states. And guess what these red states are? They're governed by Republicans.
Wait, are you saying there's no federal minimum wage?
The federal minimum wage? No, it's up to the state.
Jinx wanted to ask a question. Just letting you know.
Yeah, I just you had said something. We were talking about the way that they view and why they still support whatever. So why, in your case, why can't you just be like MAG? Like, what is MAGA? What is what does that even mean? Like, don't you
MAG?
You just want America to be great, right? So when you say again, where does that come from? What is it rooted in? What are you still supporting?
Oh, can I just interrupt 1 second?
No, Danger. Hold on.
And then I'll leave. I promise.
Well, no, oh, no.
1922
Jesus,
Triple K.
motherfucking
That was
Christ.
their, that was their
Listen, when I say no, you don't keep going. I drop Dangerfield. Nix, ask your question again.
Yeah. He seems like a nice guy, but yeah.
No, Danger. I like Danger. He's been around on the panel for a long time. It's okay. He'll, hopefully he'll come back. It's nothing personal. Go ahead, Nick.
State your question for the class, please.
Yeah, I like what you were saying earlier. So, like in your case, why do you not just want like America to be great? Why are you MAGA? Like, what is the again purpose?
I'd have to tell you about the psychology, and that might take a minute. So if Liberal Loudmouth is okay with it, okay.
Proceed.
So that is actually a psychological component that you have to understand. Make America great again. Okay. Now, for each, just like when I said earlier, you would have to ask each individual MAGA what's important to them and what they voted on, and the rest they justify. You understand that concept? Make America Great Again is similar in that you have to ask each and every MAGA, well, when was America great? And you don't come at them. You just ask them, and they'll say, they'll go back in their mind and they'll say, well, when I was a kid, we used to leave our doors unlocked, and it seemed like a safer society. And so that's the psychological component that sloganeering is literally diving into. Okay. So it's different for each person. Of course, I want America to be great, period. That's me. But if you understand the psychology behind it, what it is, the sloganeering is tapping into a deep subconscious component that each and every individual can go back in their mind and say, America seemed to be pretty great back in the 19 whatever the hell. And I'd kind of want, if we can get a little bit of that back, then so be it, So
But
it's actually a psychological thing.
I don't want to like.
Yeah.
That's what I did. That's why
The
I
good
asked
old
you.
days. It's the good old days. Yeah.
So I am specifically asking you.
Me?
And
I just want America to be great, period.
Right. I think I understand what he's saying, but like that it's just a phrase for them. I don't think that, at least it wasn't meant to be, let's go back to a segregation necessarily, although what we're seeing kind of lends itself to that, right? It kind of does. So women losing their rights. We're seeing Black Americans getting screwed over left and right. But to his point, it being like a philosophical thing, it's like, oh man, things were made better back in my day. Back in my day, it's that whole
I understand.
weird,
Yeah.
It's
No, I
even
do
though
understand that. I'm a preacher's daughter, where we had Fourth Court Church in my house. The cult mindset is nothing new to me. I get it. That's why I'm trying. That's why I am asking you, as an individual, as somebody who claims to be a MAGA, whether you agree with the full title or not. That is the title you said you claim you accept. Why? What is your standpoint? Why do you support it? I don't want you analyzing the entire MAGA party to me. I get that.
I think that's a fair question. Yeah, go ahead, Grunkle. And then Sensei, I see your hand up. We'll go to Sensei after Grunkle answers. Good.
If I understand the question is from my you're asking me from my standpoint, how can I explain American greatness? Is that it? Or did I miss
MAGA
it?
is a whole movement. So
Right.
you claim to be somebody who supports the MAGA movement. So what is it that you support about it? You as a person.
Me? Oh, I like the general direction of the country, getting the substandard truckers off the road. I like my investments doing well. I think that's a good thing. And now it's evolved even to where I see a day with the advent of the trifecta, the data centers, robotics, and AI, that within 10 years we could probably at least partially cure world hunger. And I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty great if we can end world hunger, So that's the way I see it.
Okay, so can I jump in real quick? So is it?
No.
It's yeah, right.
I'm just kidding.
It's not the man or woman. So it's not the person. It's the platform for you. And I think that's what I'm taking from that. Okay, from the few things.
It's not the person. It's the platform.
Right.
I think my philosophical point of view is whatever meandering path we take to achieve American greatness, like a river, it's okay, because history, as we see, is messy, and it's still going to be messy. Even current history, right now, the history of the now. I mean, tomorrow this is going to be history, right? So it's going to be messy. It's going to be chaotic, but we will pull through it. That's been our tradition, and America will go on, and we will achieve even more greatness. That's the way
Well, we don't.
So
Okay,
I
let me
guess
real quick,
Let's let it
real,
get
real,
yeah, no,
real
sorry,
quick,
sorry.
real quick, guys.
Just my
I'm
point
gonna,
of view.
yeah, give
Do
me
I
just a
get a
second.
turn yet?
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm gonna, yes, Sensei. I'm gonna bring in the timer so that because we got several people that have their hands up. Ryan hasn't spoke yet, so Sensei, go ahead. I'm gonna give you 65 seconds. Make your point. Go ahead.
Yeah, MAGA's. I mean, it's open ended, and it's intentionally done that way so you can romanticize the past and negate the negative outcomes for other classes of people. Right. I mean, it's interesting to say that AI is going to solve world hunger when we as Americans can't even solve homelessness, and we have the possible or capability today. Right? Homelessness and poverty in America, the richest country in the history of mankind, is one thing: a policy choice. Some people advocate for billionaires, like Donald J. Trump's taxation policy. Both in 2017 TCJA and the Big Beautiful Bill. We could solve these problems that you think that's going to happen, but it will not happen because the rich can't be satisfied. Their power and greed cannot be satisfied. They don't give a shit about poor people, especially in the global south.
Okay, thank you, Sensei. I appreciate it. Now, Ryan, go ahead. I'm about to change the background. I forgot I had that other background up, but Ryan, go ahead. Since you haven't talked yet, I'm going to give you 90 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback off of that. What he just said. I think he made a great point about the idea that this idea of make America great again is romanticized as far as the idea that we were ever really truly great. In the way that a lot of people portray us, because if you look at that slogan and where it comes from the Ronald Reagan years, and we all know how those years went. They were pretty terrible. um and I see a lot of parallels. I mean, if you remember Nancy Reagan, if I'm not mistaken, she revamped the White House in the middle of a recession, and look at what's going on with the ballroom right now. So, lot of parallels there. But what I would ask is, what I would ask to Grunch, whatever his name is, Grunkle. I would ask you, do you think that America is greater now than it was 4, 8, 10 years ago?
That was a question to Grunkle?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grunkle, go ahead, man. And then I'm going to get to Dangerfield. Grunkle, this one's for you.
Like, legitimately, do you think it's greater than it, honestly, do you think it's greater than it was?
I do, yeah, but that's just my personal point of view.
In what way?
Well, we're getting all the substandard truckers off the road. I think that's pretty great. The
substandard what? I'm sorry.
Truckers. I assume you're meaning like immigrants. Is that who you're referencing?
Yeah, I'm not understanding the reference.
Of just anybody that doesn't meet the standard as set forth by the FNCSA. The health standards, the English language proficiency standards. There are a lot of them that don't have the proper documentation that are pulling loads. I mean, it's a big mess right now. They're trying to clean up.
So it's still a big mess, and okay, so nothing's really been fixed.
Let me get around the room. Dangerfield, go ahead. And then I'm going to go to, I guess, Nick's after that. And then
I
Hooligan.
just have a quick question. Don't they have to pass a CDL test and a written test and an understanding of signs test? So what makes them a lesser human being than you? Or a lesser driver than you, Conco?
Well, respectfully, sir, just a few months back, they busted down in Florida people at the DMV that were taking bribes to hand out CDLs like candy. So to say that every single one of them are meeting these standards and passing these tests is a little bit. I mean,
Well,
the reporting's out there. So
isn't that the fault of the DMV, the people taking bribes?
I never said it wasn't, but it goes to my point that there are substandard truckers on the road, sir.
Okay, yeah, you brought that up on another live, substandard truckers.
Well,
I was
there's
just
also
trying to get what you mean.
Well, there's also substandard truckers that are not immigrants, right?
Right. Who can? I know this for a fact. I can't tell you how many. I can't tell you how many JB Hunt drivers I've seen trying to pull out of a parking space after they slept in a parking lot and fucking scraping down the side.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't focus on saying anything about migrants or immigrants or anything. It's just simply substandard. I don't care where they're from. I don't care if they're from the holler down the road in Tennessee where I live. They need to be off the road. And they're cracking down.
They certainly do. It's weird. I saw an application once, and I'm gonna get to Nick's next, but I saw an application once when I was applying to be a truck driver. They were like, can only have one rollover in the last 10 years or 3 years.
Only?
Maybe it was 5, something like that. And I'm like, wait. These motherfuckers will allow a rollover, which is always the trucker's fault, unless it was really in a fucking snowstorm that hit out of nowhere. And even that's, I mean, you shouldn't be rolling your truck over as a truck driver. I'm saying this. And I'm like, but then they'll look at the DAC report, which is basically like the credit history of trucking. And if you quit, they'll write quit under dispatch. If you go on your home time, you're considered under dispatch, even though you're at home. And so they'll put that on there. And once those accumulate, other companies won't hire you because you've quit under dispatch while on your home time, as if you're some fucking slave or whatever, but you'll hire somebody with a rollover. That makes fucking sense to me. That's, and trucking companies should be, if they're found to continuously hire shitty drivers, they should just shut those companies down and sell off their assets to somebody else. Honestly, is what they should do. But to that, Nix, go ahead.
But I actually find the fact that we started touching on this topic really interesting, because this is the exact thing that the conversation ended on with you last time, Grunkle. Because I thought it was interesting. You were saying, they're doing these things for the trucking industry. They're not substandard. First off, that means that they are like less skilled in some sense. They're not less skilled just because they might be missing like a document or whatever. But where does the support stop when you sit here and you see that nothing happening right now is actually benefiting the trucking industry? It has put a huge damper on the trucking industry. They're not able to fill jobs. People aren't able to find work because the few truckers that are there are jumping on things right away or overfilling their schedules. Like, it is bad right now. So I don't get why your support is still there. And back to MAGA means a certain thing. Okay, well, originally that one symbol meant a certain thing. It is now aligned with something else. So if you go around wearing that, it's not a good thing. So you can't just use that slogan anymore and be like, well, I mean, it's great now, but in a different way. Tried to fit that all in a minute. Sorry.
No, you're fine. The timer, and some people, they cannot stand that fucking ticking. There's some people that I'll turn it all the way down for, because it really fucks their mind up. Who was I going to? Oh, Hooligan. I think you were next, and thank you, Nix. Well said. Hooligan, go ahead.
I think just two quick things on this. One, it's funny that the CDL thing's coming up, because back in 2015, I picked up a DWAI, and I was off clock, but I had a CDL, and they suspended my shit for 100 years.
Whoa!
So it's pretty interesting. I got a letter in the mail, and so I had to call the DMV. I'm like, hey, dude, these dates, it was like 21 fucking 15, and I was like, man, is there a typo? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I got it because I had an empty alcohol bottle in my trash can in my car, right? So I wasn't drunk, but got busted.
Wait,
Anyway.
so driving with access to intoxicants?
They said the minimum was ability impaired. DWAI, driving while ability impaired. Yeah,
because you had
prove-
something in your trash can, even though you weren't. Wow.
Yeah, they were trying to get me for a DUI. When I took it to trial, like they couldn't prove their point. So the DA was like, "Hey, man, we got to at least get him for having this bottle in his trash can." And so when the jury came back, they were like, they kind of had their hands up, and they're like, DWAI, I guess. Right?
I ain't never heard of that.
Yeah, dude.
I've never heard of that either.
As a trucker, I ain't never heard of that before.
Yeah, it's a crazy long story, right? So that happened in 15, and then I don't know, maybe it was I don't remember exactly. Maybe within a year, I got a letter saying my CDL was suspended, and I was like 2115, like
what the fuck?
Like it was like a head trip. I'm like, dude, am I dyslexic right now? Like, you know what I mean? Am I seeing these fucking numbers right? And so I called the DMV and I was like, hey, yo, I just kind of wanted to, because that was actually like my retirement plan, was to go be an OTR trucker, get a fucking sleeper cab, and just drive for the days. You know what I'm saying? Just sleep and drive. That was kind of my little retirement plan.
Enjoyed it.
And yeah,
I did enjoy it.
And
that's crazy.
And so the lady on the phone, she's like, well, let me look real quick. And she stuttered. She was like, I don't know. I don't know. And I was like, look, I said, it looks like it's 100 years because I got one in 15. You know what I'm saying? It was 2115. I was like, man. And she goes, dude, that's what I'm seeing. I was like, you guys realize I'm 40 years old, right? Like,
well, if you live that long, then they'll be like, I got my CDL back. Ain't got no teeth.
So I thought it was really crazy, and I did not have it. It wasn't in a company truck.
Thank you, Ryan.
In
your personal vehicle, in your 4-wheeler.
Crazy. And so and then real quick before I land, the other thing I was gonna say is about that whole MAGA slogan. You know what I mean? That pun. I think it hit the spot because, you know, I think Grunko said it. You know what I mean? It hits deep. You know, everybody. That's an American fucking pastime. How great America! How great we are.
It's their bumper sticker on the back of their car. Look how patriotic I am.
But look, left or right, we're America proud, right? We're America strong, left or right. You know what I'm saying? So when somebody uses a slogan like that, that's definitely going to reach deep. And then, you know, it's kind of like you said, you know, it goes into a deeper psychology, right? It's something way deeper than that. And it grabs people deeper. Because I'm not going to lie, when I saw it, I was like, that's pretty catchy. You know, that's pretty, you know what I'm saying? Like,
as opposed to defund the police.
Not that it's bad. I mean, we always need work. We could always use work. You know, we've never been perfect, but I mean, we've always been America strong. So I think they nailed it when they used that one.
Yeah, it's a badge of patriotism, really. Now let me get to Sensei and Grunkle. I see your hand up. Let me get back around. Sensei, go ahead. And thank you, Hooligan. And that's crazy, man. I'd never heard that shit before. That's fucking wild. Yeah, Sensei, go ahead.
It's purely, I mean, we're just talking about the slogan. It's purely subjective, right? And people want to perceive the world how they want to perceive, whatever rose-colored glasses of the past. Was it great for everybody? I highly doubt it. But it was, again, I'm going to say it again. I know I'm repeating myself. It's always been great for the 1%ers. They are the beneficiary from everything we do. I mean, Trucker brings up a point where early ago, maybe an hour ago, I can't remember. Why are people suffering? Why are wages so low? Why can't people afford anything? Because a certain class of people receiving overwhelmingly the benefits of our society. The wealth gap, the income gap, it's not driven by poor people. They don't have the power to drive it. It is driven by the ultra wealthy using the vehicle of a corporation. Corporate interests above average people, a working class people. That is the problem.
Yep. No, I agree. Now, Grunkle, so here's what I'm going to do. Grunkle, and then we're going to go to Tank, and then I'll open it back up for everybody to talk since everybody has now gotten a chance to speak. Grunkle, go ahead, man. And thank you for the gifts, guys. I appreciate that. Ryan, thank you so much. Grunkle, go ahead.
Okay. Just wanted to say real quick that Make America Great Again, it's literally the exact opposite of hope and change. It's the same type of sloganeering. So when people bring up Barack Obama, President Obama, and his hope and change sloganeering and all that, and they're not exactly wrong. They're actually more right than they know, when they bring up Obama and basically, Donald Trump is the pushback, that's the way I see it. As far as their presidencies being back to back like they were, people didn't like the direction, or at least not everybody, but a lot of people didn't, and they said, you know what, we need to go in a new direction. They saw Donald Trump as a change agent that might be able to turn the big ship, a little bit the other way, and they took a chance on him. It's really not that hard to figure out, and explain.
Yeah. And to me, I think that, they had the right idea that we need to change. Wrong direction. And those people don't want change. They just want to own everything, essentially, and control us all. I mean, we're starting to see the fucking AI global surveillance shit get put into place, and good luck with that. Now, Tank, you're new. You haven't spoken yet, so you're going to get 90 seconds. And then after that, I'm going to open it up for everybody. Go ahead, Tank. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, sir. No, I don't think Trump can get us to where America can be great again, because looking at his track record and the fact that he can go ahead and just be a rogue, no, I don't think that it's going to happen. I don't want to sound pessimistic. I don't want to sound like, doubtful and everything, but given the fact that we're dealing with someone that says fuck the Constitution on a daily basis, someone that says that they want to go ahead and, say all this incendiary bullshit on a daily basis, that's not the way America is. That's not how America can be great. You can go ahead and criticize, America. You can criticize, the left all you want to. Because we hear all the time that, the left doesn't want us to be great. The left thinks that what we're doing is incorrect. But what about the last 12 years? My whole thing is the last 12 years, it was progression. This, what we got right now, is not progression. So, miss with the bullshit on that one. And I know I got 6 seconds left. American greatness is being able to have progressive ideologies and able to have that hard conversation without insulting and what have you. And I yield that.
Yeah. No, thank you, Tank. I appreciate that. Now, I'll get Nick started. Guys, I am already past the time where I would normally shut down, but, we got to let people watching. It's an interesting conversation, so we'll go ahead and let it go. But if you guys will start tapping, we're only at 19,000. I don't even think we hit 10K. It took us almost 2 hours to get to 10K, so if you guys would please tap the screen, I'd appreciate that. Nix, why don't you start us off? And it's open discussion right now, so go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I actually wanted to, I think, Grunkle, you said something earlier about like if we need to change, or maybe it was Hooligan. I was up moving around. But I don't think that that's what was happening. I don't think that we needed a change, because as ashamed as I am to admit it, I voted for this stupid idiot the first time. And it was, and I will tell you, number one, I wasn't aware of some of his past. I didn't really like him, but I wasn't aware of his past. but our economy was doing very good. We were doing really well thanks to the work that had been done for the last 8 years. In fact, a lot of the stuff that had been done, his administration rode the coattails of and had no problem taking credit for it. The issue was his 8 years were up and there was nobody else. And we wanted this great economy to keep going. And we had this idea that this businessman was going to be able to do that he was going to be able to keep this up somehow, which is insane to think about now because businessmen are always in it for their pocket. But that was the idea. The idea wasn't that we needed change. The idea was that we needed this economy to continue. And then very quickly, he passed that tax act in 2017. And I was like, this motherfucker's not for the people or ever for the people. And this just screwed so many. And immediately I realized what a mistake. What the hell was I thinking? So no, I don't think it came from this idea that change, we just didn't have anybody and those 8 years were up.
Well, you know what? And this is interesting. I actually voted for Trump the first time as well. And I did it because what I saw the Democratic establishment do in order to push a corporate candidate, which was Hillary Clinton, what I saw them do, I was like, this shit is fucked. And I'm like, so we're just going to have to burn this down. And I knew that Trump was going to be so bad that he would at least show us all the fucked up shit that we would do, and then we would have to go in a new direction. But after dealing 4 years of Trump, I'm like, oh my fucking God. Okay, that's way worse than even I thought it would be. Like, just listening to that was traumatic for 4 years. So I voted for Kamala because, I'm like, we can't afford this for another 4 years, and he's even worse now. But it's like, I knew that our government, both the left and the right, were fucked up, and it was kind of like a punishment vote for the Democratic establishment and what they did. But God, we got our work cut out for us. And Grunkle, I don't know what it's going to take, but hopefully you'll see, that it's really not about America, what they're doing. That's what they claim, but it really isn't. And I just, I hope you see it.
Sorry. At this point, it's very interesting when I hear stories like yours and Nix's, because I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. As a matter of fact, everything that the left and the opposition are saying about Trump right now, I was saying back then. He was so new. He was so out of the box. He blew my mind. And I had a visceral, knee-jerk, I am against this motherfucker reaction 100%. But he got elected. And then I found myself in the same spot as with President Obama. It's the same exact shit. I was like, well, damn, he's in there. Let's see what he does. And it wasn't until the light bulb moment went off for me when he moved the Bureau of Land Management out of the D.C. bubble to, I think it was Colorado. That's when the light bulb moment went off for me. And I said, I see you. I see what you're doing. And then when he did that, I was fully on board no matter what. Because decentralization is what we need. Getting all the regulators out of the DC bubble into the heartland where they can be more influenced by regular people and regular people who are affected by the regulations. So when he did that, I thought, okay, let's get behind this guy and see where it goes. And I'm still there to this day. So better or worse, that's where I'm at.
No, Ryan, it's open discussion, so just jump in there, Ryan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what you just said is really dangerous rhetoric because, I think anyone is capable of doing one thing really well or passing one bill that goes really well or that affects the American people really well. But to turn around and say, I'm behind this guy no matter what, that's pure ignorance. in my opinion. I mean, that's just saying that, well, now no matter what you do, you got my vote. So touch little kids, do whatever you want to do. You got my vote, brother.
I'm right there with you, Ryan.
Claiming.
Oh, yeah,
Go
Sensei,
ahead.
go ahead.
I have a phone.
No, go ahead, Sensei. Oh, you got a phone call.
Phone
Okay. All right. Yeah, Tank, I thought I heard you jumping in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan, because I never wanted to vote for Trump at all. I don't care what type of rhetoric bullshit that he wanted to feed me. It was all lies from the very moment. And like Dr. Maya Angelou told us, if someone showed you who they are, believe them. And I believe everything that what that man was. And that dude, he was problematic in 2016, definitely problematic in 2020, still problematic in 2024. Now in 2026, has not my feelings have yet to be changed. Because this man showed me who he is. He showed me that he doesn't give a damn about this country. He showed that he does not care about you, I, Grunkle, any of that. What's up, Taser? He cares about Donald J. Loco. I don't know why I say Donald J. Loco. Donald J. Trump.
Well, Loco would be fitting.
J. Loco.
It is.
I kind of
It
like
is
that.
fit. Well, now,
Trump.
let me add that there is one silver lining to this fucking catastrophe that is Donald Trump, and that is what he's doing. A lot of what he's doing is not new. What he is doing is something that a lot of presidents have done before him, but he makes it so egregious that it shines a spotlight on problems that we have. And America has started to wake up. At least a majority of the population are starting to realize what's been going on. And they're like, oh my God, he just kidnapped a president from another country. We've done that before. They're, oh my God, we're blockading Cuba. We've done it before. Oh, we're bombing Iran. We've done this before. So like most of the stuff he does is stuff that people have always done. And you'll notice when you come on these lives, and you'll bring up some crazy thing that Trump did. You've got a MAGA that'll be like, well, Obama did this too. And then you're like, well, what do you say about that? Nothing. Because it's a problem and he's just spotlighting it, all of it. So hopefully from this, it will be born some change.
Yes.
I think
what people don't like about what people don't like about Trump is the one thing that I absolutely love. Well, what a lot of people don't like about him is the one thing that I absolutely love. That motherfucker is unapologetic, and he will double and triple down on shit. And by God, that is my fucking personality to a T.
How is that a reason to vote for somebody?
What I was going to say, what is that quote that says a man who never changes his opinion never changes much of anything? That's not something to admire at all.
Right.
To just constantly double down and never learn anything and never change your mind. That's literally somebody who's failing to evolve.
I think it's very disingenuous to make the statement that Trump is not a politician. He's new on the scene. That's not verbatim. That's something fairly close to what was said earlier. Trump has been buying politicians for decades. He understands how the system works. He's basically the Peter Thiels of the 80s and 70s. So you're saying he's not a politician? Bullshit. He's just the only reason you can claim he's not a politician because he was not in the limelight. He was behind the scenes pulling the levers for whom? For corporate interests. Corporate interests do not necessarily align with the working fucking class.
Almost never.
If you've been listening to anything I've been saying for the past couple hours, it's consistent. The corporate interests do not align with working class interests. They are always, throughout history, pushing down wages and driving up prices. And you sit there and complain about how hard it is for Americans to survive. Yet Trump, through tax policy alone, favors whom? TCJA favors whom? Well, corporate interests.
I mean,
And that's inherently the problem, the great divide right there. Why is America in this chaotic situation? Rather, why is the world in this chaotic situation? Because the income levels have become greater and greater in the divide. The wealth
That's
gap
true.
has been the wealth gap has been greater and greater in the divide. That is why 60% of supposedly Americans live paycheck to fucking paycheck. I'm getting animated here because these are facts you cannot refute. And what is called the underlying driving cause of this? Because there's a certain sector of the population that is gaining all or overwhelmingly the resources. And who does Trump advocate for you? Could it be those
very
people?
people.
Not us.
Could it be those people? I'm wrong. Go look at TCJA. Go look at the big beautiful Go look at the big beautiful bullshit bill. What does it do?
Dude, you don't even have to look at the TCJA.
Big beautiful bullshit bill promotes austerity.
Yeah, but Sensei,
Let me point
we got
this out.
scraps. The American people got scraps. There was no tax on tips. I mean, come on. Now we're all better off, right?
Oh, I sure am.
Nah, me.
No tax on tips, you know. No, let me make. I wanted to back up Sensei's point real quick. You don't even have to look at any bill he's passed. Fuck. Look at when he was inaugurated. Who was sitting right behind him?
Sir,
Who?
that's
Fucking
not
multi-billionaires.
germane. Sir, that's not germane.
That's
to
right.
What
13
we're
of them.
discussing. You're sitting here talking about he passed one bill. Sir, do you not realize that with that one big bullshit bill that he passed, that he's so blowy-headed about in 2025, it does not help Americans. What I don't understand about MAGA and the right is y'all not holding the man accountable that the thing that the social programs that he wants to get rid of, some of y'all are benefiting off of that. Some of y'all are benefiting off that, and then once those run out, because it runs out after the 26 midterms, if I'm not mistaken, then you're gonna be like, oh, I don't know why I went along with this. No, I need my program, I need my SNAP, everything like that. I'm not saying that that's you, Grunkle, so please do not get in your feelings about that. Okay? When he touches
Rest assured, I will not get in my feelings about anything you're saying, sir.
When he touches your Social Security, then what? Oh no, this is supposed to help America. No, it's not. Because again, at the beginning of my diatribe, I specifically said the last 12 years that the right want to complain that progression was being built, progression was given, was given. Y'all benefited off of that.
Okay,
Tank. Then when Trump
let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Then
we only got 53 seconds left.
Then when he came back to office, all of a sudden y'all just want.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, brother.
And y'all ran roughshod.
Let me ask you a question before the live ends.
I don't want to answer any of your questions. Y'all want to run roughshod.
Well,
over the fact that.
So Trump, you don't want to have a conversation with Grunkle?
All I'm trying to simply say, Lip, is...
Well, you're on a panel with other people, and like you're just, you took the last 2 minutes basically, and then he wanted to ask you a question, and you said you didn't want to answer any questions.
Okay,
if you don't want to have a conversation with somebody, like, what's the point?
That's fine. Because I already know you're gonna give me a watered down answer. But go ahead, Grunkle, ask me your question.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't know why. You know what I mean? I don't know why you come up on a panel if you don't.
You're absolutely right. Excuse me for saying no to him. Excuse me for that. Yes,
that's not what
I was okay with you saying no. I muted up, dude.
No. Okay. So okay, so I did want to hear from. We do have a new panelist, so I mean,
Okay.
Grunkle, if you want to
It
ask your
doesn't- it
question,
doesn't matter. It doesn't
either way.
matter. Let's move on.
Okay. Now, Citizen Jay, welcome up. You can start us off. I'm going to go around and give everybody a timer since you haven't spoken yet. You're going to get 90 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Glad to be here. I wanted to jump in on you've got a question posted. What is American greatness? I'm familiar with the term American exceptionalism. I would be unsurprised if everybody else who's on the panel is also familiar with the phrase American exceptionalism. And it's something that was widely touted over the last 20 years, particularly, I think, during the Bush administration. And particularly, I think Republicans were the ones who like to use that phrase to describe America as this great exceptional country. What is American greatness? At this point, there isn't any American greatness in my mind. And if anybody wants to pick a bone, they're welcome to. We were a great country when we stepped up in the world and were contributors to help other countries in terms of freedom, democracy, election rights, public health, things like that. Not things that we just spent money on, but things where we used our influence, things where we used our words, things that we negotiated. And we're not great because we don't want to do those things anymore. We've decided we really don't want to be part of the world except to use our power to take shit that isn't ours or make things harder for other people. I think I made my 90 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, well said. Perfectly stated, Citizen. Yeah, I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Yep. Now, I'm going to go, I normally go, I guess, clockwise. I'm going to go the other way. So Dangerfield, and then Ryan, then Nix. And then I'll go to the bottom and go back across. Dangerfield, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting before. My earbuds fell out and I couldn't hear that anybody else was talking.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay, so
You're
real
fine.
quick,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to tell Grunkle about these drivers that shouldn't be. They just did a cross country with an electric self-driven tractor trailer. Went 3,000 miles. They had special stations for it to charge up at. They charged up completely, and it went across the entire United States with no incident.
It's
That's
a
where
coming.
we're headed.
It's a coming.
It's a coming.
As a matter of fact, it's already here. And here, I'll pause your time, and I'll add 5 seconds. There
That's
in
it.
Texas.
I'll relinquish the rest.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just add to that. In Texas, there's a highway that is being used, as an experimental highway or whatever for autonomous trucks, and they've been running up and down that highway for years now. It is coming. Like Andrew Yang, when he ran, I think it was with Biden, the friend 2020 or something. I think he was talking about what they'll do is they'll have OTR drivers. Basically they'll get rid of OTR drivers. They'll have trucks that are autonomous and they'll run in a train form. So when you're directly behind a trailer, the drag doesn't hit you. So it's basically like a train going down the highway. And so you'll have a line of, 20, 30 trucks all go in the same exact speed in coordination with each other because it's AI that's, calculating all these things to reduce, energy costs and, essentially using the road as a train track for these trucks. And they will drop their goods at stations and then the truck drivers will be taking them. So you'll be local drivers and they pay local drivers shit. Local drivers get paid shit. There are exceptions to this, but generally speaking, local drivers get paid trash. It'll be trash wages. So anyway, so it's coming. This is what Andrew Yang was talking about. Now, Grunkle, did you want to respond? I'll give you 45-second rebuttal, and then I'm going to get to Ryan. Did you need to say something?
I was talking to myself. I thought I was on mute. So
I see.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ryan, go ahead, man. And thank you, Dangerfield.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish up just touching back on the unapologetic situation. I mean, I think ultimately, I understand we want someone that's tough. I get that, but we also want someone that doesn't lack empathy, right? we want someone that has that ability to look at things with an empathetic heart, and to be able to care about people, and to be able to care about change, and to be able to care about the conditions of his people. And we don't have that right now. And I was never a guy that was, hey, you got to vote down the party line. But I'm going to be honest with you, for the first time in my life, I don't see any other way. And I hate it, because I always have believed in voting for the best candidate. But yeah, I mean, I think to right the ship, that's what I have to do. So, that's my spiel.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. Now, Nix, you wanted to respond to something. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but things were getting heated, and I was trying not to interrupt. But Grunkle had said something about when he moved BLM from DC to Colorado, like, I supported him, was always going to support him after that. That it is an ignorant way of thinking of looking at it, because that has since blown up in the people's. It didn't go to the people. The people want conservation. The people want land management. And instead, what they're seeing is resource harvesting and manufacturing. They're watching their land get destroyed. So again, what he did was play the cards exactly how he wanted to, and get his hands exactly where he wanted them to get a hold of those things. It was not a good thing, and it did not go to the people, and the people's voices aren't being heard. They want their lands protected, not sold off and destroyed.
That's absolutely spot on, Nix.
Yeah, because I don't know of anybody that's like, yeah, please take these great and wonderful outdoors, destroy them, and build a fucking parking lot with something that has smokestacks coming out of it so we can pollute more air. Please. That's not something people usually say. Now the next, but well said, Nix. Thank you. Tank, go ahead, man.
Okay. Now, like I said before, I do not. I happen to agree with Nix, because the people of this country said they wanted to see change. They wanted to see that that we were heading in a bad direction and everything of that nature. I'm like, okay, fine. I was reluctant as an American citizen to see that man back in office, because we already know what he's capable of. But yet, people want to go ahead and try to say, well, you gotta give him a chance. You gotta let him do what he gotta do, and yeah, it's gonna be a little tight and everything like that. But I'm like, y'all talking about Trump. Let's be real here. Let's keep it a buck. Trump does, like he said on the campaign trail himself, he doesn't care about you. He cares about your vote. And it was hook, line, and sinker for them. And people need to understand that.
Yep. Now, Grunkle, go ahead.
I'm reminded of one thing. There's a lot of shit that Trump said on the campaign trail that most of MAGA didn't pay attention to. But I can tell you one thing that went to the right, and this is again goes back to a deeply psychological thing that Donald Trump has. I don't know if it's instinctive or if he learned it, but he plays it so well. When he stood up there on the stage and he looked at the audience, and I remember this so clearly, and he said, "I will be your retribution." God damn it, MAGA heard that shit. And collectively, we all said, "You're fucking right, you will be." So when you have these deeply psychological components all playing together, you can present all the facts you want. It's not going to make any difference.
Well, let me ask, do you believe that Trump won or lost in 2020?
Well, he lost, apparently. I mean, he wasn't president.
Well, I mean, sure, but the whole J6 thing and Trump still has not yet admitted that he right. So what is your thought on
I
that?
get what you're saying. I'll say this: there was some things that happened that made me wonder, But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it is what it is. Biden's in there. Oh well, But I mean, it's worked out. We got him for a second term now, so.
Now, and I'm pausing here for a second because the fact that you use that line, I'm going to be your retribution. What do you think that he was saying he was going to do for you?
The way I process that through my tiny mind is that he's going to piss off all the right people. So far, so good.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's like investigating and arresting, members of the government while simultaneously complaining that it happened to him.
Yep.
So instead of doing a job, I'm going to focus on pissing people off.
Doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, it doesn't make any sense. It's
let me help you out.
He's a hypocrite.
Let me help you out. People will support Don Corleone if he's going after people that they deem worse than him, right?
And so who do you think they are, the people that needed vengeance against?
Oh, Democrats. I'm a Republican, so he's going after Democrats. So far, so good.
Okay, so when you say he's going after Democrats,
and I'm not talking about like regular. You understand? Let me clarify that. I'm not talking about like regular voters. I'm talking about the party heads and all that.
Oh, I think he's talking about anybody that dissents from him. I believe that's what he means. So whether you take it that way, he meant it in anybody that comes against me, and he's doing this. Anybody that goes against him in any way, he uses law to go after them. He uses our military. He uses the Justice Department. He uses the FBI. He uses the CIA.
Massey's case. He uses
ICE.
Primaries.
Right. He'll use the FCC to go after media.
Yeah.
And you accept, and you're okay with that?
I'm totally fine with it.
You do understand that is what Schittler also did? He used the levers of government to seize complete and total control. This is what all dictators do. You understand that, right? So you're advocating for dictatorship.
I understand what you're saying, but you've got to understand that I'm not buying into he's going to stay in office forever and be a dictator.
He said that he will. He said that he will.
Okay, but at the same time, he's a lying liar from Liar Town that tells 40 bazillion lies a minute. I mean, come on, you guys got to pick a lane. Come on.
So you say that statement, and then you still are okay with it?
Right. But how do you get to... Well, hold on, guys, because I've got to get to Sensei. I'm only pausing because I wanted to pull on a thread. Like, you're saying that he's a liar, and you knowingly vote for a liar who lies to you. And so when we're telling you that, like, what he's saying is not what he's actually doing, you're like, no, I believe that. But how do you pick and choose,
believe anything.
What's a lie and what's true?
See. I see what he's doing. I'm not saying I believe what he says. No. I see what he's doing, and I like what he's doing.
Which is go after Democrats.
Go after Democrats and people in the GOP that are opposing his agenda. There you go.
Okay. So, when somebody tells me that they're my enemy, I have to perceive them that way. And right now, what you're telling me is that you view me as an enemy.
I don't view you as an enemy. No, he's not going after you.
Well, hold on, Tank.
He's not seeking the DOJ on you, is he?
Well, he would. I believe that he absolutely would. And so, if he, at what point when he starts going after? Well, he's already going after people. He's going after people that dissent, just regular people. Yes, you see TikTok videos about it all the time. They'll show up, they'll send the FBI out to talk to them, to intimidate them, just like he did with Stephen Colbert, just like he did with all of these other shows. He uses intimidation.
Well, Stephen Colbert is not a regular person. I mean,
Well,
that's a stretch.
I'm saying that this is what he's doing to anybody that goes up against him. He's doing it to
Okay.
average citizens as well.
I understand, liberal loudmouth, respectfully. I understand how you could come to that conclusion viewing it from your point of view. I get that.
Okay. I
But my
hope
point of view
that
is different.
I believe that you think that there's a difference between the Democrats he'll go after and people like me. I believe that you believe that.
Of course.
I hope that at some point you see, because I don't believe that he will just separate us. We are all, he calls us terrorists. He calls all of us terrorists. I mean, what do you do with that? Where do you go from there? Anyway, well, Grunkle, I appreciate the honesty. Let me get to Sensei. Go ahead, man.
I don't know where to start here. But yes, you're right. Trump labels all Democrats as terrorists, regardless if they're politicians or just an average vote, right? That's very harsh language, dehumanizing language for that matter. But you don't acknowledge these things, and you acknowledge he's a liar. So when do you believe? When is the truth? Do we just cherry pick the truth because it makes me feel good? Because Trump says what I believe, and I'll believe that. But all the rest, he's a liar. We don't believe that shit. This is very hypocritical. I mean, it's this whole argument. I mean, earlier I bring up this argument against the corporate interests and the working class, and you somewhat agreed to it, right? And it's clear through his taxation policies alone, he does not advocate for the working class. And as a truck driver, I believe you're part of the working class.
Yep. He would be. And I'll just, you can, Grunkle, do me a favor. When you get a chance, just like Google average citizens, that Trump has gone after, or use AI to give you articles about it. There are many, many, many examples of this, like people writing articles at universities who are private citizens. He's gone after them, or he's gone after people to go after them, or he's gone after the universities to go after them. It's not just like Trump knocks on your door and then pulls you out into the yard and beats the shit out of you. It's do everything possible, legally to fuck with and intimidate and get somebody to stop doing what they're doing. It's currently happening right now. So I think you're genuine in your belief that there's a separation, but I urge you to look into it because it's not true that he's just separating them. He thinks that we are all terrorists.
Yep.
He really does. And, that's getting into dangerous dictatorship, authoritarian type takeover situation. And I feel like that's not what you want, but I can't really speak for you. I mean, you don't want to live in a dictatorship, right?
Oh, of course not.
Right.
And if I thought he was being dictatorial or would, not leave office in a couple years, I mean, that might change my mind. But again, I keep asking the same question, and it's the question I was going to ask Tank earlier. What's the Democrat plan to stop him? There isn't one.
As a party, our party is fucked because most Democrats are starting to realize, I think most Democrats are starting to realize how fucked up the party itself is, because this apparatus, this establishment that we see that calls themselves Democrats, they don't give a fuck about us either. And so we have, as people, have to grassroots the fuck out of this. We have a lot of work to do.
Liberal, to your point, it's like, I'm looking at it, from my standpoint, but I can agree with you. It's like, wow, he's doing all these, Adolf type stuff. And then you're looking around and you're like, well, who's stopping him? And then you realize, fuck, nobody's stopping him. Holy shit. I can see how you can come to that conclusion.
Well, he runs the Department of Justice. He runs the FCC, the SEC. He runs the U.S. military, ICE. he has access to all of these things. So stopping him is, filing lawsuits and briefs to the courts, who most of the time just give the dude whatever he wants, these activist judges. So, like, aside from revolt, just full on absolute rebellion against the state, there's not much that we can do but wait. And like with the midterms, for example, that's going to be where I really see if we can actually change it or not. Because and this goes back to the Ashley St. Clair thing. I think they've all got it wrapped up tidy in a fucking bow.
But this is where the gerrymandering becomes a problem, though.
But real quick, just inadvertently, you brought up the courts, and that's I knew when people started filing these lawsuits, I'm like, you guys really don't know what you're doing, because he may lose. Look at his winning streak. He's winning a hell of a lot more cases in the courts than he's losing. So for every like 1 or 2 he loses, he's winning like 10. So inadvertently, the left and the opposition are allowing him. If they'd have just sat back and done nothing, it would have been better.
I actually think he loses more than he wins. I'd have to, because what they do is, they'll lose something, or if they see they're going to lose it, they'll fucking dismiss it, drop it, change it, move to another venue. And they're having to do this constantly, and that's why they go judge shopping. And so I actually don't think that he has won more cases than he's lost. I'm pretty sure that he's lost a lot more.
I just pulled that statistic out of my ass, and I could be wrong. So okay.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the numbers, but I see a lot of losses in like the lower courts for sure. He's lost a lot in lower courts. But then they'll appeal, and then appeal, and then appeal. And see, it's not his money, it's our money that we're spending. You know what I mean? So we're paying for our own demise here. It's crazy.
I feel the script has been flipped against Democrats, right? They may be feckless, that's true, okay? But inherently, is Trump an authoritarian or quasi wannabe authoritarian? And I would have to say yes. But you're not critical of that type of behavior. That's what's ironic about it. You sit there and tell us how useless the Democrats are. Great. But you don't see the inherent problem that Trump brings? But because I have not heard any criticisms, but more defense of it.
And you're not going to hear any criticism.
Yeah, here, let me.
Exactly. That's my exact point. That's my exact point. I'm talking about you personally. I can't talk. I'm not talking about entire MAGA, because MAGA is not all on this panel. I'm talking about the comments you've made during your time on this panel. You've always defended Trump. There is no red line. You said might to becoming a dictator. That's a might. In most people's opinion, I can't say that. In my opinion, if you remotely touch that dictatorship, I don't care what party symbol you have behind your name. No. But you just said might. That's a direct quote. That's not just, some hearsay. It was verbatim might.
Yeah, real quick, and this hasn't really changed much. This is on democracy4.org. They say Trump-Vance administration has faced more than 600 lawsuits from people and communities across the nation and is lost in court more than 70% of the time. That's crazy. Yeah, I figured it was a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. And
yeah, I was just Googling that myself, but there's more to the story than that.
Well, we pay for all of that.
That's in the lower courts,
but they count.
It doesn't matter what court it's in.
It doesn't matter.
If it gets up to the Supreme Court and their ruling is what counts. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But let's give him that. That means he's winning 30% of the time. Don't you think that's a problem? If he's this much of a dictatorial piece of shit, shouldn't he be like losing 100% of the time? right?
What?
No.
Remember, he
No.
appointed a lot of the judges that have been ruling for him lately.
And that's why he goes judge shopping. Yeah. In the Supreme Court, you pointing to the Supreme Court, they created immunity for the president out of nothing.
did.
Out of nothing. There is not a single statement about giving immunity to a president for a criminal action while they're president. It doesn't exist in the Constitution, yet they just created it out of nothing. It's a corrupt justice system. And I also find it interesting that, like, you have 12 judges below the Supreme Court, I'm just throwing out a number, that all agree one direction. And then it gets to the Supreme Court and they're like, they say another thing, and maybe only 6 of them are saying yes. And for some weird reason, despite more judges saying that's not okay, only when the 9 or when the 6 do it, then that's okay. That's a weird system to me. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like we need to alter the Constitution so that when a majority of judges during this process, if it gets to the Supreme Court, that's what changes a precedent, not just the 6 justices or whatever.
Well, the Supreme Court, they should not have lifetime. They shouldn't be able to serve lifetime for life. I mean,
That's
that
true.
shouldn't just be an automatic appointment for life.
Yeah, no, that's true. I just
And
think
the
about
people
that.
should be a part of that. The people should be a part of selecting that as well.
Something needs now. The thought behind making it appointments was so that the Supreme Court would not be, bound to the whims of the public, right? Because then they would have to think about and care about what the public might think about their rulings. That was the idea. But it's weird to me because the Supreme Court justices are typically plucked from the courts before it, right? The lower courts. So
Yeah.
it's not like the Supreme Court justices are somehow better because there's the same fucking judges, right? It's just a different position. And yet they can overrule when every lower court rules the same way. The Supreme Court can overturn all of these other judges that disagreed. That is just because it's set up that way. That's right. And I've always thought that was weird.
Can you do me a favor? Look up Trump v. Wilcox. It's the latest Supreme Court ruling.
Trump v. Wilcox.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and while you're doing that, the reason I said what I said as far as the people being involved is because, like, when they're ruling on something like Roe v. Wade, that involves the people. The people should get a say in that kind of stuff.
And Grunko, you haven't been talking too much. You're good, man. Let's see. Supreme Court emergency order case about whether Trump could fire members of independent agencies, even though federal statutes say they can only be removed for cause. What about it? This was from May 22nd.
Yeah.
Pause the reinstatement orders, letting Trump keep them out of office while the appeals continued. Did not issue a final merits ruling fully deciding whether the statutes are unconstitutional. It was an emergency stay, but the majority strongly signaled that Trump was likely to win, saying the government had made a strong showing that the NLRB and MSPB exercise executive power that the president must be able to control. Justice Kagan dissented, joining Sotomayor and Jackson, arguing the court was effectively gutting Humphrey's executor, the 1935 precedent allowing Congress to protect some independent agency officials from at-will presidential removal. They should be able to protect people because that's how checks and balances work.
That's what I thought. And here we are. And he fired a whole bunch of union officials.
Thank you, citizen. Yeah, no, it should be because it prevents dictatorships. You get rid of that, and there's nothing sacred. Nothing.
You said something interesting earlier, liberal, is the fact that law that the president can't be charged literally was created out of nowhere, out of thin air, from nothing. The Enabling Act of 1933 in Germany also created out of nowhere. And what that allowed for that monster to do was bypass Parliament. When he bypassed Parliament, just a few months later, he made the only legal political party the schmaltzy one.
Right.
So when you say, like, what's the plan for Democrats? I don't know, because I don't know if you're going to be allowed to be a Democrat. Because I feel like this is the path we are on. He is trying to filter the entire Democratic Party out so that we won't even be recognized as a political party.
We all clearly heard when the topic of dictatorship was brought up, somebody said might. It wasn't a hard red line. It might change his mind. I'm sorry. My mind was changed just by saying the word. I don't give a shit what fucking party affiliation he came from.
It's why I came in saying what I was saying, and we're right back to it where I said that and I don't care at this point, Grunkle, but where you come in and you pretend you're here to listen and hear both sides, but you keep going, well, actually, I like him for this. Well, actually, I like him for this. Well, actually, I still like him for this. No matter how many times you're rebutted or shown that this has been a complete lie, that this is not working out, that he's lied about everything, he's destroying everything he said he was going to make better, and you still will say, well, actually, because you're not here to listen and you're still just going to support him no matter what.
I try to preach most situations with an open mind, including what Nix just said, her opening comments when she first came here, like, I don't know, a good hour plus ago. I agree with her. You have shown time and time again, you have no open mind. You're MAGA. Seriously. This is a cult-like behavior. You actually agreed with me. You actually agreed with me. If I can continue, and I'll give you your time. I mute up most of the time. You actually agreed with me that the working class is hurting. And how does Trump's taxation policy, how does him gutting social welfare programs help average people? You're an average person, right? You're a truck driver. I'm not diminishing what you are. You're part of the working class if you acknowledge it or not. You can say your 401k grew. At what expense? Your peanuts that you got out of your 401k is nothing to what Elon got. You are insignificant. I am insignificant, and my self-esteem can actually tell me that. I'm insignificant in wealth compared to the billionaire class, and I'll acknowledge that. Can you?
I think what's going on is you guys and me have a different idea of what open-mindedness is. To me, open-mindedness is just seeing your point of view. It doesn't mean at the end of the day that you've given me all these facts and I'm automatically gonna, change my mind. It just means I can see where you're coming from. But at the end of the day, it's okay to agree to disagree. I mean,
I've pointed out some of these things. Can your mind
I've pointed out some of these things that you said you supported like for the last several years, and I will tell you like how. No,
Go ahead,
it's not going to be.
Right.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, my bad.
I guess I don't really like. Why do you keep? You have no reason to support him. Every reason that you've given has been successfully rebutted and shown that he in fact did not do those things, is not doing those things, is not succeeding at those things, and you still go, I support him. And this is what we mean when we come in and we say it is a cult-like mindset. And while I might understand to a point because I was raised in these cult-like mindsets, like my mother was even one of those ones that was like, SpongeBob is a demon cult, which I didn't know was a cult till I got older. It's a real thing. It's a real fucking thing. My whole life was raised in these weird environments. I recognize it. But I don't understand it because I don't understand this innate need to be so devoted to this person who couldn't care less about you.
Right.
Well, see,
by the way, if your mind can't change, then you're not open-minded.
Well, it's like laying on the same train tracks because they're comfortable. Eventually, a train's going to come along.
I get that that's your idea of open-mindedness, but it's not mine.
No, that's how open-mindedness works.
I mean, Ryan is right.
Wow.
Is being willing to acknowledge that your own view could be flawed, right?
I've said that multiple times.
Yeah. So to everybody on the panel, I don't expect Grunkle to be persuaded by any of us here, right? There's probably
yeah.
not going to be a moment where Grunkle's like, "Oh, you're right," but I appreciate Grunkle's honesty about the fact that this is about how he feels about the situation. He believes there's an out that's somewhere down the line, whatever that looks like. So all I can hope from Grunkle is that he, at some point, knows that he can leave that.
Here's
he can
what I'm
say,
hearing.
okay, that's fucked up. And he's going to have to come up with that on his own terms.
Right.
Here's what I'm
But-
hearing, if I may, just real quick.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a logical, fact-based argument that you guys are making, and you're saying A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And because of that, in the future, X, Y, Z is going to happen. Respectfully, that's a prediction. And none of us knows the future. You might be right. I'll go that far with you. You could be right, maybe. But I don't think you know the future. And I don't either.
No, but we know the
I
facts.
used to teach history at Lewis College in Detroit for 19 years. Okay, and for 19 years, I think my students understood that when you look at the past and see what happens when such and such a situation arises, that the same, if you're given the same situation, that you're going to have the same result.
Probability and statistics.
Right. It's like you walk outside, if the whole ground is wet, what do you assume?
It probably rained.
It rained, right? These are deductions you can make from things that you see, patterns of behavior that you see. When you compare it to what you know to be true, like Dangerfield brought up with history. So we're seeing these same patterns that other dictators, for example, have taken. So if you do some research into past dictators, actual dictators, you'll see he's doing the playbook. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. He's going right along.
Right.
And that's why we come to the decision that we come to.
I've researched another great leader of the past that I feel more fits what Donald Trump is doing today, respectfully, you know. And his name is Teddy Roosevelt. So
Teddy?
Didn't Teddy
Teddy's
Roosevelt do this thing where he
policies
served our country? Didn't he do that?
Yeah, he didn't dodge a draft.
Yeah, and he didn't say, he said he charged
he
up
was
the
a
hill.
New York elite that had a populist message too. Yeah.
Teddy fought corporations.
Really?
big
You
time.
researched
He
some
did.
Grunkle?
He busted up monopolies.
And he's like Trump? You're shitting me,
You
right?
know,
Wow.
if you want to
It's
look
it's
at
amazing how you
what
people.
is at the heart of a party, all you need to do is look at what they did when they had control of the House, the
Have you
Senate, and
guys
the White House.
researched Teddy Roosevelt
That's
and his
all, that's all
president?
you got to do.
Have
Oh, yeah,
you?
we
When
sure
you
have.
look in the past at what they did when they had all three branches, you'll see time and time again, every time the Republicans have those three and have the power, they give tax cuts to the rich. They cut social programs. When the Democrats have it, what do? They try to make health care more affordable. They come up with Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. They do stuff that help the people, not hurt the people. With the Republicans, it's the other way. All you got to do is look at the past, and you'll see what they did and how much how much good stuff has come from liberal politicians and how much bad has come from the Republicans.
Were you aware that
You're wasting your time.
77%? Were you aware that 77% of our national debt is not owed to other countries? It's owed to our own social programs. $2.5 trillion we owe Social Security. Almost $1 trillion to FEMA. And on and on. Why do you think we keep cutting social programs? So that we don't have to pay them back the money we borrow from them.
I'm gonna have to bite on this whole Teddy Roosevelt.
It's,
I am about to say something controversial, so I'm going to have to bite here. Wasn't he a white supremacist?
Roosevelt, yeah, for sure. As much as I appreciate some of the things he did as a soldier and for the people, he absolutely was a racist.
Wasn't he an imperialist?
Let me tell you what he did do. He created two things that are sitting on the shelf right now. And the two things that he created was windfall taxes and antitrust laws. And they're not put in play. They should be put in play right now.
Well, wasn't he an imperialist? What demographics is
What's
that?
an imperialist?
America is an imperialist nation. I mean, pretty much every president has been an imperialist, I would say. But like, the notion that Teddy is and Trump were the same. Teddy was a conservationist. He brought in food safety regulations. He busted up monopolies. He went after corporations.
Antitrust laws right there.
That's right. He went after, Trump and Teddy are not alike.
No.
They're really not alike.
And windfall taxes is when
they're more
you
alike.
put windfall taxes when they buy out all their competition and they corner the market. That's when you put the windfall taxes on their ass.
Well, okay, so let me ask Grunkle. Grunkle, what do you believe makes, aside from Teddy was a populist candidate too, that's pretty much where the similarities end. What is it that you believe makes Trump like Teddy?
Yes.
He's a monopoly buster. He's a trust buster. That's why the tariff. That's why he put on the tariffs, and that's why he's making these deals to bring the companies back home to America. Because what we've seen, this quote unquote free trade, that's why I put it in quotes, quote unquote free trade for the past, well, at least my lifetime, 50 years. The only thing we've seen is because of that is the offshoring of monopolies to another country. I mean, 90% of our pharmaceuticals are not made in America. Trump wants to bring that back home. And that's where I see a huge similarity right there. Also, the tariffs are a direct tax on corporations. I mean, for my lifetime, I've been hearing the left and Democrats saying the corporations need to pay their fair share. Well, Trump finally makes them do it, and apparently it's not cool with the left now.
Well, it gets passed to the consumer, so that's the problem with that.
Right. He was anti-monopoly. Donald Trump is not.
Wow.
Donald Trump is not anti-monopoly. Donald Trump is 100% monopoly. He's the monopoly
don't you think
man.
it would be better for those monopolies to be here in America than somewhere else where the regulations can oversee them?
Monopolies don't need to exist.
Exactly.
Well, they do. There are such things as legal monopolies. I mean, I hope you know that. But anyway,
they don't need to exist. That's I just said that.
The idea that they don't need to exist and recognizing that they do exist are two different
They're
things.
not supposed to exist.
He's trying to minimize regulations. So you saying, "Oh, shouldn't it
What
be
I'm
here?"
trying to
where
say is
regulations?
we have the regulations, and those countries don't. We need to bring them back home, and that's
And he is
his whole
trying to
end game.
reduce those regulations. Did you not just hear me?
Yeah, well, you haven't provided any. Which regulations is he trying to reduce? The ones that
I'll be
are
right back. 1 second.
like stacked on top of each other, like 6 different regulations over the same thing. Don't you think one would suffice?
Can I ask you
well,
something?
it depends. You'd have to look at each on a case-by-case basis to make that consideration. Just saying that, oh, look, there's 6, which means it's bad, doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. You could have 6 different
That's
issues
what I'm
that
saying.
each of them address. He's not
That's
doing
exactly
that,
my
though.
point. We don't know. How do you
Here's a
know?
great example of him being
don't know
anti-Teddy. Let me give you an example of him being anti-Teddy. Like I just said the other day, or just earlier, the cigarette company or one of the vape companies sent him or his PAC $5 million within a week. As a matter of fact, he started that process that same day right after he got that money to undo the regulations prohibiting flavored vapes. He can be bought. Teddy would not have done that.
No.
I think it's laughable when he brings
Well,
up
I
the trucker
mean,
brings up this whole monopoly offshore and blah 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 blah. Does Trump have any ties to China in his manufacturing? Does his daughter Ivanka have patents in China? Oh wait, these are the same fucking people. When you talk about monopoly, anybody advocates for monopoly has to be a fool. It concentrates wealth even more so in the hands of a few. That opposes a truck driver, part of the working class inherently, right? We live in this capitalistic society and money is power. And when you say, oh, monopolies are great, we want to concentrate in the hands of a few.
I never said monopolies were great.
Well, you just did. It's great for America. You want to put it in America's hands, right? So you want Elon Musk.
I'm advocating for businesses to be here rather than overseas.
I sit there and listen to you. Remember, open-minded people
Okay,
listen.
sorry.
Are you open-minded? I listen silently, muted. So when Elon gets he's at half a trillion, and he gets that $1 trillion. You don't think he's going to use his immense wealth to dictate society? You don't believe that's true?
I mean, he already
I'm
has.
sorry. Maybe I'm too pessimistic. I'm just jaded. That's what it is.
Can I just say
You sound
something?
kind of pessimistic, but I'm just advocating for businesses to be here rather than somewhere else. And if Trump can,
Well, how's that going?
if Trump can use the tariffs and leverage to get that done, I'm for it. Is that so bad?
How has that worked so far?
It's okay.
It's not working well.
Yeah, his tariffs are not legal. If he wants to do that, he's going to have to get with Congress. Except this is one of the downsides to him, even to your own point, is that the things he wants, he's not good at working with other people. He's good at telling people what to do, even if it's the wrong thing to do. The tariffs aren't necessarily going to bring companies back. And when companies come back, it's not going to look like it did before when manufacturing was a big deal here. If he really wanted to actually bring manufacturing back, what he would have done is incentivize it. He would have asked for Congress to put together subsidy packages for people to build these fucking things that we don't have anymore, because the very people that he is now in bed with are the same people that ship those jobs overseas. He surrounded himself by the very billionaires that push the outsourcing in the first place and then act like they're going to fix it. No, it's all bullshit rhetoric. This was just hook and
They
reeling
also
him in.
push that out.
Oh, that's all it
Yeah.
ever is bullshit.
Well,
Right?
back
Yeah.
to what you were saying about regulations, they also push that out because those countries, like you said, do not have some of the manufacturing regulations that we had because they are being removed already. For example, like telling companies to reduce their greenhouse emissions. Yeah, gone. That is not a good thing. We have those in place for a reason. Because should we start polluting our entire country, our water, our air, it's not good.
Right.
So what you're saying is, oh, it should be over here, but then he's also removing those regulations.
Yeah, and our national parks that Teddy conserved, because I don't know, national parks were a big thing for Teddy. Almost 500 million, acres of land were reserved for conservation rights, and Trump is now coming in and he's undoing all that because he wants them to extract.
That's the opposite of Teddy.
That's a complete opposite of Teddy's.
Yeah, I never said that they were 100%
Aside
perfectly
from
aligned.
trash
I said
talking
he
black
more
people, they're the
fits,
same there.
in my mind, Teddy Roosevelt than any other leader of the past. That's all I said. I didn't say they were 100% exactly alike.
Can you tell me
They're nothing alike.
Nothing.
Can you tell me how Teddy aligns with Trump, in your opinion?
Politically.
Well, did you not hear me say that?
Yeah,
the
he said
monopoly
earlier.
offshored, and that's what Trump is trying to do with the tariffs and leverage and these deals he's making, bring them back home where they can be here instead of overseas with our good regulations. I mean, somebody just mentioned regulation. They don't have the regulations we have. And as far as to the point of the
Past tense.
as far as to the point of that EPA regulation that you're mentioning, those regulations never existed. Okay, before the EPA decided to say, hey, we can regulate greenhouse gas emissions. What the Trump administration is trying to do and say is that the EPA has no power by Congress to limit greenhouse gas emissions. It was never there. It was never part of the EPA.
The Environmental Protection Agency has no power to regulate laws that affect the environment.
Greenhouse gases.
Are you
No,
fucking
they
kidding me?
never had the power to do
Well,
that.
Grunkle, let me ask you, do you think that we have a right to be able to breathe clean air?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you know why
And
the EPA...
If the Congress wants to pass a law saying that we need
They
to
did.
regulate greenhouse gases, they didn't. It
Yes,
was
they did.
never a thing.
Yes.
No, they
President
didn't.
Nixon
Yes, they did.
in
No.
1970 established the EPA.
Your
Greenhouse
issues,
gases.
your
I'm not
issues
ta-
with
you're
Chevron
conflating,
deference.
liberal.
No. The Chevron deference.
You're conflating.
The Chevron deference that was a part of our government for a long time was undone. And the EPA did what it did because they are the experts. And so Congress, you're asking a bunch of non-scientific people who are politicians who go around and convince people to vote for them. They aren't, environmentalists. They aren't, you know what I mean? Like, you're asking them to come up with these laws. That's why they had the EPA. That's what the EPA was there to do. Right?
It
And
was
you're
not
like,
ever put there to regulate greenhouse gases, sir.
it
No, sir.
was regulating greenhouse gases.
It was,
It
but it had
was.
no power by law to do that. They claimed the power.
That's Congress allowed that because it was a Supreme Court precedent that had been in place for a very long time. Why would they need a law when the precedent of the law says that what they were doing was okay? You're blaming them for something that they did that
Liberal.
was within the scope of what was constitutional until this activist
Loudmouth, listen
court
to what you're
said
saying.
that they couldn't.
Listen to what you're saying.
What?
The EPA.
know what you're saying.
The EPA. Here's what you're saying. Let me repeat it back to you. The EPA can claim the right to regulate greenhouse gases. If they can do that, then they can turn right around and say, "No, we don't have the power to do that." That's what they're doing right now.
Because it's being run by the guy that doesn't want those regulations in there because it's costing businesses money.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's costing them money.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, Donald Trump came in there. He took over an agency. And by the way, I believe it was
And the
Kavanaugh.
agency is saying, "We're not gonna do that shit no more." That's
Kavanaugh's
literally what's
mom,
saying.
Kavanaugh's mother, Brett Kavanaugh's mother was part of the EPA. She was put in there to dismantle the EPA, and they shit-canned her ass. In his entire life, he had been trying to go against them. And so Donald Trump put him in charge of on the Supreme Court so that he could get this ruling, like Chevron deference, for example, overturned in order to dismantle it. And why? There's one reason. And that is because corporations wanted to save $1 so that they could put more money in their pocket, and your clean air be damned. That's exactly what happened. And you're over here defending. You're
Greenhouse gases
defending.
do not equate to clean air, sir.
You're pollution
Oh,
in
That's not the
general,
same thing.
sir. This is okay. You don't get to go into the minutia of things when you don't understand what it is that you're saying. You don't understand. You compared Donald Trump to Teddy Roosevelt, Grunkle. That is the most superficial comparison. You don't understand Teddy Roosevelt. You said that you've done research on Roosevelt. Bullshit. I call bullshit. I don't think you know a single fucking thing about Teddy Roosevelt. But you probably heard it somewhere that he was like Teddy because he was bringing back the fucking jobs. That has nothing to do with Teddy Roosevelt. So I'm sorry if I don't, take at face value what
It's
you're
okay.
telling
We
me.
can agree to disagree. I've said that
The
before.
language behind that was weird anyway, because what did you say that you had? Hold on, I lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry.
Hey, Grunkle is just giving us the argument. I know you are, but what am I?
See, this whole,
No, I'm
this whole,
not.
no, this
I'm
whole
literally
notion,
saying
this
all
whole
I'm saying
notion.
is
Oh no, you said you were comparing him to any leader is what you said. The leader I think he's most like, and then you compared him to
No, we're
one
talking about the
in the
EPA right
U.S.
now.
Okay, shut up, because you're wrong. You compared him to one in the U.S. And then we're a baby country. So out of all the leaders that have ever existed, that's who you thought of?
I thought
That's
of
who I
Genghis
researched,
Khan.
and that's my perspective. I'm thinking that you disagree with my assertion.
Yes, facts actually disagree with your assertion. Let me do something. Let me pull this up, and I'm going to use Gemini AI. Explain. I'm just going to Google it. Explain the similarities and differences of Teddy Roosevelt and Trump.
While you're doing that, let me ask Gunkel. Were you aware that under Democrats, 65 million jobs have been created since 1989, and under Republicans, 1 million? Explain that one to me.
I was not aware of that fact, sir.
Here we go.
You weren't?
Okay. Here we go. Let me read
Look
this.
it up.
This is Gemini. So, key similarities: establishment outsiders. Both men were wealthy New Yorkers who broke away from their party's traditional leadership to champion populist movements. Media mastery. Roosevelt revolutionized the presidency by using the press as a bully pulpit. Trump similarly bypassed traditional media by utilizing social media platforms. Charismatic populism. Both built intense personal brands. They position themselves as defenders of the working class against corrupt elites. Nationalist branding. Both promoted nationalist agendas. Roosevelt championed new nationalism and muscular American identity, while Trump ran on a platform of America First. Third-party disruption. Roosevelt fractured the Republican Party by running a third-party progressive campaign, the Bull Moose Party, in 1912. Trump fundamentally transformed the GOP. Key differences. Role of government. Roosevelt believed in a robust interventionist federal government to regulate corporations and protect citizens. Trump advocated for deregulations, shrinking federal agencies and reducing the federal footprint. Corporate regulations. Roosevelt was a famous trust buster who used antitrust laws to break up corporate monopolies. Trump implemented pro-business policies, emphasizing corporate tax cuts and removing corporate restrictions. Environmental policy. Roosevelt was a pioneer in environmental conservation, placing 230 million acres of public land under federal protection. Trump prioritized energy independence, opening public lands to drilling, and exited global climate change agreements. Global alliances. Roosevelt championed internationalism, negotiated global treaties, winning a Nobel Peace Prize, and sought to project American power globally. Trump favored unilateralism, questioned traditional alliances like NATO, and prioritized bilateral trade deals. Democratic institutions. Roosevelt generally worked within or sought to reform established legal and constitutional frameworks. Trump frequently challenged the legitimacy of federal courts, intelligence agencies, and electoral systems. So when it comes to the actual doing of the things, Teddy and Trump are so far fucking removed from each other. Donald Trump is more like Obama in that they're both trying to talk to Iran. I mean, you could have made that comparison better than a comparison with Teddy. I don't really understand how you came to the conclusion that Teddy and Trump were anything alike, because it's just not true. Go look up their policies, please.
Well, I never said they were 100% exactly the same. I said he more aligns with Teddy than Adolf. That's all I said.
We know this is going nowhere. Can you do me a favor and read that first line one more time, please?
What
was
first
Adolf
line?
brought up earlier?
The very first line, yeah.
The establishment outsiders, that one?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, both men were wealthy New Yorkers who broke away from their party's traditional leadership to champion populist movements.
So, in other words, he is not a Republican, not a conservative, never has been. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to touch on that.
Also,
I mean, he donated to Clinton's.
My memory might not serve me accurately, but the comparison to Adolf wasn't mentioned till now. Your earlier remarks was just that they... God damn, another phone call, sorry.
That was funky.
Yeah, so I mean, the point, I understand what Sensei is trying to say. The nobody said he was like Hitler, but Hitler was a dictator that did the things, the playbook. You go look at the playbook, and what Hitler did policy-wise is what they do, but that's also the same playbook that other dictators used. Even dictators prior to Hitler and dictators after Hitler, they all did the same thing. It's the same playbook. And we see these patterns, we recognize them from history, and we say, danger, Will Robinson. And Will Robinson's like, fuck you. I'm not racist. I made that part up, but still. Yeah, I mean, so, take your pick. Take your dictator pick. And I guarantee you there's going to be a bigger comparison between Trump and that dictator and Trump and Teddy Roosevelt.
I get what you're saying.
In the early days,
your point of view,
Trump, I was like, why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? And then when I started thinking of him as a malignant narcissist, everything made sense in that light. Everything made sense. I was no longer confused.
Yeah, the dude is definitely that. Now, T-Beans, welcome in. T-Beans hasn't spoken yet. Did you want to jump in? I am going to start wrapping things up here in just a minute, guys. Maybe like 15 minutes. So, y'all go ahead and talk over each other.
Hi,
call names if you want. Hello, T-Beans. Take it away.
Hi. So I just want you to know that it's okay to still be a Republican and not support him. Just to make you aware of that, it doesn't make you less of a person. It doesn't make you less of a human to admit your mistakes. This man that you so wholeheartedly support, and you can't tell me otherwise because I've been listening the whole time. You do realize he's coming for your job, correct? You are a truck driver, correct? So him and Elon, his BFF, are actually developing trucks that are self-driving that are expected to take over in the next 20 years. So you won't have a truck driving job. So you need to back yourself up, do some research, and figure out who you are promoting. Because this is happening without your permission. And if you continue down this path of blindness, because you don't listen to anything that's being told up here. Automatically when you're presented with facts, you say, okay, well, that's your opinion. That's not how I take it. That's not digesting information that's given to you. That's you just going in one ear and out the other and saying, no, whatever I think is what I think, and whatever you think is what you think, and that's fine. You can have that outlook, but don't say that you're learning and listening, because you're not.
Which was Nix's original point, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, that was what Nix actually first said when she came up here.
I think I've demonstrated that I can hear and listen and understand your point of view. At the end of the day, if we still disagree, isn't that okay? That's okay. That's what America's about, right? We can agree to disagree.
It's perfectly fine to disagree, but you're not even ingesting that information that's being given to you, because you came in here with your mindset and you're not willing to look at things differently from a different perspective. You have it in your head that you're correct.
I'm hearing everyone out on the panel.
And I don't think it's okay in this case, because it's not a simple disagreement. You are actively participating and willingly okay with destroying.
Do you expect me to change my mind right here on the spot?
I think you've had years to do it, and you keep making excuses. That's what I think.
Well, that's what I said earlier.
No, I gotta give. Sorry, go ahead.
A little bit of credit. He's here in the Lion's Den, and he's here still.
Well,
even though I don't
respectfully, I've been listening. I've heard liberal loudmouth out. He put the things up about Teddy and Trump and the differences and all that. And I've been hearing you. I don't know what much more you want from me than to hear you out and try to understand your point of view.
I think at the end of the day,
do you want me to change my mind right here? Because I can, if that's what you want. Hey, Trump is terrible. He's
No,
awful.
no, I want
We're
you
on the road to
to.
dictatorship. Is that what you want? Is
That's
that what you'd like me to
I'm
say?
expecting out of you is some work.
See, look, everybody, we changed the MAGA's mindset. Did you see that in real time?
Yeah,
In
baloney.
real
Well,
time.
and it came back to the honesty thing that liberals said earlier. I don't think you're honest. I think you're very careful about the language you use when you say things like substandard drivers. When you say things like, "Ooh, the immigration stuff." Yeah, we all know why you support him. You're just very good about not saying it, trucker.
Can I ask you
See,
something?
that would be
Have
a
you ever
bias
read
in
Mein
your
Kampf?
mind. That would be a bias in your mind about the words
That
I'm
would be
using.
an observation.
It's
That
not
would
an
be,
Because
incorrect
I've seen you
I'm
observation either.
participate in so
I'm-
many lives, and I think you're
I'm-
smart enough to watch the language that you use, which is why you're very careful about what you say. You're a
I'm
manipulator because you're a narcissist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hadn't
Okay,
thought
can
about
I
it.
just
I'm
ask
observing.
Grunkle one
Wow,
question?
okay, never
Have
mind.
you ever read Mein Kampf, Hitler's book? Have you ever read it?
No, why would I read that shit?
Okay, because you'll find 3/4 of what it says comes out of Trump's mouth.
I heard that.
Now, why
Trump's
is that if he
wife-
has never read
ex-wife
that
in an
book?
interview said that the only book Trump ever read was a book of Hitler's speeches that he kept on a nightstand.
A lot of quotes over the years
Adolf.
have been used by a
I
lot of
did.
people.
Because
You
it's a
know.
part of studying government. I read it, and it's not a banned book in the United States. Did you ever wonder why that is? It was actually not even something I had to have approved by my parents.
Okay. A lot of people over the years, over the centuries, have used a lot of quotes that are similar to a lot of other people. So I'm not sure what kind of point you're making there.
These are word for word. Make Germany great again.
I want to
Make
go
Germany
back to,
great again.
I want to go back to my point of you're supporting a man that wants to take you off the road. He wants to take your livelihood. That's who you're supporting.
That's very true.
Yeah,
You are
Grunkle.
supporting a man that wants to get rid of thousands of jobs.
I put up on
He's
the
doing
screen.
worse. He's using it.
Let me just show real quick. Let me show.
Throw me a rope here.
Yeah, well, let me show. I'm going to put it up on the screen real quick. Trump's Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy unveils new automated vehicle framework as part of innovation agenda. They're actively participating in getting rid of your job right now as we speak. All the data centers, this is being pushed by the Trump administration. So when they come in there and they like tear down your house because they need, curtilage for the fucking power lines or whatever, good luck. Or when you turn on your tap and nothing comes out. Thanks, Trump. Trump is pushing that shit.
For the
you want to talk about
for the-
substandard? According to him, that's you.
Okay.
Your substandard.
For the past 2 hours, I've been saying this. For the
Not looking
past
too good for the home team,
past
is it?
2 hours, I've been saying the same thing over and over again. I know I'm being very repetitive. We have an issue here. The divide is between corporate interests and working class interests. Where does Trump stand in that divide? Right? Secondly, this whole issue with terrorists and bringing jobs back, that's a dream. That's a fantasy. The only jobs that can remotely come back would be high-tech jobs. Because why? Because labor costs. Labor costs to survive in the United States versus, let's say, Bangladesh, a major t-shirt manufacturer now. Guess what? The average salary in Bangladesh is about $250. They're not coming back. I'm sorry, you cannot make that. That's never going to circle.
Yep.
Never. It's gone. And here's the problem, though. I said something. High-tech jobs potentially could.
Thank you, Ryan.
High-tech manufacturing could potentially come back. Yet somebody's actually defunding the Department of Education. How do you get people to have skills when you're trying to remove those skills from them? Why aren't we actually funding? Hey, even for blue collar people, why are we funding the trades? Why isn't Trump doing that? Why is Trump just actively trying to privatize everything? So corporate interests they get to excel.
Yeah.
They get all the benefits.
Well,
or
not
almost
even
all the
just
benefits.
not even just corporate interests, but corporate interests that will align with him and do what he tells them to do. He'll give them the moon. That's what he's doing. Is if you do what I tell you, you get everything. If you do what I tell you not to do, you will get nothing, and I will come after you and I will destroy your businesses. This is what he's doing.
Well, he's also targeting females
and black people and
Yeah,
indigenous people.
I mean, look at what
Anybody
he did
that isn't
with-
white.
He's capped federal loans for degrees that are generally held mostly by women.
Yep.
You think that's a coincidence?
Nope. Simultaneous to that, they're like, we need more white babies. Come on, ladies, get back in the bedroom, spread those legs, and make me a sandwich. That's Donald Trump.
Or
That's
the
that
Republican Party's
whole, like, I mean, Grunkle, you laugh, but these people have come out and said this shit. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. No, but I mean, that's really what they're doing. And a lot of this stems from white people are afraid that they're losing the majority status. I've seen a lot of white people come out and say this, and that's why they are supporting what they're supporting. They want more white babies. I've seen people say it, like preachers and shit, even.
Yep, me too.
It's
I'm
like
in the South. I do too.
yeah,
I hear it all the time.
It's crazy.
Okay.
I mean, there was a pastor that literally said the only purpose a woman has is to bear a child.
Mm-hmm.
And
the core of
this
the
has
Republican
become
Party's
acceptable.
power.
Very well, does he? You know.
The core of the Republican Party's power is
but why
that they
doesn't
have
that stuff
brilliant
move you when it comes to
psychologists
your
working
vote?
for them.
Why doesn't
What
that
they
stuff
do is
move you?
they have nothing to offer working people. They have no policies that help them. So they got to find another in. So what they do is they get they target these people who don't really have a lot of critical thinking skills, and they use things like trans women in sports, even though there's probably actually there's more women that accuse Trump of rape than there are trans women in sports. so it's nothing. It's an imaginary thing they make up. They make up this big immigration thing. It's actually helping the United States, not hurting them. But they get these people, it sounds logical on the outside. There's some intuition bias they play on and all this kind of stuff. So they get these people to vote against their own best interests, and that's what gives them the power to do all this crazy, evil shit, right?
You know, it's the way you framed that there are more, I don't even know what you said now, but he has raped more women than exist, trans people exist in college sports. I'd looked this up, and the number I saw was 12, I think. 12 trans people in the United States in college sports. He's been accused of it more times for sure. That's fucking wild.
Well, where there's
That's
smoke, there's
wild.
fire. So
And they base their vote on that. That's crazy to me.
Right, over. Oh my God, the dicks are in the bathroom. There's a penis in the bathroom. Like,
Isn't that what I said earlier?
What's that?
That MAGA, each individual MAGA, it's different. They voted on one or two issues and the rest they justify. Didn't I say that earlier?
I mean, that's what you're doing here.
Yes.
That's exactly what you
Well, he admitted it. He admits it. Yeah, I mean, you're not telling him anything he doesn't already know. Guys, I'm going to be shutting down here in about 30 seconds, but crazy.
Can I say something real quick?
Please.
Just very briefly. I know it got a little heated, got a little, all that, but I do appreciate every one of you. I know you probably don't think I'm listening and trying to understand. I am. I promise you. I'm begging you to believe me, please. I'm trying to understand your point of view. Okay, and I've enjoyed this talk with y'all. Have a
I
great day.
gift to you for being up here with us.
I appreciate it, Grunkle. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, guys. Sometimes you just have these conversations with people, and they're going to have to figure it out on their own terms. He doesn't see it. You can't make them. And that'll just drive you nuts.
Thanks
you know
for
what I
letting
mean?
me on your platform.
It does.
Have a good one.
Yeah, Ryan, Evil, Grunkle, Sensei, Nix, thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Nix, have you been up
thanks,
on my
Will.
panel before? I feel like
I think maybe once or twice, but I've been working
Okay.
a lot.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah,
been a while since I've been
I
fully
recognize
active.
the name, but I don't remember, I don't remember seeing you anytime recent. But
I think
either
it was
way.
at the very end. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. And we'll be back tomorrow. And we'll catch you later. 9:00 Central Time AM. We'll see you there, guys.
Fun.
Peace.
Hi, thank you.
See ya.
Peace.